Welcome, everybody. We are happy to be here for yet another weekend, yet another round of some exciting games. I am Dr. Dabston, and welcoming on the other side, we got 10 for Tim along again. How you doing today?
I'm good, man. I hope you're doing good too. I hope everybody in chat is having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you happen to be in the world. We have got bangers We have got a entire full lineup. Every series is going to be something that you're going to want to tune in for. Debs, and we were talking about it off camera. I'm pretty hyped about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those. I feel like that's what it's great about a lot of these elite classic tournaments and a lot of just EGC's tournaments that they set up. It feels like time and time again, you're just seeing the best names face off, some hype games. And to start that today, we have, I believe it's Demu versus Recon as our first series here.
Yeah, man. Battle of the Brits, right? Demu and Recon going to be going at it. This is in the Elite Classic because I know for the first one in the Elite Classic one, I had fortunate ability to cast it. Now with this one, it's the exact same thing. Every single player is good here. Every single player is top of the line. No win comes easy. You have got to battle day in and day out to try to make playoffs. Demu and Recon, obviously not an exception to that rule. We've watched Recon play. I usually see Recon on sometimes other people's streams. He gets matched up on the ranked ladder and all that kind of stuff. And then Demu, we obviously stream every day, and we know how good Demu is. So this is, I think it's going to be a knockdown, drag out kind of fight here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I was fortunate enough to get to cast some of the qualifiers, and not everyone got the just straight up invite, but that was where with the qualifiers, I felt like there were a bunch of names that weren't able to even make it into the main event, and that just tells you how competitive of a tournament it is. Tells you how for how much time and effort these players are putting into time and time again. And that's where we came out to have the finalized main event and came out to these 5 series that we're going to be casting today. So after Demu Recon, I believe we get to follow it up with some of my faves, which is Anatan versus Baltoon, and then Marine Lord versus Demu again. And then rounding out with the Canadian bros to finish the day, we're doing Wham versus Beastie, and then Puppy Paw versus Marine Lord, which both of those I feel like are some classic matchups as well.
Yeah, every one of those players, because people are trying to get predictions, right? In terms of who's gonna make playoffs, who's gonna make it out of group stage, who's gonna whatever. All of these 10 players, I'm like, yeah, they have a chance. All the other players that we're not watching today, they got a chance too.
Mhm.
So every single game is going to be important. Every single series is going to be important. As you can see here, we're in Group A, Round 4, best of 3. First one's going to be on Holy Island, Dabber, Ibids and Japanese. How do you feel about that?
I mean, Japanese is just that civ that I feel like has become the powerhouse when it becomes these hybrid maps. They're so strong with I mean, you can start talking about all their benefits when it comes to hybrid maps, and it feels like it just keeps going and going and going. It's not just the cheap fishing boats. You have other things to compound, such as, the stone gathering on the gold, so they can naturally get arrow slits on the docks, which matters pretty significantly on Holy Island, as even if you take like a somewhat not the greatest military trade on the water, well, you can just fall back, get a nice old easy upgrade on your dock, and it gives you so much timing, so much ability as well.
Yeah, those arrow slits are so important, aren't they? I mean, we talk about how the Mongolians are good on water, right? Because they get that passive stone generation. They're able to get those arrow slits pretty quickly. Japanese kind of get that pseudo passive generation as well. Ibid's no slouch to water maps either. You get docks at half price, so that's going to be able to help you out just a little bit. Japan might have a little bit more in terms of some kind of advantage. And I feel like, I don't know how you feel as well, but with Japanese, just because you have your fishing boats at half price, don't have to put a lot of villagers on wood, which means you can get up to feudal age quicker, which means you can make some navy quicker.
Yeah. Speaking of feudal age quicker, that is kind of one of a Ubid's possibilities as far as this build opening goes. They can easily, instead of the old age up where it was the fast castle build on land maps, well, they can go with the advancement wing when it comes to feudal, much, much quicker timing. And one of the things you can't forget about is all of their villagers are working. They're not having to build that age up landmark, which means they get a little bit of that extra umph when it comes into that feudal age timing, when it comes to that military ships. And could just maybe give Demu enough to take Recon off of water, but we'll be able to get to seeing those openings, get to see what these build orders are in just a second or two. As I think I'm about to start to hear the game volume pop up in a few.
I'm waiting for it too. First game of the day, we're getting wet, chat. Let's bring it in. On Holy Island, we have Demu playing as the Ibids in the color purple, spawning in the northwest side. Dabber, who's he playing against in this series?
We have Recon on the Japanese in the southeastern side, and he is in the color blue. And Holy Island, you know, I'm one that I don't really like water maps, but Holy Island is a huge exception to that. It's always fun to watch, always fun to cast, and it really allows this kind of battle on two fronts where you can't just focus on one or the other, or else you will just lose the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just because it feels like because the northeast side of the map that we're seeing as we're seeing both of these docks come up, obviously there's a lot of water there. You can see it on the mini map on the bottom right part of your screen, but it kind of condenses the land. You know, we see it on maps like Coastal Cliffs, which is a new one where you can't necessarily dock. It's like Holy Island without, you know, the water. You could just look upon the cliffs. But for Holy Island, it kind of gives you the same thing. It condenses everything. So it makes both sides, both land, both sea, equally as important. And you see both these docks going to be coming up, getting their fishing here. Both builds relatively the same. Now I know for Japanese, we talked about the wood on, or the villagers on wood, excuse me. He's got 5. Is that usually enough?
It's kind of like 5, 6. You aren't seeing yourself climb to like 8 to 10 unless you're really going for second dock in the Dark Age and really focusing heavily onto those fishing ships in feudal. One of the things in Holy Island, they have a couple different spawn generations where you can have your front wood line that kind of gives you this sense of protection and a you know, potential like natural wall in front of your base. This was not it. We have the open map, and it is just going to kind of be the battlegrounds in the center with some small wood lines on the side, and that's where you'll actually see Recon was able to take the wood line straight up. Hasn't been on stragglers consistently. Don't think Demu has been able to make that move yet. So not only has he been able to, you know, save up on wood, you know, with the fishing boats, he's been able to use that with already dropping a lumber camp, already being able to drop that that forge onto the gold as well, whereas we just saw Demu not being able to drop a mining camp yet.
Right. It gives you a little bit of that flexibility as well. And you can see Holy Island as you look at Demu Scout. Obviously, you're going to have a lot of sheep on this map. And what's really important on this map, too, as we're talking about, you know, the water, the fishing economy going underway, just because this map is smaller, and both of these civilizations on land, usually they enjoy going up to Castle Age. Relics are going to be important too.
There's the age up. I was looking at the macro from Demu. It was wild. He long gathered he wasn't even planning on dropping a mining camp. So I called him out for that, and it was just like, I haven't watched a U-Bids on Holy Island enough. He was just long gathering with a few villagers, enough for the advancement wing. And now he's aging up. He sent a ton of villagers back onto the food to get this as quick as possible. And it's just going to be a quick age up timing with a quick military ship out. But look at Recon. He scouts it out at the perfect timing. He can already see that wing being built. He knows exactly which wing it is and knows that he needs to react quite quickly as well.
Yeah, you can see that even, you know, for the Japanese, even though, yeah, you're getting a decent amount of fishing boats. He's got 4 or 5 going out right now. He still has a decent amount of villagers on food because he knows he's got to get up quick, because he's going to be dealing with an IU-bid, either it's an arrow ship or a springald ship, whatever. It's going to be at his base pretty soon, and there's a forward dock right in front of him. Demu's like, I know I'm going feudal age first. I'm taking the battle to you, brother.
Yep. The one benefit that we see Recon doing, he's dropping a second dock of his own, so once he hits feudal, which he's about to start dropping now, he will be able to start producing military ships. And he will have enough housing garrison slots in those docks to protect all the fishing boats from any sort of aggression that we know is going to be coming. Those docks, they're not easy to take down by any means, especially when we're talking about a springald ship or an archer ship, as it will just sit there and keep attacking for multiple minutes at a time, giving Recon plenty of this defender's advantage to be able to push Demu back in this potential.
And I'll tell you, the one other thing that's going to give you defender's advantage a little bit, as you see an archer ship that's getting queued up, it's already about halfway there. Recon only about halfway to Koka Township. He doesn't have any ninjas yet to try to disengage those docks, make sure they can't produce anything yet. So Demu, he's just doing it quicker. And because of that, of course, you're going to see that arrow ship taking fights on a lot of those fishing boats. Fishing boats have nothing to do. They don't have arrows on them like the Deli Sultanate. They're going to have to run back, scurry into the dock. Fishing economy stalled for Recon for now. This is going to give Demu some time he needs and continue to try to get this water.
Yep. So as we can see, Demu has found himself now up in eco because of this. You know, Recon hasn't been able to produce fishing boats. He had to go on up And Recon still not able to produce anything out of those docks as of now because his main food was all coming from the fishing boats.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good that those fishing boats are half price, but now they're not doing much of anything sitting in those docks. So looks like Recon's going to be adding an arrow ship, going to be adding a springled ship as well to try to combat this. Demu's the first one, however, to get naval arrow slits. And I don't know, that's got to be on that forward dock, right?
100% on the forward dock over here. Shinobi, though, is on its way. Springled ship, arrow ship pops on out just in time, and we will see a little bit of what? Okay, Scout got taken down quite quickly from the boat, and there we go. Now we're seeing the dock not being able to produce here for a couple seconds. That means arrow slits will not be able to finish yet, and these precious seconds is absolutely massive, as now we're seeing that dock take quite a bit more damage. The fishing boat's not being attacked by those arrow slits either.
Yeah, that's one of the frustrating things about the Shinobi, because you're seeing them, you know, try to torch down the dock, and they're trying to sabotage the dock. The weird thing is with these Shinobi, they have to go through the full animation for the sabotage to actually work, and you saw that second Shinobi able to do that. But arrow slits, it looks like it got canceled.
It got canceled. It wasn't ever going to be able to finish. The Shinobi sabotage, again, the defender's advantage for Recon is what proved to be the huge benefit. His ships were immediately able to start attacking. The first sabotage came out. Aeroslits was like 7 seconds away, I think is what we saw. But then the second Shinobi was already there by the time the first sabotage was just wearing off. So it was never going to be able to finish that Aeroslits.
Perfect. Not only description by you, Dabston, but perfect job by Recon to try to do that. Now he's got the Navy, right? He's got a couple springled ships. He's got an arrow ship. Now he's trying to take it to Demu's side of the water, trying to get a little bit of a sabotage. There might be some recharge time on that, getting a little blink, flashing himself away, making sure he's safe to sabotage yet another day. Those arrow ships are what's going to keep Demu's docks continue to pump. Right? You're going to make sure those Shinobi don't get there. But when Recon gets his Navy there with springled ships, I don't know. This could be damaging.
Proactively dropped an outpost in the wood line to deter those Shinobi on away. But here comes the full arsenal of the Navy. And it looks like Recon has him outnumbered just a little bit. But the arrow slits still just pushes Recon on away. As those docks, they're tanky. You can't really get any damage done. Loses yet another Shinobi, and those things are not too cheap anymore.
No, I mean, you look at the Coca Township, they're 60-60, right? 60 food, 60 gold. This deters you from, if you're looking to do something like Quick Castle Age or something, you know, you're spending food, you're spending gold in order to do that. Recon now finally getting the ability to make sure he can fish. It looks like Demu on the other side going to be able to fish as well. And those naval arrow slits, we talked about this before the game even started. We talked about how much it kind of stalls the game out in a Navy aspect, because you need a decent amount of Navy to actually get in there to fight through the arrow slit.
Yeah, I just feel like that's one of the things that it's how tanky docks are. It's like docks are, I mean, they are another town center essentially. They're another economic producing unit. But even I'm sure we'll be casting on another game today where we'll see some spearmen in the Dark Age trying to burn down docks and some spearmen aggression. And it's like, oh well, you can't really burn down the dock until you've won the spearmen war, because if not, you'll just take a bunch of attacks from the backside and not really get damage on the dock done. So it's really where arrow slits, once it comes in, it's like, okay, now I have to fall back, invest into a much bigger Navy to actually be able to deny that fully.
Right, absolutely. And obviously, when you're making a Navy like that, it's going to take time, you know, so it takes time a little bit longer. We see Recon here. Take a look at the macro dabs up there in the top right part of your screen. It looks like he's hoarding a decent amount of resources. I mean, he's adding some springled ships, which is great to make sure his fishing economy is kind of stabilized. But do you think we're seeing some kind of castle play out of him?
Yeah, I mean, 100% looking like he is going to be going up to Castle Age soon. Doesn't look like Demu is too far behind as far as his thoughts go, but the big fallback is it takes a while for the Ayubids. It's 1 minute and 45 seconds when you click on that button, and it's just going to be a significant amount of time that to have this timing advantage, whether it's onto the land or it's picking up relics. There's a lot of different ways that Recon can really get his leg up in those first couple minutes.
And especially, you know, with the Japanese going into Castle Age, I know we're kind of stealing our thunder a little bit, but when you go up with the floating gate, You get your Yoroshiro, you got to put it in some kind of production building like those typical old fast castle builds, that we see on land maps. But you can pump out units, and that could give Demu, whether you said it, it's a minute 45 seconds, whether you like it or not, might give him the time to get a decent amount of castle age units and just go ahead and storm Demu's base before he hits castle. We'll see how that ends up going. Recon does hit the floating gate button and has 7 vills on it, so we're going to see in about a minute or two how that's going to pan out.
Yeah, the big difference here is Demu. He's been getting some eco techs behind this. He's about to click his age up too, but he has wheelbarrow. I saw he got extended lines into play. He's got double broadaxe. So he has like his villagers, his economy, which he's ahead on, also working a lot more efficiently throughout.
Yeah, they absolutely are. But still, I mean, he's got a decent amount of wood here. He does go up with economic growth. And for somebody who, Dabber, you're an Abbasid / Ayubid player. I don't know how much you've played of the Ayubids, but I know Abbasid was something that you really like to play. For the economic wing going up to Castle Age, those 8 villagers, you gotta like that. That's such a good boost.
Oh, it's so funny seeing people go 2TC and then you'll go like fast castle economy wing and you're like, yeah, if you see the villager graph, you're like ahead at this point in time because of the 8 vills. It's just amazing how much of a just boost it kind of gives you. And as long as Demu doesn't take this early damage that we were just talking about that could happen, then I mean that makes up for a potential relic or two that he could be losing or something of that sort. And just how you said it, we see the Yoroshiru put that relic right inside the stables, which is at 200 or 300% production.
I do remember the timing. So if I remember correctly, it's 100%, and those mounted samurai are going to come out at about 15 seconds, if I remember correctly. 12 seconds. Oh, I know for Onimusha, when you put it in an archery range, it's 8 seconds a pop. So 12 seconds that those mounted samurai are going to be coming out. Demu, he's got to start making some units. He's making archers. Archers might not be as effective for you when it comes to mounted samurai. And just like we foreshadowed into the Dark Age, the great thing about the Japanese is you get those Shinto priests. As soon as you hit Castle Age, you're going to be able to gobble up those relics, make sure you get even a higher boost in your economic growth. I know Demu's got 8 villagers. Recon might get 5 relics.
I see this being varied, even with the camels that you can kind of pop out, which camels typically trade pretty well into mounted units. But I'm talking about those good old cambulances, as some people call them, going to grab the relics. Yeah, you get the mobility. The only one I could really see Demu getting is the one on his complete side of the map. Other than that, it's easily recon on the 4 and could even get the 5th on the little mini island.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see a great pull from Demu. He knows because of those outposts. Shinobi are even going to get in here, get a little bit of a sabotage. These outposts, they are not fortified, so they're going to be going down pretty quickly. Those mounted samurai can take a lot of hits. We're seeing a repair on some of those outside outposts.
Looking though, needs to A move those units, get some damage in onto those villagers. Not allowed to repair through because look at what just arrived. 3 camel lancers, and now Recon has to fall back away from this point when he should have had old fully denied, outpost denied as well.
Yeah, he got too busy torching them outposts down. You're absolutely right. And what's great about these mounted samurai, I mean, when you're under an outpost, not so much, but they do have the refractive armor, so they could get rid of that camel lancer charge. They do have a little bit of decreased attack, but they will get rid of some of that charge. It takes about 8 seconds for them to get back. But mounted samurai numbers now, Recon's got about 10. Only 4 camel lancers on the side of Demu. He's pumping out archers and crossbowmen, like the army composition that Demu's going for sure.
Yeah, I think the archers was just like that initial play to get some units out, and now it's going to be mainly crossbows, mainly camel lancers as his kind of main unit composition. And oh my, Recon stole the relic all the way from Demu's side, so it will indeed be, or should be, a 5-0 relic differential. I do see Demu parked on that one by the water with a fishing boat, or no, not a fishing, a military boat. So going to be a little bit difficult to get on that relic for Recon.
Yeah, that Shinto priest all the way in the back. I think he took some shinobi classes too, because he snuck his way back in there. trying to get those relics. But Demu doing a good job of trying to make sure that those relics don't get into the hands of the Japanese. Recon going to have some reinforcements take down a Camel Lancer, but all it takes is a couple more priests. You're going to be able to grab those relics. We talk about it. The Americans in chat might know. It's all about field position with some of those relics. Got to get them closer to your base.
Yep, and it looks like Recon taking the main engagement. Mounted Samurai diving right on top of those Camel Lancers, right on top of the crossbows. Camel Lancer got taken out quite quickly, and now it looks like Recon is kind of winning this fight, forcing Demu on the way back as the crossbow mass has thinned out. Yeah, it says Demu has 12, but I'm sure some of those are on the way from his base and not really grouped on up.
Yeah, it's one of the things that's so frustrating, dealing with Mounted Samurai. You know, you got
gold.
Oh no, look at that forward gold. Those villagers, they don't have outposts to defend themselves this time. There's going to be a couple dead ones here.
And we can just see a little bit of that miss macro. Demu floating 1,500 wood in the bank, hasn't been able to get onto the gold, and really starting to pay for that a little bit as Recon, he's getting like all of his gold from relics, from passive gathering. Yeah, he is on gold with a significant amount of vills, but we have seen him gathering up these extra eco bonuses throughout.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of the synergies that Japanese really has together. You know, he's really doing a good job in pumping out those Mounted Samurai as quick as he can. That's such a frustrating fight for Demu because he had Camel Lancers, he had crossbowmen, so it's like, why was that fight not significantly overwhelmingly in favor of Demu? And a lot of it, again, a lot of it is that refractive armor. These samurai, they do pack a punch, but I think people underestimate how tanky they really are.
Yeah, and it's a lot about numbers as well. I think there were about like 6 Camel Lancers, and there were like 15 Mounted Samurai. So you're really going to be able to kind of steamroll that over. And I love the little extra swap that Recon made into this, which was spears. So now when the main engagement happens, his spears can kind of be that frontline mass, can wave off of the Camel Lancers, and the crossbows aren't trading too efficiently into spears either. Isn't really a great unit to clear that up, and that's where you can see Demu having to go back into the archers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, crossbows aren't going to get that bonus damage against spearmen, right? And Recon's the first one to bring out some siege apparatuses in the game now with a couple mangonels. Demu's going to have to adjust his composition a little bit. I see that a couple springolds are in the queue, whether he's building them or whether he's on the field, and it looks like that's exactly what he's doing. We know from the siege changes that we've had pretty recently, you're going to need 3 springolds to snipe out those mangonels. Tough to take a fight with just 2.
Ooh, and finally, a little bit of some return rating from Demu. Recon letting him breathe for a little bit too long, and now he's having to pay for it, losing a couple villagers out on that vulnerable gold.
Yeah,
and a couple turns into all of them almost.
This is one of those weird things about Holy Island, man. You know, you got that first gold that's relatively somewhat safe. He's continuing to raid around that wood line, but those gold mines are pretty far away. Those secondary and tertiary ones, more villagers going down. Dabs, this is not something that Recon can afford. He's already down economically.
Yeah, and he wants to try to return some damage onto the other side, but that's where Demu, he's not raiding with his whole entire army. He's raiding with just a few Camel Lancers and sitting at home with that huge range mass, and oh my gosh, has that range mass climbed up. We have 32 crossbows, 18 archers. Just a little bit ago, I felt like Recon was pushing the base, about to deny Golden in the game.
Yeah, it's so funny because we were watching the raids go on with these villagers going down, and then all of a sudden Demu's pushing with this death wall, right? 18 archers, 32 crossbowmen. He's already making some Manjaniques also. Hopefully we're going to see some great balls of fire also trying to take down a little bit of some of the buildings here. And this is one of those situations where it's such a big ranged mass. You need mangonels to do anything in that fight. There's no way you're going to get a surround on them. So he has a couple mangonels that's going to help him out. I think it's going to depend on how good a shots he can get.
Yep. Springald superiority is going to be a key factor here as well. So, you know, where's the first couple Springald shots going to go for Demu? And Recon can't really set up those mangonels, can't really set up the Springalds, or else they all get one shot.
Yeah, and I think that's going to make it difficult for him. Demu pushing the issue. Military count 90 to 66. You can see it on the top part of your screen. And it looks like for Demu, he knows he has the military advantage. He's like, hey, come on, fight me. come on out here and do something. Looks like on recon, he's got siege engineering or siege workshop with a Yoroshiru on it. Springhold's trying to take some hits. That's one. It gets popped before I can even finish the sentence. This range mass is going to have a field day.
Yeah, Springhold's Recon does now have the Springhold superiority. Mangonel gets taken, or Manjanique gets taken out. Springhold gets taken out. So Recon taking some good trades as far as the siege goes. But can he close the gap? Can he close the distance when it comes to military numbers? As it just feels like I don't see any of his mass actually here fighting. It was just the siege and a little bit of a smaller group.
Yeah, I kind of wish those Mangonels also from Recon were coming up on the back line. But let's talk about the splits from Demu. He split all of those range masses. There were no good Mangonel shots to be had. Recon knows his mass got wiped out. Wasn't going to deal with that IU bid ranged mass out in the back. Hey, that's game one Demu.
Game one Demu, and I said I felt like his mass wasn't there, and I guess it was. It's just there wasn't that much of a mass there for Recon, and Demu just outnumbered him. It felt like there were a couple timings where Recon really did have the leg up, had the potential to take over the game, but Demu held a couple pushes, didn't really kind of blink in the face of that aggression on his gold, and pushed right back and turned the game, made it look pretty easy, even though it didn't really seem that way from our point of view.
Yeah, that initial power spike of Japan hitting Castle Age, because we talked about it, it wasn't quite there. I mean, he had like a minute 15 where he could have been able to do some damage. You could see it on the military graphs, which is on your screen. Military count was about 18 to 6 7, something like that. Maybe he could have got in there, but it was just Ibid's got too strong. And I do want to talk about just a little bit, because I know we see this from the top players all the time, especially StarCraft 2 professionals like Demu used to be. The ability to have your ranged masses split up in 4 or 5 different groups. It's just like the mental bandwidth, the wherewithal to do that in the middle of a battle. I know from people like us who actually play the game, I watch that and I'm like, man, I can never do that. You give me years to practice that, and I'm never going to be able to pull that off.
Well, just go play StarCraft 2. You'll have to learn to do that very quickly, or you will just lose every game. So, you can force yourself to learn in ways. But as we can see, we got our next game in front of us. It's Mali versus Mongols on Rocky Canyon. But I believe we might check in, give y'all some updates on the standings here in just a second. And that way we can see on some of the other games, see how some of the other sets went yesterday, if y'all want some updates and all that, because we want to give y'all the best info out there possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for these 5 games that we're going to be seeing, these 5 series that we're going to be going on, there's standings implications, right? There's record implications of what's going on. So I'm really curious to take a look here and see if how important this series is and how important the sequential series are to follow, because like we said, every game, this first game really set the tone. Every other game afterward, it matters just as much.
Yeah, I know yesterday there were a couple upsets that I wasn't expecting, I guess, but I feel like this is getting to the point now where some of these players, and we say upsets, but some of these players are starting to just make a name for themselves, and maybe the underdogs are going to start becoming the favorites here in a little bit.
And you love to see it. Everybody loves an underdog, right? When you're going through the standings, because you're looking at some of these players, maybe they got in through the qualifiers, they snuck their way through the qualifiers. Hey, all you got to do, this is like any other sport. As long as you get in the playoffs, as long as you get in the elite classic, boy, anything could happen. You could run the table. Who knows?
Yeah. And that's where I know one of our next series that we're casting, Anatan versus Baltoon. Anatan was one of those players. He popped a couple dubs yesterday against I believe he took down. I don't want to say it because I don't want to speak wrong. So yeah, you know what? Forget it. Forget everything I was about to say. He was 2-0 yesterday, though. Had some big dubs, and I know a couple other names. I think Louis had a couple great games yesterday as well.
Yeah, he did. And I know, I mean, you talk about Louis, he's one of those players that I think a lot of people have on their radar now, because he has a pretty famous practice partner, right? We see him play with Beastie pretty regularly. Even on Beastie's, stream, they're doing practice games, they're doing custom games and all of that kind of stuff. And he is You cannot slouch on that guy, man. He is just an absolute fantastic player. He's always all over the map. I think his APM is one of the highest I've seen too, just having him move around. And that's something that all of these players not only do they have, but it's something that you could just you're enamored by watching this game. That's why I'm so excited to cast all of these series like this because you're watching all of these professional players and you're like, man, I can't do that. It's pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, but I guess we were talking a little bit too much, and we're about to be getting into this next game in a little bit. What we haven't talked about are some of the Civ picks, the Civ bans, and what we have in store for the next third game, if there is one. If Recon's able to push this one on out, as I will say, Mongols typically has a pretty good matchup against the Mali over there.
Yeah, and because Mongols are the one civilizations, and we talk about Mongolian tower rush over and over again, right? But for the Malians, they kind of just like they want to make a custom game and be like, yeah, 8 minutes, no rush. Let's just do that because they want to get all their stuff together. They want to get their pit mines. They want to get their cow boom going on. I'm hearing game sounds in my micro or in my headphones, I should say. We're ready to dive in. And let's see. Let's get rid of all the speculation. Let's see what's going on. Recon playing as the Mongols. We're looking at his con in the color green, playing in the color green. Like I just said, spawning in on the western side. Dabs, take over.
So we got Recon versus Demu. Hopefully color's a little bit better, as I know blue-purple has not the greatest mix over on the other side. And right off the bat, we see Recon sending the con over. He wants to scout Demu's side of the map. He wants to see where to send those first couple spears, as they are sure to be coming across. And woo-wee, do we know? Oh, he didn't even scout the gold. He just scouted where the base was, kind of has an idea where it'll be. And it's a forward gold. And not only that, his second gold is right there in front of it. So Outpost should deny 2 gold veins. But fortunately for Demu, he does have a one back in his little corner that he might be able to sneak on out to.
Yeah, that's kind of I think these are the two civilizations because you're talking about where the golds are. These are two probably of the most predominant civilizations that the spawn means a lot to you, right? You could get some Mongolian spas where the gold's right next to a wood line in the town center. Then you get a town center that's right perched up right next to that wood line, right next to the gold, which is great. Malians with that gold pretty much the same way. And that outpost there, if Recon decides to do that, and I would imagine he would, that's going to prove to be an issue. And for aggressive players, as that barracks is going to go up, so we are going to see some shenanigans happening. You put an outpost there, that first pit mine, that second gold ends up, being like you can't get a pit mine. And all aggressive players, the idea that you should be having in your head is, where is he going to go to next? So the scouting from the con is going to be so important, going to be making sure that those pit mines don't get going. And for Demu, he might just be a one pit mine Andy.
Yeah, the crazy thing to me is sometimes you'll see when you're playing against the Mongols as Mali, you'll only drop like 4 houses. You'll get your age up a little bit quicker in, case that this tower rush is coming, and you won't have as many houses, as many kind of vulnerability on the outskirts of where your town center fire can end up being, because every single house burned is not only resources denied, but it's actually resources that you're giving over to your opponent. And that is what the plan was from Demu. It was a thoughtful process the whole time. It's the Saharan trade network being dropped. So here's what is Recon's reaction going to be. You can't go in, you can't deny that trade network from going up. He wants to start burning down the pit mine, but I'm not sure if he's going to end up having enough torches there to get it finished in time.
And that's such the frustrating thing about the pit mine, because you kind of hit the nail on the head here. It's tanky. That pit mine has a decent amount of health on it. So you're thinking, well, I want some counterplay. I want to be able to try to burn this thing down, but there's only 2 torches going on in a period of time. The Saharan trade network's already about 80%. He's got to get those spearmen out of there and that villager out of there. I don't think this tower might not even go on.
I don't think it does. Now that we're looking at it, the bars, it looks like this one might be over before we even finish talking over here. Trade network finishes. Spears are going to go down. Villagers should go down. Oh my gosh, the tower went up. Okay, I was wrong. Tower went up. Spears jumped inside. So this will at least deny the gold. And it looks like I saw Recon pulling 2 more villagers. He wanted to build another outpost. I think he did. I think he thought the outpost wasn't going to go up and he was needing to plan to build another, but he's going to continue this investment into gold denial. Whereas Demu, he's feudal age and Recon hasn't even gathered gold yet.
Yeah, it looks like he's just about to. You can see that girl on the north side, but yeah, that outpost was a photo finish, right? I mean, that was basically the crux of how this game was going to go. If he wasn't able to get that outpost up and that trade network was going to be there and it was going to be all good and dandy for Demu, he was going to be having his security here. But now Recon has the ability to get a second tower. He's going to get a second tower over on the eastern side. And we know, we talk about towers being that quote unquote offensive structure for the Mongolians when you're getting, you know, your spearmen and your villagers up here to try to deny certain resources. But one of the things that we haven't talked about yet, Dad, is the visibility you get from it, right? You're going to be able to see from a lot of the front side of where Demu's base is. Recon's going to be able to see what's coming with these towers too.
Yeah, that's where knowledge is really the king when it comes to RTS games. It's like on the lower level, you can kind of blind do build orders and just kind of control the game. But once you get to the higher levels, you have to see what your opponent's doing. You have to react. You have to be very proactive in your scouting. And will I'm not sure about 3 outposts. This seems like a little much. But Recon really, really wants to deny these gold locations, which I guess if these are the only 2 golds, then that's a big importance to get, you know, fully denied.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if one outpost doesn't work, you might as well try 3, right? But I know that that second gold, he's not going near that big. Let me tell you, because of how many outposts are here. But we got 4 or 5 villagers making their way around the eastern side. He knows that gold is there. But I'm curious, Vodka, can we check the visibility to know if Recon knows that gold is there?
Oh, he does indeed know it's there. And that's why I'm surprised the 3rd outpost didn't go up onto that final gold vein. He easily could have had it finished at this point. Villagers are going to build houses over there. And in reality, what have these 3 outposts done for Recon? He's literally just wasted 300 wood. That's all he's done. They've denied nothing. They've not been able to take it down. All the houses, the pit mine's still working for himself. And yeah, it's just not really the greatest feeling. Demu, he does spot out these villagers with he's got his 1 archer out over there, which Recon scouted that archer out. So I'm surprised he still chose to go this way with those villagers as he spotted the archer range and he spotted the archer with his con.
Yeah, this is chaos from Recon here. A villager ends up going down. There's enough archers to try to pick off that one too. Another one's going to be trying to cut him off. He's running to that tower. Oh my God, that tower is just a mirage to him. He's going to end up going down. Economic count 27 to 21 in favor of Demu. Recon's going to be trying to get a little bit of that quote unquote economic prowess by getting 2 times Keshiks here. Gonna be trying to take down some of those archers. Demu knows that already. He's already adding Donzos. Donzos, oh my God. I don't know about you, Dabs. One of the most frustrating units because you think they're spears, then all of a sudden they take their spears and they start chucking them at you.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where we see Marine Lord in the chat saying Recon's lost his mind since Queen Elizabeth died. So, I mean, we're not the only ones seeing the problems that we have in front of ourselves. Demu, he is up significantly in eco already. And I mean, I guess it's from those 3 worker kills and a little bit of TC idle time as well. But Demu has fully walled his backside of his base, and there's no aggression that's going to be able to come down from those Keshiks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most important thing for the Malians, right? It's a little bit of security, this part of the game. They want to hang out for the first little bit. And I mean, that Mongolian tower, even though we're talking about, yeah, 3 towers didn't do so much, but that 1 tower did make him do the Sateran trade network instead of doing something like a Mansapori, right? So at least it's gonna save him a little bit of resources, at least Recon against Demu. But now we're at the time where no more towers can go up, right? Everything's walled. So Demu, now he's just gonna start booming, baby. He's going to start getting these cows. He's going to start putting them in cattle ranches. And before you know it, 3 or 4 minutes later into the game, we're going to be talking about how big of a military Demu has.
Yeah, I get what the second tower was. I just don't get the third, because the second tower means that like Demu can't just run and quickly burn down this first outpost that got put up. But the third one, it's just now it's like, hey, maybe these will eventually get me some raid bonus on one of these houses from the arrow slits, I guess. I don't know. And Demu's military numbers are climbing, just like you said. He's just now content. He's gonna chill in his base. We see 3 full sets of cattle ranches already, and that will just climb up very, very quickly now that he doesn't really have anything to worry about and has a lot of passive gold income.
It's funny you mentioned the towers from the raid bounty. Recon spending 100 wood building that tower, and you got to think in the back of his head, that villager's hammering away. He's like, hey, this is going to pay off. One day, this is going to pay off. I don't know how many arrows it's going to take, but it's going to pay off. In some of those houses, it looks like it
They're
doesn't
all
look like
attacking different houses too. It's so sad. It's like it will. I guarantee you, we will eventually see that raid bonus go in. But it's just like, oh my gosh,
and
not really.
My God, are we gonna get excited if that actually happens?
Me seeing plus 15 constantly pop up for Demu because it's actually producing him gold.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. But now with Demu here, he's making. I like what he's doing in feudal age though. Dabs, like he's adding a little bit of the feudal age units. He's adding some archers. He's adding some gonzos just to make sure he doesn't get completely run over, right? He does have the walls that are going to help him out. I love the way he spaced those walls too. The ability for him to go through, just because archers, they can't stand right next to the wall and take pot shots at villagers and pit mines and all that kind of stuff. Look how far those archers got to be. So the Keshiks have to take time to burn the wall. The archers are just sitting here shooting at houses, pretty much. We talk about how important walls are in this game, and especially the high level. This is just time. This is what time is, and we all know that's the most infinite of value.
Yeah, I love that like faded sense of security that Demu just gave Recon to. He was like, oh yeah, I got like 5 archers and a Donzo here. And now Recon's like, oh, I'm all in this over here. And then all of a sudden he shoots the Falcon on over. Demu's rest of his army is reinforced. He's like, all right, I got to run away. And sure enough, you know, Demu's just sitting there gathering resources the whole time. Looks like Recon trying to dive the main TC with some Keshiks, but again, just isn't able to find any luck. And in part because of these walls, but just how you said the outposts are providing a lot of vision. That's the Hardened Trade Network is doing the same thing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that trade network is obviously going to spot those Keshiks, and that's why Demu feels a little bit safer to bring those cattle ranches a little bit more forward. He doesn't pile them behind his base. You know, they're still near his town center, but they're on the eastern side, so the network is going to help him out. This is very frustrating for Recon right now, because we notice this when we play against the Malians. I know I notice this when I play against the Malians, is you want to raid them. You want to do something, right? So you're thinking about trying to take down their cattle, but it's right next to their town center, so it's really tough. You're thinking about trying to take down the pit mines, but he has stuff like the Saharan Trade Network. To be honest, Dabs, I don't know what Recon could do right now.
Yeah, well, usually behind this, Mongols is like at least investing into their own sense of eco, which I guess Recon did do in a sense. He has dropped a second TC behind this, as I see another little green location on the map. No trade boom, which I feel like is typically Mongols go-to, but we did see the deer stones, not the silver tree, so makes a little bit more sense. And these 3 outposts are now getting burnt down. We do see 1 house burnt. We see that, guys. 1 house has gotten taken down.
So worth.
so worth there. And now Demu has doubled the military mass. Recon's trying to do a little bit of raiding with the Keshiks, but I don't think Demu's gonna really have a huge worry there, as we already saw Donzo just turn right back, and Demu's in the comfort zone. He can start moving across the map with this military, and he has a full set of cattle ranches, I think, now, as that last cow just jumped in. Oh, maybe one more cattle ranch to be filled, but it is literally already going to be filled as I'm talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. You know, he's got all these cattle ranches going. The Grand Fulani will be coming up pretty quickly after he stockpiles a little bit of resources, but it's not only just doing the corral and going into castling. Now that he has this economy pretty much set up, like Demu's doing, he's able to pump out feudal units too. Like Mali, I really don't feel like they're a slouch in feudal age, just because they get this underway, they get their gold, they get their cattle ranches, even though they're not corralled. It's still a decent amount of resources. You can see how much food and gold per minute that he's getting. and how many military units he can get while he was booming at the same time. This is rough for Recon to deal with.
Yeah, once you get the cows online, it gets to the point just like you were talking about. They're not this like, oh, I have to like idle my production to go up to castle. Like they can keep producing if they want, but Demu has such a lead that he can stop producing, go up to castle, and still have that military advantage that we're seeing. Eco's just now tilted towards Recon as far as villager numbers with that second TC, but he's had that for quite a bit of time, and Demu is just now getting the resources for Castle Age. Grand Filani Corral being dropped. Demu pulling his military back as Recon is diving the base because he knows something's fishy. I'm pretty sure he heard that sounding of the landmark being built, but once it finishes, he's just gonna feel that demoralizing, getting the air taken out of you because there's nothing he can do now.
Like, dude, look at the resources per minute going on from the differences between Demu and Recon right now. I mean, Recon had to make a second town center because he's like, well, the Malians are doing this boom with cows and pit mines and all that kind of stuff. I need more villagers to kind of make up for it. But still, with the corral, I mean, it's 800 gold per minute versus 210. Like, it's so wild. And now with Demu hitting Castle Age, he's going to be able to get all those Castle Age upgrades, which you see. And most importantly, he's getting the technologies for sofas. You see imported armor coming in here. We're getting sofa technology coming in. So with this mass of Donzo and archers, he's going to be adding some furniture.
Yep. And he's now has his safe gold reclaimed next to his Saharan trade network. He's got his, and not only that, his Saharan trade network helps protect that cow boom as well. And Recon trying to match that Castle Age timing himself. It just feels like he does not have the same type of eco behind it, as we can see 1,400 food per minute for Demu already.
Yeah, it is. It's wild. And I think I am glancing over at chat every once in a while, and somebody said Recon might have been able to do something like trade to try to stop this. Maybe a second town center might have been a little bit too slow if he did something like Silver Tree to start and try to get trade while the Malians are sitting back and booming. Could be an interesting option. I definitely entertain the thought, but now that we have no trade, right? We have Kurultai going to be coming up for Recon, but this is a Castle Age army, and we're going to be dealing with Feudal Age. They're going to be moving their way across the field, going to the western side, traversing the cannon, and this is such a good timing for Demu. That Kurultai is only 40% built, and it looks like all of these Feudal Age, well, not only production buildings, but the Feudal Age units, the villagers, the town center, this is rough.
Yep. He does have a ton of pastures built. He's got a ton of safe food, but double wood lines are forward. It just feels like after the Uvu goes down, the production's going to be next. And if you can't be producing units in Castle, I don't know what good Castle Age is going to be doing for you. It's also going to delay or potentially even deny the Castle Age upgrades. Does he even have another stables? I don't know if he can get the upgraded Keshiks. He doesn't.
Oh, he's starting to build them over there on the western side. He's trying to build them to get all of these going. But again, this takes time to build all this stuff. We see the Kurultai coming in by the starting town center of Recon. Hopefully, he'll be able to plop down a little bit. Demi with a little bit of archer raids. You don't see archer raids every now and again. Trying to take down the Mongolians, trying to get that map control just so they can get those outside food resources while they get the pastures not working. Kurultai, Dabston, take a look at that Kurultai. It's all packed up and bundled. It's not doing anything for him.
And it's so buggy. It's so weird once you kind of start moving it when there's units around. You can see he's trying to get it unpacked. It's just not unpacking. And Demu, he's just diving in between both TCs. He does not have a care in the world. Has a couple sofa following that Kurultai. Look at it. He just can't unpack the Kurultai. I bet you Recon is so tilted from that right now, but it doesn't matter. And Demu, he's just ending the game. He has units split apart, raiding other sides of the base, and it is just looking like this is going to be a nice, clean 2-0 series from Demu. I know a lot of people talk about him being one of the Mali King, and he definitely made this, I would say, unfavored matchup look very, very easy.
Yeah, he absolutely did. That Kurultai is not doing anything bundled up in a blanket in a fireplace, it looks like, but looks like that quick 2-0 going to Demu. And, we talked about it in the first couple minutes. I mean, Spawn didn't look that great for Demu, with those gold mines that are pretty forward. He got that tower up, Recon did. So this game could have went one or two different ways. It
And
just
look at
so
those
happens
villagers.
Demu was able to take it.
Those villager losses early, that early in the game is so, so big. We actually, I do see a little bit of that idle time early where that first attack went to. So, I mean, that was why Recon we saw he was behind like six or seven villagers early, even though he had only lost three. And Demu just skyrocketed the eco behind it, skyrocketed the military, and got to the sweet point of where Mali wanted it to be, which is castle age with full cows.
Yeah, and I mean, what the hell are you gonna do against that? You know, Mongols or otherwise. You know, it's gonna be very difficult for you to do. I see Demo in chat. The GGs to him as he takes the 2-0 the series. And might I say, for Demu, you look great today while you're trying to get that win. Way to go. Good job.
Yeah, yeah, very, very clean series. And now we're finally going to get y'all over to the standings. I gave y'all that little hype of the standings beforehand, but now wanted to show them here now, show them today. We get the full array of some of the games, and they're in the standings. Marine Lord and Puppy Paw up at the top. I don't know if that surprises too many people, but I know a lot of players talk about the Spanish Bros kind of coming into the next round of tier after Marine Lord and Beastie, and we see Vortex not having the clean sweep of games so far. Louis MT not too far behind there, and then I mean it's crazy to see even the bottom five are just names that I'm like they're all just strong names.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, round down, we just saw Recon there against Demu, but like people like Nubidon, Cat, CSO, Magic. I'm looking at it and I'm like, man, like these players are insane. How are how are like it's just it goes to show how how competitive each group is in the standings. And I think for the CSO, this is his first major, I think, tournament appearance. And he's going to be able to get out a little bit of a win here as we take a look at a Group B. This is what's going on today. Look at all these games going on. I think we saw some of. I did see Killjardy actually playing earlier this morning for a little bit of a warm up. But take a look. Anatan taking the number one spot right now in 4-0. Beastie also, no surprise, being at 2-0. You talked about the Spanish brothers, Luz Fran being 2-1. We are going to see, like you alluded to before, Baltoon and Anatan in a series. That has some serious implications.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I think the biggest surprise to me, or maybe probably to everyone out there, is 3DB starting 0-2. So he's cleaning out at the bottom of the list in ninth place, and I feel like he's one of the players that if you would have said, hey, name your top five players, name your top eight players, he is almost in every single person's list, and he's rounding out the bottom of this one. And this is only one of the two groups.
Yeah, and I mean B is also a fan favorite. I see him in the chats all the time on EGC. Everybody's rooting for B. It's so hard just because of the way, just the mechanisms in which he plays. He plays so unorthodox, right? So you root for people like that. You root for meta shakeups. You root for all of that creativity that we talk about so much. But enough about B and enough about buzzing around that hive. We're here to talk about our next series, Anatan versus Baltoon, which we talked about. Anatan 2-0 right now. Baltoon in the 5 spot. Getting a win for either one of these players could be huge and could be the reason why they make it to playoffs later down the road. First matchup, Dry Arabia, Deli versus English. I feel like, Dabs, I've seen this so often. I've seen this matchup time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, and Deli, this is just the classic Anatan. This is, his first Civ that he like came up with. Early. He was one of the I would say a year ago he was the player that didn't really have the name for himself, and he has come up with a fury and made a huge name for himself. It has had a lot of great kind of great showings in the recent tournaments and whatnot. And Deli was that first Civ that was just that comfortable Civ for him that everyone was kind of afraid to play him against. It was always, ban Deli against them. Well, now it's not just Deli. He's increased that arsenal, and Deli's is one of the options that we're getting to see, but playing against English on Baltoon's side.
Yeah, and I think Delhi is one of those civilizations that are particularly good in the meta right now because it seems like now that we've had some nerfs to the secondary town centers, right? Going to TC wasn't just you're dragging your face across the keyboard, make it a second town center with every civilization you play. Now with the Deli, because of how powerful they are in feudal, they can really steamroll. They can really get through you for a lot of games in feudal age. But English, obviously, no slouch to feudal age either. They got one of the best units, longbows. I would say probably one of the most annoying units in the game because of how much range they have and how quickly they're able to take down your villagers and stuff like that. So I'm expecting some feudal age shenanigans that are going to
Yep.
happen.
So enough of that. Let's get into our second series of the day. We have Baltoon versus Anatan, Dry Arabia. Baltoon spawning in on the south side as the English in the red, Anatan in the north as the Deli in the color blue. And let's see what these openings are going to be doing. I feel like Deli, they kind of have their typical opening. They want to get their Texan, they want to get their wheelbarrow. English, though, they have some different variabilities in the way they open. They can do the early wheelbarrow. They can do the farms next to their TC early on. They have a lot of different routes to take, and it looks like early wheelbarrow is going to be the play from Baltoon.
Yeah, but this is pretty interesting. I mean, for the English, I always think against Deli, you kind of want to. This is an analogy that I use for the Deli and for French and all of that. They really are a snowball civilization. You want to, with the Deli going into feudal, you get a couple units. You're trying to pack the snow and make that snowball, right? You're trying to get a couple of Ghazi raiders to make sure you can stop those English longbowmen and stuff like that. Once you get into that snowball, you get all of those units together. You start getting sacred sites in feudal age. You start, with your sanctity going. All of a sudden, it starts turning into an avalanche, and you can't deal with it. With the English going for wheelbarrow this quickly, do you think that kind of gives them a little bit less tempo?
It's one of these that I feel like it's against Deli. You can actually afford to do this because Deli is going to be getting their Texan. They kind of have this they get to feudal age, but they don't immediately have this steamroll at feudal age. And this allows you to get to your sweet spot as English. You want wheelbarrow, you want double broadaxe. Always, even when you're feudal aggression, even when you're all inning, you still want these two techs because of how much it actually boosts your eco specifically as the English, whether it's your farms, whether it's your wood line, which you need a ton of wood as the English for everything you plan to be going.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the cost of longbowmen, right? They're 40 food, 50 wood. You got a council hall that can pump them out like no tomorrow. You're going to need a decent amount of wood for it. I did want to know, because Dabson, you're more of an English player than I am. With your gold villagers and you're expecting some kind of feudal aggression, when are you usually pulling them off? Because I mean, you want things like we talked about getting wheelbarrow, broadaxe, all that kind of stuff, and then things like blacksmith technologies too. But then sometimes I see in feudal age people pulling gold villagers off.
So that's where you get what you need. Wheelbarrow double broadaxe is the key early on, and that's where sometimes people will pull off those and just go fully into the aggressiveness and won't pull back over until they need their first blacksmith techs. And then once they get their blacksmith techs, again, you pull off once you get your blacksmith techs if you're continuing to play feudal age. Sometimes you'll just leave the 3 on there to start to kind of create that gold bank, and then kind of once you get 400 or 500, you go, okay, now I'm going to idle my production, go up to castle age. So you kind of can play a couple different ways, but again, primary focus, double broadaxe, wheelbarrow, and then usually you're wanting steel arrow as well.
Oh, okay. So it gives you that little bit of flexibility. So if you leave them on, because I know for English, when you're going to get your food resources, obviously, you're going to get farms, right? And those farms are so strong. Sometimes if you have, a big, you have a couple mils worth of farms, you're starting to float a little bit of food also. So while you're getting feudally aggressive, you can castle age behind it. And it's so frustrating when you're playing against English and doing that, because they have enough longbowmen where you're like, man, I think they're all inning me. And then all of a sudden you get a notification on your screen that your opponent hit castle age, and you're like, I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on at this point. But now, for this part of the game here, Anatan as Deli Sultan going with Tower of Victory, I really feel like that's a must nowadays. Dome of the Faith is really falling out of favor.
Yep. And the first 2 farms are coming into play for Baltoon. This will make him not have to be as vulnerable with some food eco, really get him to play that defensive turtley style that English can play, or just have to not work as onto the deer as early on and kind of deplete them as fast. Anatan, he has finished up. You can already see the techs all coming into play. He's getting everything for free. What's it going to be first, though? I'm going to guess stables for Ghazi Raiders right off the bat, because Anatan's so good at taking the map control, but it's not stables first. It's blacksmiths, so he wants to just go ahead and start getting some techs in.
Yeah, I mean, getting that blacksmith up early obviously is going to help you. And Anatan also working on scholar production. You can see he already has 2 scholars. He has a 3rd one in the queue, so it means those blacksmith technologies are going to get up pretty quickly. And those technologies that he necessarily needs, once he hits things like hits the sanctity button, the sanctity will come up a little bit quicker.
Double blacksmith?
I think it was. Let's double check.
Oh, the greed. I actually, this used to be like a play, like consistently. It used to be double blacksmith, and then you get your stables, get whatever out. You always can make up for a little bit of the lack of military with efficient production. But as we have the god view, we know Baltoon, he has the longbows. The big, like, I think this is where Anatan's kind of playing into the Civ matchup. He knows that Baltoon isn't going to be streaming longbows across the map. If he does, he can react very quickly with the stables, throw a scholar inside, and get, you know, a Ghazi Raider or 2 out. Because if you run across the map with 2 longbows, it's so vulnerable, it's so easy to pick off. You really need a little bit of a mass, and that's where Anatan says, great, you get your mass, I'm going to get all my free techs, and I'll be massed up just as fast.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, from playing English too, longbowmen, they're one of the slowest units in the game. You know, they go at 1.12 tiles per second. So,
sheep. Oh, takes down both sheep. So Baltoon with a little bit of a countermeasure. He knows he's not going to be able to take down the scout, but at least take something away from Anatan with the trip.
It was a mutton massacre. A couple of sheep end up going down, and they're not going to get harvested anytime soon. So really heads up play from Baltoon, not going to be able to pick off the scout. Now, Anatan, I really like what he does in Deli, where he just takes some of his scholars and makes sure as soon as he gets the stable, he goes and puts a scholar in there for efficient production, trying to make sure he's getting enough, because this is how you start snowballing. Because you got a stable that's working very, very efficiently. You're going to get an archery range that's going to help you out as well. And as time goes on, hopefully, you know, with the correct macro, he's able to consistently pump those Ghazi Raiders out, and then it becomes a massive amount of horsemen. They look like riders of Rohan coming at you.
Yep. Sanctity looks like it's getting a couple seconds away from finishing on out, and Baltoon, Anatan's been scouting it. He hasn't been moving out of the mass. He knows what military mass he does have, so Anatan should be free and clear to start moving to take these sacred sites and potentially throw some walls around them with his archers if he wants.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the really important thing about getting foot soldiers for the Deli, right? You're going to be able to get some palisades around there. I'm curious to see what sacred sites he ends up going for first. It looks like that middle one seems to be the closest to him. The other sacred sites...
He's going to hit all 3.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's
1, 2, and I see the blue little dot on the map about to hit the 3rd. Because, again, you're playing against an immobile army. So you're playing into your strengths and playing into your opponent's weaknesses. English has to attack all at one location. If they split their group, you're going to absolutely massacre them. So take all 3, make them split, and then if they don't split, well, now you just are going to have free gold income coming in from multiple sacred sites.
And that's what's so important about Ghazi Raiders, man. You know, they have the mobility, so they're able to traverse multiple sacred sites if they have the ability to. Archer's going to be able to get some pot shots on those longbowmen, but man, longbowmen have way too much range. Those Ghazi Raiders trying to get a good charge off, but Baltoon, now that he's venturing out with his longbowmen, he makes sure he has a couple spearmen with him just to make sure he's not getting that surround, going to get that outpost on the western side of your screen as well, just to make sure you get that network of castles buff. So exactly right, Dabs. Yeah, he stopped one sacred site, but now he's getting gold from 2 of them.
Yeah, and this immediately gives Anatan a massive eco boost. He's going to end up dropping a market, I'm sure, and you can either trade off this gold for food, stay feudal age, end up, you know, having a better castle timing, or now you just can nonstop start producing scholars, bolster your army, bolster all of your research techs and everything of that sort.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where the power spike of Deli really happens, right? I mean, you can use that gold for one of 2 things. I mean, I've seen some people even use a market and sell it all. instead of making scholars. I think scholars are probably a good idea as well. But now he only has to worry about 2 resources. That's what makes Deli so strong. Trying to get that 3rd sacred site scholar. He has read his last book, Dabson.
Yep. One spear does get split off by Baltoon all the way to the west side, so it looks like the western site will be denied as Anatan didn't have any units near, didn't have anything to deny that one from being, secured by Baltoon or taken away by Baltoon, and then his main army going to the center as well. So Baltoon doing a really good job of pushing and pulling Anatan around. Almost was able to pick up a Ghazi Raider there. And then right as Anatan got to the west side, it's already gone, and Baltoon's fine with that now.
Yeah, with that western side getting decapped, it's a nice little sneaky decap as well. I think what's really nice about those sacred sites is they give you a little bit of vision around the sacred site, so you can see how many units are actually there decapping. And Anatan probably saw that middle sacred site getting decapped and the majority of Baltoon's army being there, so it gives him the opportunity to move it around, right? It gives Anatan the ability to move it around. This fight might be tough for him, though.
Yeah, it looks like Baltoon has stepped up, spear stepping up. Anatan just needs to focus on all the spears with his archers, and then the Ghazi Raiders get to run rampant, get to go for that circle. Spear number is getting cleaned up pretty well, but Anatan has to fall back, and ultimately Baltoon has a very, very healthy longbow number. He's been able to keep them safe, alive. Anatan getting a little ping from a wolf on the backside, and I believe Baltoon's almost on his 2nd full set of farms, which is really
Whoa!
Make that 3 full sets of farms. Makes it really, really nice. Anatan, he will start having to move out for vulnerable food resources. So as this game continues to get played out into feudal age, that is where Baltoon will kind of have his extra strength, have places that he can make Anatan vulnerable. And Anatan says, all right, I'm just going to skip feudal age then. Look at the resources in the bank. He is planning on a castle age transition.
Yeah, and I think castle age is what's really going to help him out in this regard. I mean, the longbowman mass is too big, right? He's on 25. He's going to continue to get more. This is, you're reaching siege level of longbowman mass, where the only thing to really get rid of this thing is a Mangano. Looks like he will try to recap that western site and will have the ability to. Central one getting decapped. And this is something, for the Deli, as we talk about with them in feudal age, not only do you have to fight against this English army, but there's so many points of interest around the map. You got to keep your head on a swivel all the time.
I love it though. Anatan, every single time that spearman just stays on that side a little bit too long, he'll step up with his archers, take it off, and then still allow that sacred site to keep on ticking, keep on giving him some gold. Although trades might not have been the best, it delays, and he just needs 100 extra gold, and he will be aging up to castle.
Yeah, and I've noticed with the Deli too. I mean, yeah, he's going to get to castle, which is great. The units that he has are still going to be feudal. And I know we talk about when somebody just hits castle age, it's a really time to be aggressive. But for the Deli, if you want to get those castle age technologies, it takes a while. Even though you have scholars, it's still going to take a while. So usually they start pumping out castle age units. I'm kind of thinking from Anatan Dabs, we're going to see a decent amount of men-at-arms hit the battlefield once he starts to build that landmark.
You say men-at-arms, I say lancers. I just know, usually they like mobility. Pros are just in general, they like mobility a lot more than just the tankiness, just because they can kite so much better, use that APM. Anatan, though, losing a couple of those villagers on those vulnerable food resources like I was talking about. As this game extends, we already saw him. He's on the North Berries. He's on 2 different sets of deer packs. He's on, everywhere, all over the map on these vulnerable resources, having to fall back away, and this is a crucial timing for him right now.
Yeah, it really is. And we talked about with the Deli and this timing going into castle age, it's also the little bit of weaknesses that Deli has is it's very difficult to do things like farm transition. We saw some of those villagers go down from the deer packs. He's going to have to keep going there. He's going to have to keep finding berries. He's going to have to keep finding, those deer patches, because we talked about lancers, from your side, if he does want to make a lot of lancers, they are not cheap. You're going to need a decent amount of food for this. Anatan trying to get some kind of pressure around this English base, but Baltoon did a really good job of walling up. You can see it on the eastern side and on the southeastern side of his base as well. So not really doing any kind of economic damage. He can't repay the favor that Baltoon's doing. Now that we hit castle age, A Dumbo.
A Dumbo. That's the most hype thing I've seen out here yet. So we have the big melee elephant on the way. All the free techs are coming on in, which, you know, just make sure you don't forget to click those, but we'll check back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I think we'll give them about 5 or 6 minutes and we kind of figure it out. But the stable, now the stable doesn't have efficient production. I'm not sure which one the elephant is coming out of because he is queuing lancers as well. So I'm not sure which one it is. But if it is one that's not efficiently produced, it might take a little while to come out. But
It was officially produced.
Here it is. There's the big boy.
I mean, this is what we live to see. There was a time when Deli, that's all they cared about were the elephants, but look at the split off by Baltoon. 4 longbows split off. He knows what is the vulnerable resource. I talked about it a few minutes ago. Anatan's going to struggle on food. Baltoon, he knows all of his food secured, safe, and doesn't have to worry about it. Has to fall back away with his army, although 71 military mass is no joke.
Oh, no, absolutely not. But I don't know how much that elephant is worth, but to me, that's an infinite military mass. There's a reason why, I'm going to stop hyping up the elephant in a second, but there's a reason why the English mass is starting to back up. And it's because if you're seeing something of a different species running at you, it's not a horse or a man, you're in trouble.
And look at that, it takes 4 volleys to take down the Lancer. The Dumbo steps on forward. This fight, Anatan's taking the fight. He's just trying to snipe down all of the spears that he can with his archer mass, but those are still just regular archers. Longbows taking the fight. Doesn't look like Baltoon was microing it though. The longbows were just sitting there firing at all the front side men-at-arms and does not want to be taking that.
No, he absolutely doesn't. I mean, those spearmen, you can see they're illuminated as well. That Dumbo actually getting caught in a group of them. There's nowhere for it to go. Oh my God, they're going to harvest that ivory for later use. Those spearmen are going to end up going down. It looks like a decent amount of them. They did get the encircle on that elephant, but it took a lot of spearmen in order to do that. Baltoon still in feudal age. King's Palace about 60% of the way there. Now he's going to start making castle age units, and I think that quote-unquote power spike of the Deli, getting to castle age early, getting those castle age units is now going to be null and void. So now if you're Anatan, what are you going to do?
I mean, you're about to get your food tonight again. Oh, and more villagers getting taken down. This feels really bad. You know you're a town center behind your opponent. Usually, Deli find themselves up 20, 30 military units at this point, and you're just all inning. But Anatan never really was able to do that with the food situation that he found himself in early. Men-at-Arms still providing a huge tanky front line, but Anatan realizes the situation he's in. He throws in the towel, and Baltoon, I would say maybe getting a little upset here, takes game number 1 off Anatan.
Wow. That was wild. Like, I really thought Anatan was in some sort of commanding lead, getting those sacred sites early. He was able to keep a decent amount of them. You know, sometimes he had a little bit of decap, and he was able to cap them again right away. And I think that weakness of the Deli really showed here, getting those outside food resources. Because even though as much as I we all know, chat, I love the Dumbo. I really do, but it's pretty expensive. So if it ends up going down here, that's a lot of food. And then you got to be scrambling to get food otherwise. Look at that military count, Dabs. Just like you said, it got to be for the Deli. You got to have like plus 20, plus 25 at that level, you know, in Castle Age. It just wasn't there for him.
Yeah, I really felt like it was a couple of the early military trades that Anatan tried to take that went heavily in Baltoon's favor. There was the first one that comes to mind. He had like 5 archers and there was like 7 longbows and a couple spears, and he was like trading with the longbows, waiting for his Ghazis to get there. But then all of a sudden, he just lost his archer mass, and it was like if he hadn't have done that, there would have been this feudal timing where he was actually significantly ahead in units. So then when he idles production, he stays ahead in units instead of being massively behind. Then Baltoon takes the map control, takes everything. But we're on to game number 2, and I know we already just talked about in last series Holy Island and Japan quite significantly. We had not talked about Zushi, but I know with the games that Anatan played yesterday, a couple of big dubs, this is what he said he has been practicing for a while now. He said like this was one of the significant things that he was putting in work was Zushi on Holy Island. And so I'm very, very excited to see what he has in store for us again.
Yeah, I mean, Zushi is one of those civilizations I know that everybody probably has past trauma of getting Zugnu rushed to death. But in this particular situation, we're probably not going to see it because of the amount of water that's going on. And I can understand why I think you want a Zushi on a water map because they still have some increased wood economy, right? We talk about what civs are good on water, right? We talked about Japanese before with the half price fishing boats, Coca Township, all that kind of stuff. With the IBIDs, it was half price docks, all that kind of stuff. There's something that goes towards your economy, particularly your wood economy, that makes a water civilization good. Zushi, they still get imperial officials and they get one to start the game. So it could be good tempo for a wood economy for them. I don't usually see Zushi on water. I don't know about you, Dabs, but I don't think it's a bad pick in theory.
He made it work yesterday. So I think it works. I have no idea what the thought process is behind it. Obviously, there's a lot of different bonuses. We know that the meditation gardens isn't quite as strong as it used to be, but I could still see that being a great pick considering first they can age up very, very quick. Their first age up's much cheaper. And then the passive resource it's going to be able to give, we know how big the woodlines are. This is like, the hideout woodlines. This is like the maps where you just know you have this giant woodline to your backside, which most important resource when you're talking about water. So maybe that's the thought is that basically you're going to get a very quick age up. You're going to be able to build it faster. You're going to immediately get an extra eco bonus and boost. And then you're just going to utilize that to win on water. I mean, that's just my thought process here, but Anatan, he's the one that's really going to be the one to show us. We know Japan's strengths, and there's a lot of them on water. We can start contemplating about Zushi, but let's start seeing it here in a second.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how Zushi operates on water because you're right. With the meditation cards, it's such a good tempo, isn't it? I think I'm hearing game sounds. Oh my God, I am. We're doing a transition. We're going to go right in to the game. Baltoon playing as the Japanese in the color red, spawning on the southeastern side of the map. Anatan, his opponent for this series, playing as Zushi's Legacy in the color blue, spawning in the northwest. Obviously, we're going to see that dock coming up, that Imperial official. I'm telling you, Dab, that's such good tempo. Getting that IO right out of the gate, going to be able to supervise that lumber camp, means more boats, baby.
Yeah. And, this is where we used to always see Chinese versus HR in this map. It was like always that. And Roos was always banned. Well, and that was where we always talked about like the prelates versus Imperial officials. Well, now it's just the Imperial officials we talk about. But yes, especially as you get more villagers on wood, it makes it even better because they're all dropping off at that same lumber camp and they're all just creating resources out of nowhere. Anatan immediately was dropping the lumber camp, whereas we see Baltoon going on to the stragglers, and obviously that's where he's able to use that Imperial official right off the bat. So kind of cool to see this early on game so far, and what's going to be the next little steps here for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to kind of depend on, because we talk about how Zushi can get up quickly, right? Get up to feudal age quickly. Japan can also do that, right? Because we talked about in our first series with, you don't need that much on wood, so you're able to, age up with more food villagers on sheep and all of that kind of stuff. So we're gonna see. This is really timing, man.
Look at the gold for Anatan. Baltoon leaves the sheep there. Yeah, it might not be the greatest, but Baltoon left a sheep at the gold, so he knows when Anatan moves out to the gold.
Unbelievable.
Like, what a big brain play. And little things you never really think about until you start watching these high-low players. I love that Holy Island. This is our second iteration of it, and we get to see the second spawn that I was talking about last time. Sometimes it's all your woods in the back. Sometimes you have these little pockets on the front, and we have this time seeing the pocket on the front. Baltoon checked, made sure there's nothing funky going on the backside yet. No, quick feudal age, anything like that. But we all know you got to be taking water or else you lose when there's that much deep sea fish here.
Oh yeah, I mean those that sheep. I'm telling you, like, for the Japanese, I think every single thing in the Japanese Empire, whether it be a villager, a shinobi, or a sheep, they got to be taking some ninja classes. Just having that thing right in front of the gold is going to make sure, okay, I know when you're going on gold. I know when you're going to start heading off to feudal. So again, this is all about timing. Is the Coca Township going to get up before? Is the meditation gardens going to give you more tempo in feudal age water? This is what we're going to see. And now we have Baltoon getting it looks like a dock on his side. We haven't seen any forward docks yet, I believe, though.
Yeah, and I love how now we're seeing the second dock. We're seeing a little bit of a different Japanese build. Last time you asked, hey, how many, 5, 6 villagers on wood, is that going to be enough? And I said, yeah, it's enough. But if they want to build second dock, if they want to go heavy into that Dark Age fishing, you end up going up to 9, going up to 10. Well, that's exactly what we see Baltoon doing. He's got 10 onto the wood line. And the reason he's doing this is because he knows that Anatan's not on the gold yet. He sent he still had that sheep on over there, and so he's like, all right, I'm just gonna go heavier into feudal if that's what your plan is too.
Yeah, that mutton is MVP, man. Let me tell you. Now with these docks, because you're exactly right, he's just gonna keep boating. Why not? The only thing that's really gonna stop him is any kind of navy coming from Zushi, and now we see him on the gold. Baltoon's got to be checking his mini map. He's a heads-up player. He's one of the best players out there. He's going to be seeing that villagers are going to be starting on gold, so what's he going to do? Maybe we're going to see a little bit of a macro transition for him trying to get up. Now, he does have 4 on gold already, so that's going to help him out. I think he will get to feudal pretty quick.
Oh, yeah, he'll be there a little bit quicker. He's up as far as the eco goes with the extra dock. Should be up just 1 or 2 fishing boats at this time, which that is where he's up at 9. Looks like Anatan's at like 7, 8. Yeah, so that was where that little eco difference was, although we just blink and then the graph at the top looks even again. Just kind of based off these little slight timings. Anatan has his second dock as well. And oh my, what? That's going to be meditation gardens. Okay. So
wow.
It wasn't, so my thought was meditation gardens onto the wood line because you're going to have this like massive wood line, but Anatan, it's stone, it's berries, and it's gold that he's able to get. I guess, this is one where Holy Island does have some pretty condensed resources over here. I could see him even having a couple other spots like on different spawns that would have, a full 8K gold vein in here or an extra bigger stone vein or something of the sort. So I could see this being even better for him than this, but not the worst amount of resources that this is going to be giving him. We talked about a lot about the passive stone that Japan's able to get, but this is where Anatan's going to have his own way of some passive stone, passive resources.
Yeah, absolutely. It might help him get arrow slits a little bit later in the future out of his docks, because we're going to see some kind of naval shenanigans going to be coming up. Coca Township at about 75 to 80%. Making sure you get a shinobi over there to try to take down some of those docks. Anatan is going to hit feudal initially first with that meditation gardens, and instead of the wood, because I'm just kind of predicting, because honestly, this is the first time I'm seeing Zushi on water as well. Maybe this bolsters your food and gold economy, so you could just focus on wood.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure. Like you get a little bit, I feel like getting a little bit of everything just makes it nice. Whenever you have to like re-macro, you run out of food somewhere, you get idled off of wood. It's like, well, I'm still getting a little bit in. It might not be much, but it does end up making the difference over the course of a longer game. Anatan immediately drops an archery range as well. And he has that military ship coming out. He has to have something to deal with the shinobi, and the archery range will do exactly that.
Yeah, and it looks like he's even supervising it too, and this is one of the most dangerous things, because those Zugnu pop out so quickly. Before that first one even runs out, that second one's even coming up, and Baltoon now, with his own barracks, gonna go for Ona Bugisha, and Dabson, these are quickly becoming one of my favorite units in the game. The way they hack and slash anything in front of them, plus with the mobility, they're so damaging to villagers. They're so damaging to things like horsemen. It just seems like they have a good matchup against a lot of things in feudal.
Yeah, and that is where I'm not sure if Chooks are going to be that thing that they have the great matchup against, just because, yeah, I feel like they're another unit mass, though, that like once you get a ton of them is when they're strong. When you only have a few, not really showing you the strength of them. But Anatan is able to scout some out. Not sure if he sees some in his wood line yet. His town center does. One villager falls and full wood line does go idled. Not only that, Shinobi hits the gold, almost able to take out a Vil as well, but so much of Anatan's eco is idled right now. Ona's diving the TC though, Chooks firing on out, and Chooks in the wood line of Baltoon, just stuff going all over the place. I believe it is a 2-to-1 villager differential, but the key here is the units lost. I feel like Anatan took some great trades here, taking out all the Anas, not only in his base, but also in Baltoon's. And now this allows him to step up into the wood line. Gonna get 2 more villagers, maybe even more than that.
Yeah, and this is one of the things about the Onabugisha too. Just solitary, it's going to be difficult. Those Zugnu end up going down because those villagers, they got rather upset and started pulling the shivs out. But for Onabugisha, I mean, 1 or 2 of them, not that scary. 8 or 10 of them, maybe a little bit more scary. And it looks like what Baltoon is doing, he's going to mix in a little bit of Samurai as well, try to get that heavy melee in, because the Zugnu, if they start targeting the Samurai instead of the Onabugisha, it means those Onabugisha have free reign.
Oof, but again, Anatan scouts out a few of those units getting split off. These are just free resources that Anatan's taken away from Baltoon. You can see how his mass has started to climb up. He's taken out 5 villagers compared to 1 that Baltoon picked off. And now he sees those Fionas and goes, great, I'll just make a couple more chooks and this mass is going to go to your wood line again. And now, just like you idled my whole entire wood line, you're going to have to re-macro over to the backside, or you're going to end up losing some other trades here. Anatan, though, a little distracted, has some stuff to deal with onto water as well. Pushing forward. Yes, I'm scared for Baltoon here. Hasn't yet reacted with his woodline villagers.
And now he's just about ready to move. Those Samurai trying to tank a little bit, but they're not exactly the biggest DPS unit. Another villager going down, tried to navigate towards the eastern side of that wood line, and he talked about that spawn. You foreshadowed this so perfectly. Villagers, all of these Japanese villagers, they're idle, they're going down. This is huge for Baltoon. This is a big issue.
Yeah, he has to deal with this pretty quickly. And oh my gosh, we weren't even paying attention to the resources in the bank. Anatan, he's going up to castle.
This is wild. You know, I mean, we saw a little bit of naval shenanigans also on Vodka showed us a little bit on the top side, but not so much. We're only talking about land because of those forward wood lines. You know, those Bugisha are going to be able to take down some of Anatan's gold villagers. It looks like 2 of them end up going down, but that does not scratch the surface for the amount of damage that Anatan did. Look at the economic count up there. That was 47 to 38, now 49 to 38. Anatan, he's got a commanding lead in this game, especially with Castle Age. Those Shaolin monks are going to be coming out, picking up relics, going to be able to do some damage too.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and those are not like monks from other civs. They can battle, they can, I mean, honestly, I think they probably just clean up Onabugisha. Now that I'm thinking about it, they probably just trade pretty efficiently into them. So now Anatan's able to mass up some monks, to grab up some relics, give himself those passive resources. More importantly, get some veteran chook upgrades into play. And now Samurai won't even be a big deal for those chooks to deal with.
No, those Samurai aren't going to have enough armor to deal with this. With the Zugnu also, I'm kind of expecting a blacksmith to come out from Anatan as well. He's also going for a stable on that north side, so might be trying to get some cavalry, a little bit of mobility to help him out. That wood line continuing to be ravaged. I mean, for both of these players, we're getting a lot of idle time out of this. So Shaolin Monk finally hitting the battlefield, probably trying to bonk some Samurai or some Onabugisha, and we'll be able to scoop up some relics in the meantime.
Yep. Baltoon has been able to equalize the villager, or I guess economy number, as that's probably majority fishing boats is the way he's doing that. Shaolin Monk almost gets taken down, but we'll be able to just kind of get out of some combat and go on to a different spot. And Anatan's actually starting to mass crossbows as well as some lanterns.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. If you're going into more of a samurai heavy composition, it looks like Baltoon, that's one of the interesting things about the Japanese. Same barracks is going to make an Onabugisha or a samurai, so you're able to switch pretty quickly. Anatan going to be able to switch pretty quickly with those archer ranges as well. Those samurai, especially in the feudal age category, is going to be quite the issue for him to deal with. So he's going to mass up some Zugnu, mass up some crossbowmen. I think that he did a good job of making sure his villagers are safe. Number one, making sure he was able to stockpile resources. To me, Dabs, this is Anatan's game to win.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's equivalent as far as eco goes. He's a little bit ahead in the military, but he has a full age up on Baltoon, though. So as long as he just continues to make sure that Baltoon's kind of stuck in this feudal age, which he should be, once the Lancer goes across the map, makes it very difficult to be dealt with feudal age units that are just 1 or 2. You're going to need, 4 spears to deal with that. And now Baltoon's actually focusing on the meditation gardens.
Yeah, I felt like just because of how many units are there, the feng shui was definitely off. He was disturbing the peace over there on the western side. And it looks like, I mean, the meditation gardens isn't going to give him much resources if he continues to stay there. But still, I mean, he just can't take a fight straight up, though, right?
This is what Anatan's plan is. Look at the upgrade coming in play right now. It's armored hull. So he low-key has been massing a little bit of a naval military.
Oh.
And now Baltoon can just say goodbye to his main heart of his eco. He's playing this defensive game onto the land now, and he's playing the aggressive game onto the sea. Armored Hull just finishes up. Baltoon, he's not going to be able to do anything to be able to deal with this.
No, I mean, not only...
Look at how much better those boats are trading on out. Baltoon has to back away. He's going to use fishing boats to heal up. He's got to use his docks. Hopefully aeroslits are involved. He's diving the base of Anatan, but Anatan just needs to play this defensive. As long as he holds this, he could be fine, but he's so distracted onto the land now that his military on the sea backs on away. Look at his...
Oh my God.
He's got
chaos
Chuso,
of
he's
Holy
got
Island.
crossbows. Anatan has lost a significant amount of vills during this, and Baltoon's getting pretty close with his Castle Age resources.
Yeah, he's trying to, this is such an interesting spot for Baltoon because he feels like he has to put on pressure because his opponent's an age up, right? So he's like, oh, well, if I make a lot of units, I might be able to overwhelm and do something like that, but he got to get up to Castle Age at the same time. So it looks like he did a good job of doing that. However, those samurai and those Bugisha were able to idle some of Anatan's villagers. That wood line, whether it's back, whether it's front, continues to be damaged, and now he's going to be able to hit Castle Age. Might this game have shifted, Dax?
Well, wheelbarrow's on the way for Anatan, so now his villagers can run away a little faster. But I will say Castle Age now gives Anatan that breathing room to get back on his feet. He shouldn't have a huge mass into his base, but now it looks dead even. Slash Baltoon maybe, obviously having a little bit of extra eco, but you can't forget he needs a lot of the eco upgrades that Anatan already has. Anatan already has crossbows out. He's already got 5 knights out. He's got veteran chooks. He's got armored hull on his naval military. So there's a lot of extra resources that Anatan's already used in this Castle Age, so still will take a little bit of time, and Anatan's now starting to be the aggressor onto the land.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the age-old thing when somebody goes up to Castle Age or somebody ages up in general. That's 1,800 resources you didn't spend on units. You spent it building a fancy building. So Anatan's going to try to get some raids with some of those lancers. A couple villagers, I think, ended up going down. Economic count from all the chaos that's been going on Holy Island. Villagers getting raided on gold mines, wood. We had some naval battles. Economic count, somehow, is a little bit close to even.
Yep. And the key here is you got to really, our overlay doesn't give you the full transparency with just the numbers, but it does when you kind of see the unit count under each name. You really got to try to figure out the divide between naval and land military, because if all of a sudden one person's got 60 and 60, but 40 of that's on land and 20's on the sea, well now, you could be very, very tilted off the scale on one way and completely lose the fight. Wololo comes into play. Not easy to take those units down, and again, not normal monks, and one unit gets taken, relic gets dropped, monk's trying to run on away, but will have to just turn and try to bonk a unit or two before he dies.
Yeah, that one Onabugisha getting converted as he's running away, probably the worst decision of his life. Because he had 15 to 20 units trying to come at him on the opposite side, but now that, Anatan, he's trying to get the map control, trying to get some of those relics, but now Baltoon and Castle Age does have Shinto priests now. He did get the floating gate, so he's going to be able to try to get those relics as well. So, he got a Yoroshiru. He's going into that barracks, so he's going to continue to make those foot soldiers. And this is, man, like every time you feel like something is going on, another Wololo, is he going to convert back? He's like, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. He goes back to the other side, but now he ends up dead. Baltoon tried to raid that wood line over there on the western side, but nothing there. Really good job by Anatan getting some Springald towers. This is what's going to stop things like raids happen, especially against Onabugisha, because it seems like both these guys, chaos going on both levels. They just got to stabilize. What do these guys have to stabilize?
Yeah, you say that the Springald Towers. I think Baltoon did a greater job. Walls. I think that's going to do a greater job to turn raids. But as I say that, 4 knights hitting the wood line. Baltoon hasn't yet reacted. A little bit slow there. one or two villagers goes down. Not enough spots in that outpost to house those villagers, but doing a great job return raiding. And look at how quick both of these players are. Villagers just headed on home, but a lot of damage has been done on a lot of these villages. Like, look at the low health units on both sides. There's been constant diving bases, constant raids everywhere where there's just villagers low, units low, and absolute hecticness. Anatan, though, ends up 11 eco.
Wow. That's kind of amazing how he was ending up doing that. There's raids, there's counter raids. You can see it on your mini map how many battle notifications are popping up on the screen. Oh my god, look at this navy from Anatan. Oh my god. I mean, he pulls over, like, you know, the Onabugishi are going to be able to take hits from a lot of those arrow ships, but like, that navy is massive, and that ends up being in the military count. So it looks like on land, Baltoon has more military, but you can see it on the top part of your screen. A lot of that ends up being navy.
Baltoon's got a significant amount of navy as well. I find a lot of times this is what'll happen because it's again, so I'll say it 25 times today. It's so hard to take down docks. Like, you feel like you can never really push and close the gap on the other side. And that's where they're trying to close the gap on the land to eventually maybe win on water. Anatan is pushing up onto the water right now as he is pushing up onto the land, has continually been raiding. And maybe this is finally going to be the time of demos. Oh my god. It gets a couple great connections. Fishing boats have been going idle. Baltoon has a significant amount of military ships here, but he has to micro onto land as well as the water, and that isn't good when you are on the defender. You've got fishing boats that can be taken out, your eco can be taken out, and Anatan, it's a lot easier to aim move those ranged units as they can just take out everything in front of them. Looks like he, yet again, takes another huge win on land.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think he kind of won both. You know, I mean, there's a lot of springald chips over there from the eastern side of the dock, and he's continuing to just A-move with these Zugnu. They're cutting through Baltoon's units like a chainsaw through a tree, and all of them end up going down. It looks like he lost on Navy, he lost on land, and Anatan's going to take this one.
Yeah, and we see Zushi able to take the dub on Holy Island. So I know we saw some question marks in the chat when we saw it picked. We're like, whoa, Japan's the new great onto hybrid, onto water. Well, Anatan has something different to say. So check the replay, check his build orders, and maybe we're going to start seeing Zushi picked a lot more often. What a great match to watch, though. I feel bad for Vodka. Big shout out to him, as it is hard to balance and deal with all of the raiding, all of the fighting that is just constantly everywhere when it comes to Holy Island maps.
And somehow, this is why Vodka's the best to do it. He ended up hitting everything that we needed throughout the entirety of the game. Man, that guy makes us look good, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Big shout out to him. And you know, if you're enjoying the stream, you're enjoying the cast, and you want to support just a little more, feel free to throw that little Prime sub if you have it. And I know that the Kickstarter has been talked about here a lot recently, as it was announced last week. I was a player supporter, actually. These two players would be the players that I would put my name behind as well. If y'all had to offer, had to ask, but I put my 50 euros, $50, whatever it was, on in. So if anyone else wants to throw some support, Kickstarter's a great way to do it. There's some really cool rewards. I think EGC mouse pad's one of them. I mean, how can you not want an EGC mouse pad? So go check those on out and see if anything interests you enough to throw in some money.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, if you want to be on this stage, okay, you want to be one of those players, you need an EGC mousepad. All right, you're not going to be able to play at a Conk 3, Conk 7 level without an EGC mousepad. So go ahead, get in that Kickstarter, because it's going to give you more AoE 4 events on top of what we have already. If you like AoE 4, I like AoE 4. Hey, we heard you like AoE 4. We're going to put some AoE 4 in your AoE 4. So you can play AoE 4 while you AoE 4, okay?
Well, there we go. A lot of AoE 4 and you know, there's never enough of it. But this series we have in front of us, it's been a wild one. It has been an exciting one. Their play styles, it's fun to watch, especially, you know, just the aggressiveness, the constant, you know, fighting, the battling, and Mali versus China. Mali's a civ that you can't let do their thing, but I would say, I guess, the same for China. So really this becomes do we see like the 2TC Song Dynasty versus the Cow Boom, which I feel like is a lot of times the way this matchup ends up coming to play. And it's like, well, whose eco is going to be better? The big, it's weird. Mali has a big strength when it comes to their early castle age, and I feel like China has a big weakness when it comes to their early castle age. So if early castle age is kind of when we see this game close and played out a lot, and if Mali's not able to close it, then it's China's. But there can always be some weird stuff, barbecue rush, a lot of other different things we could see going on in.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly right. It's all timing, right? And it seems like from looking at it on paper or in a vacuum, the Malians might be able to get to that quote unquote late game eco a little bit faster just because of those passive incomes, those cows, those pit mines, and all that kind of stuff. But we're going to see if Anatan, this is a pivotal game 3 here. Remember, in this 1-1 series, Anatan is undefeated. Baltoon is sitting in the number 5 spot in this group. So, hey, winning this game might mean you make it to playoffs or not. And you're putting all your weight into China, Anatan is. Baltoon putting all his weight into Malians. Let's get it going, baby. Game number 3, Baltoon playing as the Malians, the color red spawning on the southeastern part of the map. Anatan in the color blue as the Chinese on the northwestern side. So you might be thinking, from looking at the mini map, hey, did we just play this map? Kind of looks like Holy Island, isn't it? It's not, though. Take a look at these cliffs. You want to throw yourself off one of those cliffs to build dock? Good luck. Not gonna happen.
I love how there's still the deep sea fish to like make you think like you're like, oh, there's gotta be a way. Can I like start mining through the cliff? Like, no. It's just for looks. It's just for views. But the big thing to focus in on early, I will say, is we talked about in the Mongol Mali game early. Mali is one that it does depend their map spawn a little bit to feel like how the game's going to play out. Are you going to have any glaring weaknesses as far as gold locations? His first initial gold, lovely spot for Baltoon. Very happy for him there. I'm sure he is happy to see that one backside behind his wood line. But his next 2 golds are not the most beneficial for him. He's got one in front of the wood lines, not too far away though. So hopefully he can secure up that location. The other one all the way into the corner. So a far walking distance, but again, hard for Anatan to actually kind of take down the first gold mine or the first pit mine and the second one if he goes to the corner as well.
Yeah, and we watched the Malians in the first series go up against Mongols, and you needed to go to some of those pit mines all the way out there, and Demu did a good job of doing that in the first series. In this series, China, we talked about this before also. Both of these civilizations, they kind of leave themselves to their own devices. They kind of play solitaire for a little bit. So maybe that forward pit mine, even though, it's in a quote-unquote dangerous spot, this is one of the civilizations that you're up against, the Chinese, that might not do much about it.
Yeah, and one thing I'm really worried about for Anatan right now is I've been hearing the bell ding for Baltoon a lot. And that means a lot of sheep are being brought in, which might not seem like it's that big of a deal. It's not for Mali. They don't care that much, but it is for Chinese, as they like to sit under that first initial mill. They like to just sit there, supervise for a significant amount of time. Okay, it's not that big of a difference, but it's still, we got a 5 or so extra sheep. He was able to pick up a few more on the way back. So I just saw what was under the mill. I got kind of worried for Anatan there for a second, but wasn't as much of a off the tilt as we've seen in some games before.
And it's still a great point, though, Dabs. I mean, China, one of their weak points is when those sheep run out, when those berries run out, and then they don't have a granary transition yet, and they got to go out to get food somewhere else. That's the raidable area for the Chinese. You cut them off of food, you might be able to cut the head off the Hydra.
Yeah. But one thing on this map now, it's kind of deceiving because the cliff, like, it makes you think like it's that big of a map. Sometimes, when you're playing it, it's not. But the wood line that Anatan can actually wall up on the western side, he can protect all his food. Like one little, that's probably 45 wood if I had to guess. Probably going to protect 2 sets of berries and a full set of deer. So food being his problem, I 100% agree. It is always China's big problem kind of in this mid game, in that early castle age where you need to transition to granaries. But he should have some safe food if he just drops that little short wall earlier than later.
Oh yeah, especially with this spawn, you might definitely be okay. This is a Chinese spawn that a lot of people have dreams about if you're a China player, right? And especially, I mean, we talked about the Malian gold, Chinese gold on the north side. He has a couple gold mines there, just because of these wood lines being a little forward. This is so wallable. You're absolutely right. Not only even on the western side of the base, but on the northern side as well. So both these players, again, might just be left to their own devices, but it looks like Baltoon. Did I just see a stable going up there?
Oh, Pro Scout. Oh, we're gonna see. Oh my gosh,
Love it.
Baltoon's a player that like sometimes he'll come with these just like off the wall like strategies at times, and it looks like Pro Scouts is going to be his play here. And Anatan was going to go for a Barbican rush, and Baltoon's gonna have the perfect counter to this if he has the scouts actually coming. Did he cancel it? No, he didn't. He finished the Pro Scouts, but he just got he just has his initial one. He never queued up another one. So it looks like Anatan's playing it's gonna be Outpost first. No Barbican. He doesn't have the resources for Barbican.
No, I think he's passing that pit mine.
He's gonna go to the initial. He's going to the first one.
Yeah.
And maybe this is one of those. So with the Barbican rush, you don't want to just drop the Barbican. You want to drop an Outpost first to give yourself that kind of locate that stopping location to go, okay, now you can't just burn the Barbican. Now you can't just dive villagers with villagers and fight me straight up because you have more villagers. The Outpost will deny all of that, and Chinese villagers build those outposts quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, probably before I even
right
finish
by?
the sentence.
Does Anatan see the second pit mine? Yeah, he did. He just saw it. He just saw it with 2 spears. So he'll start burning down that location, I'm sure.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. China, usually 5-6 minutes in the game, they don't want to really do anything about this. That outpost coming up before I can even finish this sentence. And that means, you know, I mean, yeah, you might not necessarily stop that pit mine. It did go up in Dark Age, but you're going to be able to torch it down maybe. You know, so this is creating that episode for the Malians being like, hey, I got to do something in feudal, and I don't want to.
And the crazy thing is Baltoon, he dropped that stables early. I bet you he wishes it was an archery range, because now he had to drop the archery range. The archers are coming out a little bit late, and now he can't really deny those villagers, can't deny that outpost from doing anything. The initial pit mine should end up getting taken down, and Baltoon already prepping right when it does to go ahead and build the second pit mine over onto the east.
Yeah, and that's probably the best strategy, right? There's no way that you're going to be able to put up against this tower. You know, he's doing a good job microing those spearmen even to get them into the outpost, so that's really going to help him out too. For the Anatan now, it looks like 8 spearmen are on the battlefield scout trying to take down that second pit mine as well. How much?
One more torch. Yep, there it is. Now it's on fire.
I mean, when you're Anatan, how much are you going to commit to feudal age like this thing?
So I think the key is not necessarily the full commit. It's just getting Mali on the back foot and making them over invest into the reaction. So and that's where we see it now. Anatan, he's going off over to the stone. He wants to go second TC now behind this. I'm surprised Baltoon actually has as many cows as he does already. He's up at 4 cows. I expected him to kind of react to this a little bit more than he has. That is not a normal scout over there, so Anatan does have to respect that.
Yeah, and it's taking pot shots at that IO. He says, hey, man, my civilization doesn't collect taxes, and I don't think yours should either. So trying to get that stone mine and trying to get that 350 wood, or 350 stone, excuse me. Again, this is just going to be both of these civilizations. They know that leaving them to do their own thing is going to be damaging, so they're just trying to do the opposite. And it's good play out of both.
And now Anatan does have enough for that Barbican, so he can go Song Dynasty, and he's about to have enough for a secondary TC. So I'm wondering where okay, Barbican's safe in front of the berries, so he's not choosing the wall, he's just choosing to drop the Barbican over there, at least for now.
Yeah, I like the Barbican placement too, because it kind of, you know, we talked about walling that particular area, but there's an archer here, Chinese, although they build a little bit quicker, he actually cancels that Barbican. This is going to make more villager idle time walking in the other direction. Now with 1 or 2 archers over here, where are you going to build that Barbican now?
Anatan has to wait for his horsemen now. He already has the stables. So we'll just need to pop out with a few horsemen, but those archers are proving to just be so annoying. stepped up a little too far though. Took one hand cannon shot from the TC. Baltoon realizes the archer's about to die. He's gonna get a villager for it. He does get a villager for it, so at least is able to get something for the trip from those archers. Not only delays the Barbican, but takes down a villager. And Anan hasn't started the Barbican now yet because he had to spend his food onto 3 horsemen.
Yeah, and you might think maybe a little bit of an overcommit here. You know, building the stable, building 3 horsemen for just 2 archers. It seems like a lot, and you might be thinking, you know, you're watching this game, and you might be thinking that we're nitpicking a little bit, but this delays things like Sonic Dynasty, so your villagers are going to be a little bit slower, right? Getting that economic count, and that means Baltoon has more time to do things like get his cow boom going, get the castle age going. That every second of delay time when you're playing with the best of the best matters so much.
Yep. Anan though, he's starting to wall that western wood line instead of the Barbican now. Maybe he forgot about the Barbican now. He's just full committing. He's at 0 food per minute. Okay. Where's his food? Back onto the deer. Okay. It's like he was at 0 food per minute for a while though, so kind of made me scared, as never a fun situation to be in as you're not gathering any of your vital main resource to produce military and villagers.
Yeah, and it's never fun that you're 10 minutes into this game and still on Tang Dynasty. You know, I mean, just because of that food differential and the fact that he was on 0 for a little while because he was trying to build that town center, it just means he's not going to be able to. A little bit of a horseman raid, though. Those 3 horsemen actually making a difference. The wall's going to go up, but maybe that villager's going to go down at the cost of it.
The key is the wall goes up though. If that horseman gets through, that's where the second pit mine is. That is where the heart of Baltoon's eco is, and it's not only the heart of his eco, it's vulnerable eco. Like if that horseman gets through, the villagers have to run, and that's a ton of idle time for Baltoon. Look at his resources. He's about to go up to castle. He might not have a full set of cows, but going up to castle right now when Chinese is just dropping a second TC, isn't up at Song Dynasty yet either. This is feeling pretty good.
And, you know, we talk about the Chinese going to town center and how important it is to get all of your villagers and all that kind of stuff. Is Song Dynasty helping you out whether you have it or not? But the thing about it is, having 2 town centers like this, it's expensive, right? I mean, he has a lot of villagers on food. He's trying to get that deer patch, but Baltoon, he doesn't need to do that. He doesn't need to make more villagers. All he needed to do was build some cattle ranches and get some bovines out there. He did that very well. 15 villagers on the Fulani Corral. Now this is the point. He's got about, I would say, probably about a 4 to 5 minute window where as long as he does some damage to the Chinese, he could take the series.
The only thing I'm worried about is the game extending and Baltoon not getting access to gold. As that outpost is fortified on the original spot, Anatan's dropping the Barbican now, so that's not Castle Age. Don't let that trick you guys. He is just going up to his second feudal, if that's what you want to call it, and he's already found 10 villager lead. But as far as what lead it actually is, Baltoon's ahead in eco because of the cows.
Right, and you can see, I mean, the economies for food and gold per minute for Baltoon, he's just starting to hit a stride, right? For the Malians now in Castle Age, again, getting those SOFA technology. So he's going to be adding a little bit of mobility to him. Anan knows that he's going to be dealing with some Castle Age shenanigans from the Malians. He starts to wall up pretty much all around and trying to take the fight to Baltoon on that pit mine on the eastern side. Like you said, Dabs, that second pit mine is Baltoon's saving grace. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, Anan, he's dropping the Barbican on the boar as well. I think that's his game plan to again try to delay his food transition a little bit further. And he still has walled up his secondary deer, has another set of berries, so has a decent bit of food, but will be running out. This trade, though, is going very well for him, as spears were on top of the sofa. And as far as castle versus feudal, you can't ask for much better than this. But Anan will lose the rest of this mass that's forward. He's trying to fall back with this now. He's taking the boar. Baltoon's starting to drop himself some forward walls.
Oh no, he tried to pull that pork all the way over to the Barbican and lost a villager in the process. Ugh, it's so like it's just demoralizing, you know. I mean, one villager, China's on 2 town centers, you know, the economic county's getting a lot of villagers, but that one villager just has to sting a little bit. Now with these sofas with imported armor, You're seeing Chinese regular archers, not something that you see pretty often, just because the Song Dynasty got so delayed. Those archers are shooting marshmallows at those Sofa. They can run wherever they want to go.
Yeah, and I mean, Baltoon's main game plan, main goal right now, he probably just saw a couple of those deer get killed. It's just deny Anatan's food. If you deny Anatan's food, you force him on the farms, you force him off of food, he's not hitting castle anytime soon. He's struggling hard to continue to produce villagers, continue to produce any military, and here comes the wall burning. And how much time will Anatan have left? He's pulling those villagers away already.
Yeah, and I mean, what's he gonna do with this pot? You know, this deer pack is obviously very unsafe as we see the Sofas torching down that wall. He's not gonna sit down and do a granary transition. He doesn't have time for that. He doesn't have time to make farms. He doesn't have time to do anything. So now that deer patch is now null and void, what does he have back home? He has a berry patch, and maybe a second berry patch, and that's kind of it. I mean, it's slow to get those resources underway. But again, if he goes to Castle Age in this situation, again, 1,800 resources, you didn't spend on military, Baltoon just might be able to run him over.
Speaking of 1,800 resources, Anatan's almost getting 1,800 food per minute, so he will be Castle Age in a couple seconds as long as he can continue that gathering. He's getting hand cannon slits on that forward outpost to try to protect up his gold. Spears are here to deter the Sofa from burning down the walls, and there's even a good amount of range mass to not allow the archers to step up and fire at the villagers. So somehow, some way, Anatan is stabilizing and might give himself timing to go up to castle.
You know, that's a giant question mark for me too, because I'm not 100% sure if he is stabilizing. But if this palisade wall is going to have to act like the Great Wall of China, this is going to have to stay up for a little while. And I see Baltoon, you see some red markers as some of those Zugnu taking hits on archers. Decent amount of archers end up going down. On that eastern side for Anatan, that wall still has a hole in it. So he might be able to raid, attack from two different angles at once while he's trying to take down this Great Wall. Maybe he's able to get around, try to get to some Chinese economy while this is going on. Could be very effective for him. Now, I do think, not only with those berries helping him out, let's not forget about that boar on the Barbican. That's the reason why he's getting all that food per minute, and that's probably what's saving him too.
And he has enough for castle. He's dropping the clock tower, 15 villagers on it. Those are Chinese villagers. They're going to finish that in the blink of an eye. He's got his range mass firing from the wood line. Again, trying to deny these Sofa from burning down the walls. Anatan taking the fight, though. I think he just kind of wants to push this away. Spears, every time the Sofa stay there for a little too long, the Spears are going to step up and take that fight, though.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, they're doing a good job, even though they're Castle Age Sofas, they're doing a good job of taking them down. It just depends on how many spearmen are left. It looks like maybe a hole of that wall ends up going down. Those Sofa has free range on those Zugnu. Those Zugnu don't have the damage. This is going to be an issue, Dabs. Those villagers, I don't think they're going to live.
Villagers need to jump inside the outpost. Anatan's got plenty of villagers. That's not his problem. Maybe he's just using them as a sacrifice, using them as a wall. Doesn't really care. Now he's falling back away. But look at how many Sofa there are. They're 21. And those aren't horsemen. Those are pseudo knights, essentially. Imported armor, I believe, has already been in play for a good bit now. Shoot's trying to kite back. Veterancy came into play. They're in a small little choke point, but there's archers firing on that mass as well. No villagers inside the town center either to help out a little bit extra.
And I mean, Baltoon's army, he's positioned himself right in front of the production. Even getting some raids on that boar. Anatan is completely taxed when it comes to APM. And I mean, he got the Castle Age upgrade on those Zugnu, but there's not that many Zugnu left to try to take this military count. 49-6. 48-5. It's going to continue to go down. Look at all those villagers. Oh my God, they're not doing anything. This is a disaster.
He doesn't have anywhere to go. 0 military count. He has absolutely nothing, and Baltoon has just constant red streaming across the map. Barbican fully denied. Villagers on the berries denied. His last hope is the deer villagers, but that's a finite resource. Baltoon can just wait this out. Once the deer runs out, Anatan's got nothing.
Those Sofa, just like you talked about, have so much armor, they're going to sit under the town center. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Game number 3, going to Baltoon. This is a very classic death by furniture.
Yeah, and I feel like this is always what happens in this matchup. China, it seems like they want to be a little bit too greedy. Like they want to get 2TC Song all the time, and Anatan was just a little bit late on the Barbican, and that caused him to lose a villager or two, caused him to lose some positioning, and then every couple seconds, every couple minutes that you get delayed, it starts adding up quickly. And even though you see the massive villager lead for Anatan, it doesn't include all the passive resources for Baltoon that basically nullifies all of that.
Yeah, and I mean you're exactly right. And the fact that Anatan, I mean, it probably has around 80 villagers at this point, but they have nothing to collect. Those villagers, I mean, yeah, you're thinking, yeah, he's got a lot of villagers, but if they're not collecting anything, what's the point?
This is one of those though when you're watching it, it's easy. Like if I'm playing Molly at that point, I'm not making that dive because I'm scared. I see 40 units behind a wall. I'm trying to burn down that wall. I feel like I'm losing too many units during that time. Baltoon's like, no. My units are better. Just let me burn down the wall, take the fight, and then look at the graph after it. Baltoon just kind of stays up and Anatan just takes a full dive, not to something to absolutely zero.
Dude, that's a coastal cliff if I ever saw it myself. That that military count hitting the floor with no way to come back. Such a good, oh my god. Dabs, this was an amazing series. This was so
Very
much
fun one
back
to
and forth,
watch. Yeah.
especially game 2 on Holy Island. You know, with all that chaos and that back and forth, Anatan tying the series up. Man, this was just an absolutely fantastic storyline, but if you blinked, you might have missed the transition. We've got another game, another series coming at you. Marine Lord versus Demu. We saw Demu in the first series. Marine Lord, we do know he's on the top of his group. It's his group to lose. We're going to see if he's going to be able to get a win on Demu, who's, I mean, for him right now, he's got to be feeling good. Took that 2-0
Okay.
against Recon. Momentum's there for him.
Yeah, it looked pretty clean here. But Marine Lord, he is no joke to go up against. And someone, whenever you're playing against Marine Lord, I actually notice it sometimes casting against players where like they'll give like an extra level of respect. Like they'll take a big win and then they like won't close out the game and they kind of give them some extra time and you're like, why are you letting them do that? Like, why are you not? And it's like sometimes they just get that in their mind. They're like, it's Marine Lord, you get that extra bit of worry. But we got Sass coming in with the prediction. He says 2-0 Demu. So, put some channel points on this one. There'll be some hype back and forth here. It's Deli versus Mongols, which is it's one that I feel like this matchup's kind of transitioned a lot of different ways over the course of AoE 4, but it still always kind of is about tower rush, aggression, and denial of sacred sites if possible.
Yeah, because I mean, it's kind of what Deli like. We've seen Deli in the last series with Anatan playing against them, and a lot of the times we watched how Anatan went for 2 blacksmiths to start out in the beginning of the game. That little bit of greed, not really there against the Mongols, and especially because the first 6 or 7 minutes of the game for the Deli, they want to do things like get those buildings up. They want to do things like maybe get another scholar or two. They want to do things like get their technologies. They need a little bit of time to ramp up. The Mongols, as we all know, Mongols all the way back in season 0 is what I call it. It was just basically from the game's inception. They don't give you time to breathe. The best Mongolian players are the ones that keep you in a constant state of panic and a constant state of duress throughout the entirety of the game, to the point where Delhi might not be able to get the ground up. They might not be able to pack that snow, from the analogy I'm going to use over and over again. So is the Mongolians going to be able to do that with a tower rush, or is Demu going to be able to get his feet out from under him and take a pivotal game 1?
Yeah. It's crazy thinking about Tower Rush 2, about how strong it actually used to be. It's been nerfed like 12 times over, and it still is the way that Mongols opens 95% of the games, I would say. Um, and it's just because it still has a strength to it. It's still, whenever you're the one taking the map control, when you're the one being the aggressor, it changes up your opponent's build order. It doesn't allow your opponent to just stay clean, stay chill. It's like I always laugh when people will like ask about build order videos or whatnot. I'm like, it's very rare that you get like 7 minutes into a game and you're like, I'm just following a build order. Like, let me just, you have to react. You have to like do have to focus on what your opponent is doing as well. And that's where Mongols doesn't ever allow you to chill.
Yeah, and I think that's why, I know if there are people in chat who like to play Mongols, this is pretty much the reason why they like to play Mongols. You're like, yeah, you got a build order. You went to Beastie's YouTube, or you went to Voldemar's YouTube or something like that, and you found a build order. I don't care. I'm gonna put a tower in your face, and you are gonna have to deal with it. You're gonna have to put up or shut up. And I think for Demu as the Deli. That's what you got to do. Put up or shut up.
Yeah, Sasses don't think it might not be a tower rush. Again, the Deli, if you tower rush, usually it's the gold that you deny on other civs. Against the Deli, they're usually not even gathering gold because if you're going Tower of Victory, you just gather enough gold for a second scholar on your way up. But you can still sometimes, I've seen the tower go up onto the berries, just kind of just trying to deny the edge of berries or whatever. But even still, whether tower rush or not, Mongols will be aggressive, will be sending some Keshiks across. They have that mobility as well to kind of counteract the sacred sites and whatnot. But enough of that. Let's see what these build orders have in store for us. This is our third series of the day. It's Demu in the southeastern side as the Deli in the color purple. It's Marine Lord in the northwest in the red as the Mongols.
Yeah, we're taking a look at Marine Lord spawn here. That gold vein pretty out there, as Vodka's showing us on the northern side. So not that stereotypical picture-perfect Mongolian spawn, but still going to be able to get that Uvu out. And let's take a look at, we did see Rocky Canyon before, but let's take a look at it because I like to kind of call it wet Arabia at this point because you have those little bit of ponds. There's just nothing in them, right? So I understand why, and I understand why you would pick Mongolians on this map because they love open maps. They love doing that kind of stuff. Deli really likes this map because you got 3 sacred sites. You're going to have the ability and the mobility to traverse all of those different things. So we're going to see how this ends up playing out. I did see 150 wood get removed from Marine Lords.
It's a bear.
Yeah, there's a bear.
So here's the thing is you see Demu spawn right now, and it's actually one that I think this is you don't want to tower rush the gold. It's the berries. Want to go and dropping a tower on these front berries, it not only will deny berries, it's going to give him a ton of vision into the base. It denies the deer pack in the front. It denies basically Demu from having an easy route to the middle sacred site. He's going to always have to path around the 2 wood lines, which is just such a clunky thing to end up doing if this tower does end up going up where I think it would.
Right. And I think with obviously with those wood lines coming out from the Deli, both of them being pretty forward, I mean, Marine Lord's got to be licking his chops once he sees this. I mean, there's no way for him not to. Now, when you're the Mongols and you go for a tower rush on Rocky Canyon, are you trading now after that because you've gotten that map control?
Yeah. This is yes and no. I think you're big folk. I think this is a map that you want to go trade on, especially just kind of looking at it where the market is. It's usually has a nice trade path for you where you can kind of get it behind your base with the natural wood lines. But I think the main focus is just seeing how the tower rush goes, how the aggressiveness goes. If there's even I think I see a villager trailing, but see how the aggressiveness goes, and then you kind of can debate on how you want to react from there.
Yeah, that's really what it's about, right? The actual success or failure of the tower rush. Demu going up with the Tower of Victory, of course. He should probably know, based on some of the scouting that he's done, that he's probably going to be seeing some sort of tower rush. He does scout what's going on the other side. He does know that some spearmen, I think he was able to find some of those spearmen, and there's the third and the fourth one going to be able to hit. So he knows it's coming. And this is very interesting. What I've noticed from somebody who plays Deli, like myself, when you get a tower rush like this, it's very interesting in terms of what to do because you need a lot of wood to get a lot of those buildings, and then it kind of forces you into an archery range to kind of take down some of the spearmen, and it's wood that you would rather be using to build buildings instead of archers. It just makes it tricky.
Yep. And here the berries get denied. Not too big of a deal as Demu will just fall back onto the sheep. I love how Marine Lord split his first 2 spears, and he's actually going to deny some of that gold. 8 gold short. It's 8 gold short. He wants that second scholar, and that's all.
Yeah, getting that 130 is really important. I mean, it's just going to mean all your technologies come up a little bit quicker. And I really like that little bit of micro that Marine Lord had just to put 1 torch down on that mining camp, because I'm pretty sure I'm not sure if that torch actually hit. Did he get raid bounty from that?
But I think Demu waited the 10 or 15 seconds and it reset. So he did not get raid bounty from it.
Man.
But I picked up what you were putting down. I like that he did throw that torch over to the mining camp. It was the great idea. The outpost is up. The 4 spears jump on inside, and the villager. This is where I see a lot of people are elo or lower. They'll continue that villager on a round, and it's because our scouting sucks. And it's like, oh, we didn't react to it. You know, now Marine Lord expects Demu to be able to react to a second outpost and deny the second outpost from going up because Demu is feudal. So he'd rather keep that villager alive. Me, I'm like, it's one villager. It doesn't matter too much. I'll just start building more outposts and hope to, get some more damage on it. But Marine Lord pulls it back home. He's like, that outpost is doing exactly what I wanted to do. Now let's just play my game.
Man, I do that. I do the same thing as Mongols. You build that first tower, and you're like, "This tower is great." You know, it would be awesome if I had another one. And you go ahead and you try to find something else. But then we're going with a barracks first, actually, because he's kind of skipping that Dark Age spearman and the reactivity to that of going with an archery range, kind of like what I said before. And he knows that probably for Marine Lord, he's going to be adding Keshiks into the mix. So he's just skipping those spearmen entirely. Those spearmen aren't really doing much to him. Marine Lord sees it.
So
he's going
big
with
brain.
an archery range. This 500 IQ play, I can't even keep up.
It's the scouting falcon. This is literally like this game shows us why scouting is important, why knowledge is important. Like we're sitting there talking about, Keshiks are going to be the play, aggressiveness is going to be the play. It's like, yeah, well, you're not going to go Keshiks when your opponent's double producing spearmen already. It's like you might as well go with the archers first and then go with Keshiks when they make sense to go. Oh my gosh! Not only that, he's just being annoying with the con constantly as well. Makes that scholar come out, cancels the efficient production, and Scholar will just heal that on up, but it's just still always a pain in the side to deal with.
Yeah, it's just that little, like, obviously he's not trying to kill any villagers, right? He's just trying to make that scholar come out, make sure he doesn't get enough spearmen, because that means he won't have a big enough mass later in the game, right? For the Mongols, this is why this is a quote-unquote 3-star difficulty civilization to play, is because every little bit of micro, every little damage you do with your con, it all matters and compounds.
And this feels really like the good thing for Demu with the unit composition he's making is the Tower of Victory is affecting all of these units. The bad thing is you're an immobile army trying to control multiple different spots of the map. You want to take sacred sites, and I don't see it in any point in time soon where Demu's actually going to be moving out to take sacred sites.
No, I mean, we're 6:45 into the game. Sanctity looks like it'll be done in about 20-25 seconds-ish. But, it's not really going to do anything. It's a fancy technology that you ended up getting. I think Demu, he's more so just trying to get the military mass to go outside. Not necessarily about getting sacred sites or anything. He just kind of wants to leave his base at this point.
And similar to the outpost we saw from Recon against Demu, this outpost for Marine Lord with the spears inside, eventually we'll get that raid bonus onto the mill in the center, onto the front side, and it will stop any of the free technologies if there were any of the extra free technologies in. A little bit of some damage done, but no villagers taken down still yet. Just idle time.
Yeah, and that little bit of idle time can make a difference in doing things like efficiently producing an archery range, right? He might not have the wood to continuously produce. He does have them in the stable. Really going to help him out in the Ghazi Raider category just because of all of the archers that he sees here. And what's nice is, Deli has the efficient production, but the Mongolians do 2 times production, right? Every single one of their buildings, at least for the first couple minutes in the game, kind of acts like Noah's Ark. They're coming out 2 at a time, right? So he's able to keep up, at least for a little bit in the early game, in terms of production, so it's going to keep Demu back in his base. We're 8 minutes into the game. I haven't seen anything besides Demu's scout venture forward past that woodland.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult. Now, he's on that 1-1-1, though, which will force Marine Lord into... Marine Lord able to step up and get a villager, that same exact low-health villager from before. Ghazi Raiders diving into the fight. Spears have to step up to protect the archers from Marine Lord, but haven't been able to close the gap onto the Ghazi Raiders. Scout falls, Ghazi Raider into the back line of the archers. All the spears are dead from Marine Lord, and so archers need to have a worry though, but another one comes into play, and Demu has to fall back, taking worse and worse trades. Another Ghazi Raider here though, no spears. Marine Lord just constantly kiting, taking down as many archers as possible, but has to run back away as he keeps running out of his spear mass. He just didn't think that that many Ghazi Raiders would be popping out this fast.
Yeah, that was defender's advantage coming in clutch with efficient production, right? You saw those Gazi Raiders coming out just quickly and just in the nick of time. You know, right when you were commentating that fight, and I was like, he's got more archers. I don't know about this. Gazi Raider just comes storming in out of nowhere, right where that stable is. So that's gonna help him breathe a little bit. Again, Sacred Site's continuing to be in the distant memory though for Demu.
Demu has had to move on to the eastern set of berries, so that's where Marine Lord, if he starts making any Keshiks or starts making any raiding units, I'm sure that will be one of the first spots he checks. Demu, though, finally being able to move out on the map, finally going to take a Sacred Site at just about the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, at least being able to breathe a little bit. But one of the things for the Deli, we talked about it in a previous series, going out to get those outside food resources. Look at that. You can see on the minimap on the eastern side how many villagers are going to a berry bush over here. He's got to bring some of his army here to be defensive, and it means if he does take a forward fight, he might think, man, I'd love to have a couple more Gazi Raiders in that fight. I'd love to have a couple more archers or a couple more spearmen, but they have to be used to defend because Demu, he's never going to do things like stay home. Now that he can breathe, he's going to be able to get some of those berry patches, but they're potential raidable targets.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Marine Lord, he's starting to invest in a few of those outposts to defend up some of the vulnerable locations of himself. He moved out onto the deer, and Marine Lord's going to go for that wood line again. Demu, though, he was ready. TC firing immediately. It's not a good situation, though, as far as that wood line goes. Is the outpost denying kind of any movement to the second big wood line, and that makes Demu, if main wood line that he's on gets denied, he's going to have to go very far out to the south.
Yeah, because definitely that northern wood line is definitely not safe, right? So he's got to go down to the south. And I mean, there are a decent amount of resources down there. So Demu is pretty fortunate. There's a couple gold mines there. There's a berry patch. There's woods there as well. So that might be able to help him out. Demu on the northern side, trying to maybe get a little bit of a Gazi raid. Difficult to do that with the Mongolians because you feel like you're under constant pressure. So sending your military out to try to do some raiding sounds
Outpost in the center's
counterintuitive.
finally getting burnt. It's just a full pull. It's because Demu, he knew he's running out of the eastern berries. He wants to have safe food, and he wants to deny any vision from Marine Lord. So good timing to pull on all of his military, go onto that central sacred site. And that's where the armies are about to clash here in just a little bit. Western sacred site should be denied from Marine Lord in the next couple seconds by his Skeshik. And there it is.
I'll tell you what, though. I really like... That stealth force is going to be an issue. I really like Demu's composition here. He takes a brace from the spearmen. Not what you want to see, but the Gazi Raiders might be able to work their way around north. Outpost trying to help him out. Archers with that Tower of Victory going to be able to take down a lot of these spearmen. It looks like there might be 4 or 5 Gazi Raiders that might be going, but honestly, I like Demu's composition in this fight, but it was the outpost helping him out. It was a little bit of pathing because of those Gazi Raiders that proved to be difficult as well. Demu's got to back out, and I didn't expect that.
I mean, it was the location of the fight. It was the stealth force right behind the outpost behind the stealth force. So right as the Gazi Raiders chose to take the fight, they're on top of the spears. They're on top of the outpost before they even know it. Marine Lord taking some decent trades, still having to fall back though. Keshik soon will be able to run rampant though, as all I see are a few spears left, and I don't know what Demu will have to efficiently be able to clear up a Keshik mass.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at army composition right now. Demu's got 17 archers with a lot in the queue. He's trying to make more units as best as he possibly can. But those Keshiks, I mean, just because we're not talking about a feudal knight civilization, those Keshiks are beefy. And with the amount of spearmen that Demu has, if Marine Lord just keeps massing up, making sure he's bolstering some of that other part of his army, that Keshik, that spearman number, he might be able to run him over.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one where Demu's Gazi mass got cut in half because of that engagement. He just dove right into the spears, and Marine Lord gets to keep stepping up, and I don't know where Demu's going to be able to get food if he loses another fight.
Yeah, no, because he's going to have to go back to his base, right? And that other fight looks like that's what's going to happen right now. Some spearmen going to be able to get in on the Keshiks. Looks like 1 or 2 are going to end up staying alive. Those Gazi Raiders, there are not enough to get that surround on the Mongolian archers. I think the Khan went down in that battle as well. Gazi Raiders on the south side, again, trying to get that surround, trying to find some archers to pick off. Marine Lord actually targeting them, however, and 1 spearman in the back going to be able to help him out. Archer count 26 each. This is so even, guys.
26 each. One Keshik, though, could prove to be the difference. Look at villagers for Demu. He's having to move out to the deer during the fight.
Oh, that's an issue. And I mean, I don't know if Demu has textiles, but I don't know if a change of clothes is going to help him out.
He definitely has textiles. He's Deli. If he doesn't have textiles now, yeah, he had textiles when the first couple archers were attacking on the wood line earlier.
Okay.
So at least a good proactive play from Demu, but having to go that far forward onto the deer, this is what I was talking about early with that outpost that Marine Lord first initially dropped. If that thing had been up for so long, and now Marine Lord knows exactly what Demu's problem is. It's food.
Yeah, because he went to this. This is probably one of the most dangerous food sites that he has. I mean, I'm not sure if he scouted where those berries are on the south or where the deer patch is on the east. I mean, yeah, they would have been a little more safer, but probably a little bit more farther away. And now Demu, you can see how much food per minute he's at. It's at about 200. It's continuing to go down just because those villagers are trying to gather from that deer. 18 food isn't going to help you produce anything.
Yeah, and more importantly, how long has he been denied off of all the sacred sites? I feel like he had that one single sacred site for like 45 seconds, and that was it. Like, he is not using Deli strength, or like he's trying to use Deli strength, but Marine Lord has just been countering it out so well just with this full Mongol feudal.
Yeah, and I think now that on that south side, it looks like Demu's trying to cap that sacred site yet again. Marine Lord ends up pulling the majority of his army, has to come back to that middle site. Demu's trying to do a little bait and switch here with some of these sacred sites. Again, you got to keep your head on a swivel because of how many points of interest there are. One of these civilizations has deer stones, however, and might be able to do some kiting activity. While on the flip side, that south side sacred site gets denied. All it took was 1 or 2 Keshiks. He tried to sneak cap, didn't work. Those aren't shinobi, those are scholars.
Yep. And now Marine Lord's at the point, though, where he has his main mass just continuing to build up in the center, and he's splitting off 1 or 2 Keshiks here and there. That's going to hit that wood line. That's going to hit any of the other potential vulnerable food resources, but I think wood line's going to be the bigger problem here that Demu's going to have to deal with. First charge comes on in. Textiles doing a great job to not allow those villagers to immediately die, and those are Keshiks, not knights. Villagers go for the surround. You don't want to do that, but the spear is on the way, and Keshiks will fall back, I guess I should say.
Man, what's in those textiles? Got a little chainmail in there? Those villagers ended up staying the course. They actually ended up having the wherewithal, the aggressiveness to go into attack. I love to see it. Military count, both of these players, 54 to 48. These are the games, Dabs, while we're watching these guys kind of just stare at each other with outposts on the opposite side. These are the games I love. These feudal age fights, man, you're talking about obviously the macro to make these units. You're talking about the micro to get your units on your counter. This is Age of Empires 4. I love it.
Marine Lord able to move out onto the deer. I just feel like Marine Lord's up 10 villagers, and he's only killed 1. I don't know what happened on Demu's side, but something did.
Yeah, I mean, economic count for both these players. Marine Lord is actually 10 above. He's at 56 to 46, and I'm pretty sure he's got some pastures. But here's a big fight coming up. Spearman trying to get into those Keshiks. It looks like he's not going to get there. The Spearman count just isn't there. There are so many Keshiks here, Tim.
So many Keshiks, and when it's only archers starting to tickle the Keshik mass, it gets to the point where the Keshiks are just going to start healing up and not being able to be taken down. Only 4 spears left on that front side for Demu. Keshiks turn back around. They say, okay, great. This is the point where we want to just go ahead and take the engagement. Every time they turn, the spears have to turn again. And Marine Lord still has the archer number.
Yeah, and I think he's going to continue to have that archer number. Marine
Villagers?
Lord's doing a good job with his micro with these spearmen, but look at those villagers going up north. Oh my God, I think they realized it was bad. Oh, this is such an issue for him. Now he's out of food. He's going to be out of an archer mass pretty soon, too.
The spear mass has gotten cleaned up, and this is finally the point where Marine Lord just A-moves the Keshiks. As the spears come out, he's just going to be able to clear them up with each archer volley. And there's nothing now that Demu can do. He's been off of food. You're going to see this food income dive as he's going over to the other set of berries. And Marine Lord is approaching closer and closer to his base, closer and closer to the wood line of all of those villagers. Demu realizes it and throws in the towel. Marine Lord takes game number 1 after just not allowing Demu to take any map control with Deli. No sacred sites almost that whole entire game.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the Mongolian Empire for you. Foot was on the gas from second 1. He was trying to be aggressive towards the Delhi Sultanate, and it just felt like the Delhi Sultanate couldn't get up and going. You know, you take a look at some of the villager counts, and I think
I guess that's
maybe there
idle
was,
time. That's
yeah,
that's all idle time. You can tell. Like villager deaths is like the 6 minute mark. You can see when a villager got killed. All past that is all idle time. That's just
yeah.
Demu maybe not having food, focusing more in the military, and not too clean of a game from Demu. Obviously, it looks a lot cleaner from Marine Lord when we when we saw it and we're casting it, but that's a lot of idle time that you don't really expect from top players like this.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And it's just because of how much micro you need to do things like feudal age battles. You know, feudal age battles are so important. You have three different control groups for your rock, your paper, and your scissors, and you just got to make sure that your units aren't getting caught in a different angle or being, at an unfortunate position. And I felt like for Demu in those battles, there was a decent amount of those spearmen that end up getting caught out. You know, the spearmen went up to try to take down some of the Keshiks. They weren't really protecting the archers that much. And then for Marine Lord's archers, it was just target practice.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that one fight where with the stealth force with the outpost behind it, that was the game decider for sure. But it also felt like there was a I would say Deli's at a good point right now, like with where they are in the meta. Like people aren't saying, hey, they're D tier or anything like that. But there was a point, I would say, a couple months ago where people were talking about them being the bottom, and it wasn't because they're bad. It was because they're so one dimensional. You know exactly what they're going to do. And Marine Lord took advantage of that. He said, I know you want to take the sacred sites. You're going to use some military units. Let me just counter out whatever units you make, which we saw, immediately counteracting the early spears with archers and just took it from there. So really, really solid play from just beginning to end by Marine Lord. But now we're on to game two. We can see the series. It's on Lipany and it's a Ubids versus HRE.
This one's pretty interesting. You know, these are both civilizations. If I had to say, maybe Zushi aside, but pound for pound, some of the best fast castle civilizations that we have. You know, it's pretty interesting to see what they're going to be doing if they're going to go for fast castle shenanigans. You know, if the HRE, because we do know there's a couple builds from HRE, you can do things like a second town center. You know, you can do some kind of feudal age aggression. So maybe they want to do that, stop the Ibids from going into fast castle. There's a lot of different situations, that there could be. But I know for Marine Lord taking that first game, Demu did get that first series of the day that we had. Maybe that momentum's starting to come down a little bit. That second game, is this going to be a 2-0? Is he going to end up doing Iobids? Or is Demu going to be able to outfast the fast castle civilization? We're going to find out.
Yeah, I mean, the big kind of counteraction to that is you want to fast castle as Demu, but your opponent's going to have some free military units you have to react to. So it's going to be hard to do that. We'll see the Lipany spawns though, as that is always a big thing when it comes to Lipany, and we'll see what these for this game number 2.
Yeah, and I'm excited to get going. We're waiting for the game to start. The lobby screen is now no more. We are now into the game. Marine Lord playing as the Iobids in the color red, spawning in the southeastern part of the map. Demu, his opponent for the series, playing as the HRE in the color purple, spawning in the northwest. And I think one of the more important things, we talk about spawns for the HRE. Spawns are actually a little bit important. You want to make sure you get a good Aachen Chapel. And it looks like, we got berries in an opposite place from the gold. You see Vodka highlighting where he would put an Aachen Chapel. I appreciate that very much. We got some. Yeah, I would. Oh, no, we're all your grades. 3 for 3. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's one that like I found it funny in the old days of HRE. I felt like it was always about like food and gold, straight fast castle naked. Now it's like you want your wood line, like you want as much of your wood line as possible, especially now that it's a drop off location too. Usually just tuck it up next to the wood line and have a gap into your TC with that closer wood line to be able to drop farms as well.
Yeah, and that's really good because being that, like you said, having it as a drop-off point, it just saves you that 50 food or that 50 wood, right, to do that. And also, I mean, we're playing against the Ibids too, and like we talked about, if you go military wing going into feudal, you're going to be able to harass your opponent just a little bit while you're going up to castles. Some of those desert raiders might want to spend a little bit of that wood, get maybe 1 or 2 extra villagers on wood to get an outpost going around your gold mine if that's what you're looking to do.
if you go military wing, we all know military wing is coming. I mean, it's just, it was so funny. I think it was like Vortex and Luciferon who first started doing it, or that's who I first saw do it. And then it was like, oh, wow, this actually makes sense. Like when you first read it, you're like, it's not that great. You're like a free unit every couple minutes. You're like, not a big deal. It's like, no. It's what the unit allows or forces your opponent to do. It's like those Desert Raiders are not an easy unit to counteract just with like one or two. It's not like, oh, I built a spear, you're good, or I built an archer or two, you're good. Like no, you're gonna need a lot of them, so you're gonna have to counteract with the production building, multiple units that pop out of there. Meanwhile, Marine Lord's like, I'll just stay on food and gold and go to fast castle.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Having those units being able to, it's just free tempo, right? I mean, you don't have to change your macro. You can disrupt your opponent's macro. This really, I mean, if he does do a lot of, not necessarily damage, but things like idle time, just keeping Demu a little bit, keeping him a little bit, that's really going to make the change for him. But Demu is going to be going up with the Akan Chapel very correctly. Put exactly where Vodka did. Props to Vodka. He should be playing in this thing. Why is he watching it?
That's something that I'm all in for. Put in we can get a Vodka show match going here in the near future. But both age ups are on the way. Marine Lord still sticking with a few vills over on that gold. He's got the villagers spread out a little bit on the berries, but I don't think it's I don't know if it's gonna be growth wing. It could be, depending on how much reaction you kind of force from your opponent. Usually that is one of the things you'll see early on to know if it's growth wing. I'm going up to castle, that is if they spread out onto the berries and make sure to not deplete any of the berries, because if you go growth, you're going to be able to, oh my gosh, you just pulled off of it.
Oh, okay. That's why they pay you the big bucks, dude. You called it, nail right on the head. And I think for the Iobids, because you see some of them going culture, right? Because it's a little bit cheaper, 900, 500 instead of the 1200, 600. But maybe if you're playing against somebody who isn't being as feudally aggressive, maybe you could take that little bit of time to get those resources. And it looks like for Demu and what's going on with him, he's not choosing to be aggressive, because we see villagers on stone. You could see the macro and the villager allocation on the top left-hand part of your screen. He's got wood, he's got stone, he's going town center.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 2 town center play for the HRE, and archery range immediately being dropped to counteract that Desert Raider as well. So it's not playing the fast castle game. He's Demu saying, I'm playing my own game over here, and two town centers is going to be that.
Yeah, and it's really nice that, where this Akan Chapel was placed, even just like a tile down to the south, it just made sure that you were able to get your inspired villagers on the stone. And what I say about the Akan Chapel, that's where the prelate gets his megaphone. So he's going to be able to shout those inspirations in that radius, that 355 stone getting done pretty quickly. Whereas Marine Lord, on the opposite side, here's that Desert Raider we talked about, traversing his way up north. He might be able to stop what's going on here, because no outposts. Demu only has 1 archer. Demu, even with the no ranged armor out of the Desert Raider, it's still not bad.
Yeah, once you get the second, especially third archer, you do have to back away. And the bigger problem for Marine Lord, though, is he can't dive that wood line. If he steps up too close to that wood line, that Desert Raider's taking town center fire. So pretty good reallocation of villagers from Demu to really make it to where I don't even know if he needed an archer range, except to defend up where his second, yep, there we go. Defend up where he wanted to drop the secondary TC, which now allows him to go up to castle with a little bit of extra oomph behind it, because he's got an extra TC.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just because you're playing against the Iobids, you're only going to see 1 or 2 Desert Raiders in this time. And the Iobids, this Desert Raider, putting his bow away, going up with his sword. And you got to remember, because those villagers did get mad. Look at how much melee armor they have, Vodka. If you can click on it one more time, the Desert Raider. They have 5 melee armor. So those villagers aren't going to do anything. And this is a rather shady thing those Desert Raiders have. It's not something you think about, having them a lot of armor. So Archer's a good pick for him. Marine Lord already at the 900, 500. He's going to wait to get that economic wing. Like we talked about, those +8 villagers, huge.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those that I'm going to be excited to watch the graph at the end of the game and show you, hey, yeah, Demu's on 2 TC, but watch when this growth wing finishes, and basically Marine Lord's going to go, ha, your 2 TC's funny because I'm going to still be ahead in villagers once my castle age finishes.
Yeah, because I mean, even if you're thinking about the math, you know, each villager takes about 20 seconds to make. So getting those 8 villagers, it's kind of like you had a second TC for what is it, 2 minutes and 20 seconds, almost. So it kind of makes you, or makes your opponent, if you do go economic wing, do what the HRE is doing, right? And going for that kind of second town center, making sure he has the villagers to outlast. But because he went for that second town center, again, a little bit of the tempo swing for the Ayubids because of those 2 desert raiders. He's the one who's going to have control. And I'm looking at chat here, and how many relics do we have on the field right now?
Oh my god. Oh my god. No, why? Why? Oh.
I think I think the other 2 relics are in the next Lippany over. I don't think they can get to him.
Hey, there's too many wood lines. I guarantee you the wood lines spawned and made them. All right. Well, let's move past this. Demu's up 5 villagers. And yeah, so now we're going to see a lot more production starting to be dropped from Marine Lord. His age up's about to come on through. And one of the things I love about Ayubids when they go through aging up is just when you're playing as them, a lot of times you'll see castle age and they'll have another like set of castle age resources in the bank. Marine Lord, though, he doesn't have the castle age resources in the bank because he's getting a ton of eco upgrades during this age up time.
Yeah, and this is honestly, it's the great thing for the House of Wisdom researching the technology for you, right? That's why he gets that stockpile, and that's why the Ayubid Fast Castle ends up being as good as it is, because you're able to just pump out Castle Age units from second 1, and you're going to be able to do it out of multiple buildings. So he does hit Castle Age. He immediately hits the Camel Lancer button, which is fantastic. And then out of his archery ranges, he's going to be able to make more stuff too. It looks like he does have a couple archers here. Maybe he goes into, you know, when Demu hits Castle Age, he'll be able to get a couple crossbowmen as well. Those berries, all of a sudden, they went through budding season. They now have 100 more, so it means a little bit more food for Marine Lord as well. And then he's going to be dervishing out here as well.
The crazy thing now, Marine Lord should be able to get 2 of the 3 relics at least. Maybe even all 3, depending this timing. I think he's gonna go for the one on Demu's side first, and the Camulance will get there quite quickly, as has that little bit of extra mobility.
Yeah, it will. And just that, I mean, again, you're acting like a camel, but you have all the power of a knight, right? Those desert raiders are going to be able to take pot shots at those golden Aachen fields, as I like to call them, because of how great they are for your food economy. And again, Demu, because that second town center, this is his map control. This has been a point of interest basically throughout this entire series, where Demu, when it comes to map control, he probably has about 8% of the map for the majority of the series.
Yep, Scout also gets taken down, so he's not even going to be able to track where Marine Lord's units are going anymore. He's not going to be able to track this relic potentially getting stolen. He doesn't, and with his military mass, it's very, very important to constantly reposition them because of how slow it is. Not really of a big mass either.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We talk about HRE not going for archers too much, but it's something that he really had to do. Now, archers of the Castle Age variety for Marine Lord is going to be able to take care of these spearmen really, really quickly, and he's going to continue to bolster his archer mass. You see 4 in the queue, going to be able to take down a couple villagers as well. We're seeing the power of what the economic wing can do as well. Economic count, even though HRE has had that town center for probably about 4 minutes now, economic count 47 to 45, and starting to go. It's going to, I would think, because of the relics, it's going to make up for even that second town center even more.
And now we do see all of the relics will be under Marine Lord's side.
Yeah.
So 3 of 3 relics are Marine Lords, at least for maybe. He can always drop this relic and run, and then come on back for it as Demu. If he continues to chase that, he's going to lose his whole army. And you do not want to continue to chase that.
No, it really isn't worth. I mean, I know dervishes are quite the expensive unit, but now he's got those reinforcements to kind of help him out. You foreshadowed this too, Dabs. This mass is not very mobile, and he has some camel lancers, some desert raiders that will be able to help him out. Now, look at what Demu's doing here. This is Castle Age. He's going into Castle Age. He does have the economy to do this. He's going to Burgrave.
He is burgering. He's only at 4 villagers, but he is losing his whole entire military mass that I was talking about that he had split out with. So all those archers died. The few couple spears that were out there died. And more importantly, Marine Lord did not have to give up too much for this. So even though Burgrave's going to be coming, Marine Lord can react to that super easily.
Yeah, and because Marine Lord is Castle Age too, it feels like the reason why Burgrave works so well is usually you get that done so quickly if you're going for that quote-unquote Burgrave cheese. You're usually at the point where your opponent is still in feudal age and trying to get up to Castle Age, so you have Castle Age units, and you're going to be able to do something about it. Now, it seems like for Demu, it's more like a panic Burgrave, because he's like, if I don't get these 5 barracks immediately out here, I'm going to get run over.
Well, I'll counteract your panic Burgrave to why go Regnants if you're going to get 0 relics.
That's also fair. That's also, hey, both could be right. Let's just say
like,
both could be right.
Both could be right. It's like I might as well get 5 barracks because other than that, I'm getting a monastery. I don't know. So Marine Lord though, he's just going to continue this full frontal attack. The chapel position, while it was good for the time that Demu needed it, now the big fallback point is he doesn't have the front side of it protected. So half of the farms that he built will continually get denied, and this kind of just gives Marine Lord a constant point to focus his military. Just mass up where this chapel is, mass up where the gold is, and Demu will lose the game.
Yeah, it's kind of rough for the HRE because, I mean, no defensive structures either. I mean, he has that secondary town center, but that's pretty much it. His stone is forward, so it's not like if he were even to build outposts, he can get emplacements for him anyway. So, yeah, I mean, this is a super rough spot. He's continuing to go into Castle Age Men-at-Arms. I do think with the Camel Lancers that are here is going to be an issue, but Marine Lord does see how many Men-at-Arms that Demu actually has. Right now he's got 10, and the Burgrave's going to continue to pump him out. Now adding Crossbowmen, and now we're going to see our first Manjanique of the game. And we're going to see, just because a lot of these are foot soldiers, Manjanique, it's going to be a good unit.
Well, no. You know, I'm even more excited to see the Manjanique. It's because of the chapel farms. You just turn that thing into destroy building mode and just take out all the farms around the chapel.
I think that's exactly what... Oh, goodness gracious, great wildfire.
Look at how much damage it does to those. It's crazy.
Oh my god. And for how much those spread out too. Look at them all. Oh my god, those farms. You know what? I'll tell you what, that wheat, it's so easy to light on fire, isn't it?
Yeah, it just starts spreading too, as now we're starting to see, yeah, 1-2 farms get taken down, but all the other ones are half health in the near proximity to those. A few more get taken down, and now that chapel feels worthless. Marine Lord has essentially made 2 landmarks of Demu's get thrown down the drain. Villager pull! Villager pull!
Oh no.
Oh, Mango, just turn and shoot once. Just turn and shoot once. He's gonna get this around with his archers too. Oh no.
Around. It's shooting fireballs. Oh my
It's shooting
god.
fireball. Villagers are still being pulled. It doesn't look like Marine Lord had like a ton of the crossbows here. He wasn't ready for that huge men-at-arms mass. So nice play by Demu to kind of surprise Marine Lord's army. Crossbows aren't massed up enough to deal with this many men-at-arms, and nice play by Demu.
Yeah, I mean, I think it may be a little bit of an issue for Marine Lord too, because with the Manjanique, I mean, yes, it's very easy to light a farm on fire. It's not very easy to light a person on fire. So the Manjanique is not going to be doing that great against some of those units, but still, excellent hold from Demu. He used his Burgrave very well. He used his range mass really well, and right now, military count 33-19. Demu has the economy. He might need to, just in case Marine Lord didn't salt the earth around that Akan Chapel, might need to put some more farms down. But other than that, he's at a pretty good, I feel like he's at a good situation where he can hold. Maybe he can push the initiative here.
You know, the only big wrench I'm throwing in this all is the reason why Marine Lord's push failed is because he went 3 TCs behind this. He took down 20 villagers, took down all those farms, and I think he knew he was going to lose that military mass, because if he hadn't gone 3 TC, he would have had 25 crossbows there probably. But instead, he has this massive eco behind this, so when that push fails, he still knows, give me another 2 minutes, and I'm going to come back even stronger.
Yeah, Right, because Marine Lord with that, I mean, you see the economic lead right now, 70, 81 to 56, plus 3 relics, plus sacred sites. So obviously, economically, he's big. Ibid's with Marine Lord right now. Because of that, he's going to be able to reproduce his army. That's what's most important. He's gathering 1,800 food per minute. All of his villagers are pretty much safe. So I think for Demu, even though he has the military lead right now, he's got to do something with it.
Yeah, and not only that, it's like now Marine Lord has the easy transition to what Ayubids have a lot of strength in. Crossbow Gulams, lovely unit for the Ayubids, but also you can use all that infantry to continually build forward siege. You can heal them up with those Cambulances like we're seeing, and then your couple Desert Raiders that you're still getting for free, throw them out to the vulnerable resources of Demu's side. Go do some raiding. Demu's having to rebuild farms. He's having to move out onto the deer, and meanwhile, Marine Lord, he's walled up and has just this full eco boom behind this.
Oh yeah, I mean he's ready for late game, baby. He's got his late game economy. You know, I mean he's gonna have safe resources pretty much for the duration of this game. Sacred Site did get decapped, but I don't know if he necessarily cares about it. You know, he's continuing to pump unit after unit, and this is a pretty heavy food composition. You know, he's got decent amount of crossbows, decent amount of gulams, and a couple of camel lancers here to help him out. And now this is when the raid's starting to get in. Gulam's trying to get that double strike. There's enough crossbowmen here that those heavy maces of the HRE don't matter. It might just be a big fight here.
Ooh. But Demu, he has the rest of his mass here. Marine Lord's having to kite back. There were a few more men-at-arms, a few more archers than I think he was expecting. So this is actually going to be another fight that Demu's going to win pretty heavy-handedly.
Yeah, and again, I mean, you're kind of waiting because Marine Lord has that eco. You're waiting for that one big death push to happen, and it looks like he keeps trying to. But Demu, he's got the tanky enough men-at-arms. You know, he has the archer mass behind it to take down some of these crossbowmen. As you can see, some of them being littered across the battlefield, and it's making Marine Lord come up. So Demu, I mean, yeah, he's holding. It just depends on, I mean, how long is he going to be able to pull this off?
Yep, he keeps holding. This is where I think Marine Lord's just being a little bit impatient with it. Wait an extra 30 seconds. Wait an extra minute. His income per minute, well, just a second ago was 2,000 food per minute. Now it's dropped to where it's pretty even with Demu, but defender's advantage this time. He's got a sprinkled outpost. He's got a couple extra units here, and Demu, though, I mean, even still, Demu has the numbers. He's continuing to pump, and this might be another winning fight that Demu wants to take.
Yeah, this is quite the menacing army, isn't it? A lot of these Gulams are end up going down just because of those heavy maces, and they got crossbowmen behind it, Demu does. The front line gets wiped out. That's more Gulams that get wiped out. These archers have to back up yet again. Maybe if some of Marine Lords that wood line, some of those villagers are in trouble even.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like Marine Lord hasn't quite respected this mass from Demu yet, but as it continues to thin, I mean, okay. This is just where it feels bad on the front side, but Marine Lord's like, yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine. He's up 45 villagers now. He's made like this huge, massive farm transition that's even better than the chapel farms that we're seeing over there. He's doubling the wood per minute. He's got more gold per minute. He's still in a fine spot, and the fact that Demu just had to fall back away is all the breathing room that Marine Lord needs.
Right, and I mean, it's just like, we're talking about in Demu's fights that he's having. Yeah, he's taking, you know, decent trades, but Marine Lord can afford to take non-decent trades for two reasons. I mean, one, he's able to reproduce his army, and two, he's just booming behind this. If those men-at-arms go into those farm fields, yeah, we could have an issue. But Marine Lord is making enough army where Demu, even though he is technically winning fights, he doesn't have enough army to just barrel through the Ayubid base, because that's the only thing that's going to even this game out.
And now we have seen that full farm transition fully come through. Marine Lord's almost at 3,000 food per minute now.
Yeah, that's no problem.
So just give this a couple more minutes. Marine Lord might be hitting, you know, Golden Age tier 5 with how much economy he has behind this.
Yeah, which is pretty wild. I don't even know what Golden Age tier 5 gives you at this point, just because I've never even seen it.
I believe that one's the siege production's 20% faster. No, Camel. Oh, Siege. No. It's already tier 4. Siege units cost 20% less resources. Camels attack faster. Now that sounds pretty nuts, and a good reason to transition to Camel Lancers once you hit that.
Yeah, that's pretty insane, isn't it? But now with the production, I'm pretty sure it does work when you're producing siege units on the field, correct?
I believe so. Yes, they made that update, I believe, to get that fixed on up, and he wasn't too far away from that Golden Age tier 5 anyways. I think he was about 4 buildings away. Oh, it's 75. I lied. He's 17 buildings away. Still 58 structures. That, I mean, the amount of resources that is wild, and they're still only in Castle Age. He's not thinking Imperial yet, but now that he has max population, maybe Imperial Age going to be the next step. There's horsemen involved, there's crossbows, there's duoms, there's a little bit of everything. This will allow a lot of different splits. Main fight going in, Demu still has a significant amount of numbers because Marine Lord has so much in his economy, and it's another winning fight for Demu.
Unbelievable. I mean, his obviously, like, his military count is so high. Now he's finally on those fields. Dabstep Vodka pointed out to us on the south side, those men-at-arms going to be able to do this while all of this battle going on. Horsemen trying to get a surround on the range mass for Marine Lord. That might be able to help him out. This idle time could give him a little bit of time to continue to bolster some of that military.
This
but
is
now
exactly what Marine Lord needed, though. The frontline mass got taken out, and then it was only range left, and he was sitting there with 20 horsemen ready and waiting. Yeah, they're a little clunky at times, but as long as you can get attacks onto the ranged mass, you are going to start thinning that out quite quickly, and just in the blink of an eye, Marine Lord's now up in military.
Yeah, for the first time in what feels like 10 minutes now, he is up on that. And I think those horsemen worked so well because Demu was caught off guard, right? He had that range mass. He was like, yeah, I can take out the range mass to Ivan. All of a sudden, 20 horsemen come in from the south flank, and you're like, I don't know what the hell to do about this. Men-at-arms are trying to make that front line for him. Now he's going into Spearman, which the Burgrave is going to help him out with, so maybe he might be able to push some of these horsemen back. But now, we're not fighting on Marine side of the map anymore. We're continuing to go into Demu's side, and maybe we're going to continue to back up because those Spearmen, yeah, they're going to take down some of those horsemen, but there's still that ranged mass for the Iron Bits. It's going to be tough for him to deal with it, and he can just pump horsemen until the horses come home.
Yep, Demu, he's trying to get those villagers to continue working through all of the fire and hecticness that's going on. No more gold access for Demu, so 90 gold in the bank's going to be about all he has. Crossbows and men-at-arms going to be harder to continue to produce, and Marine Lord, in the meanwhile, has enough resources in the bank for next game. He's not even thinking about Imperial Age yet. He's at 3,200 food per minute. He's continuing to press forward with this mass, moving. He's not having to kite back. He was getting to continue to kite forward. As I say that, cast a curse, jinx, and having to fall back away.
And that's kind of the difference too, is Marine Lord's at that post-game economy level and now going up to Imperial Age, which is cheaper for him. He's going for the culture wing. This time around, he knows he doesn't necessarily need any kind of particular bonus. He just needs to get an age up.
And look at the map control. Oh, he's on the west side. He's taking all the berries. He's might even, I would say, drop walls on this front side of Marine Lord. If not, he's just going to drop outposts all around to give him that extra vision and send some horsemen around to raid some farms.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best thing you could do. Keep Demu's head on a swivel, right? Go around with horsemen, trying to take down some of those food villagers. But I think Marine Lord, you talked about the resources that he has as compared to what Demu has. Now we're at the time of the game, we're 25 minutes in, where it doesn't become a float of resources, it becomes a stockpile. And Demu does not have one of those.
Yep. And we see the first ram being dropped. Not quite the greatest unit that's talked about anymore, as they've gotten nerfed a few times on over, but Ram will do its job here, which is just slowly take down this outpost and allow the military to continue to attack military rather than attack an outpost. Villagers being pulled for the mangonel. Good surround by Marine Lord. He's got it to where the mangonel's cut off. Look at the pathing of the villagers. They're just going to have to run straight through the army. They do get on top of the mangonel, but now more villagers will be falling. Villagers were pulled, take down the ram as well. And Demu, he ends up the fight with more numbers than Marine Lord, but Marine Lord's Imperial Age. He's got a ton of Imp Age techs coming on through, which makes the lack of military numbers not as big of a deal because he's going to have more efficient units.
Yeah, he's just going to have those upgrades to come through, and it looks like some of the first ones are. Those crossbowmen look like they're of the elite variety. Those horsemen are as well. He's going to be adding some ghulams, because it looks like for Demu, just that front line is going to be spears and horsemen, so ghulams are actually going to be pretty good. Hopefully, there's enough horsemen here. Manchnik pops out!
Oh, good micro by Demu, dodges the shot, but the first shot's always easy to dodge, but as they continue to come, makes it a lot harder, and Marine Lord able to continue the onslaught and take the victory.
This is insane. This game is absolutely, we kept waiting, you know, because we knew, okay, Marine Lord has so many villagers, you know, he's going to be able to take this game over, but then Demu kept winning fight after fight, and we were like, what is this gonna what is this gonna happen? What is this game actually gonna end? But finally, going with Imperial Age and those higher quality units, gonna end up closing that game out. Marine Lord with a 2-0 series win, and if I remember correctly, he's still undefeated.
Yep. And that's really where, I mean, we saw the impatience from Marine Lord where he moved out a little bit too early a few times, where I felt like if he had just waited an extra minute, game could have been over 10 or so minutes ago, but still clean game. We just saw the villager graph a second ago as well, showing the growth wing immediately made up for the lack of TCs. And then he used Castle Age to make up for the TC difference after that, and the aggression. So really clean game, clean series by Marine Lord. And that is our third series of the day. So you've been seeing a lot of us, and we've been seeing a lot of y'all. And so now we're going to put someone y'all like to see a little bit more up onto the screen. We have our Lord and Savior Pesty over here. He's about to give his little 10-minute spiel about our sponsors, about all the good reasons why you should support EGC and all of us. So I'm gonna go get some water. I'm gonna go grab a little snack, which y'all can do the same, and come on back for the show here in a little bit.
Yeah, please. We're gonna be back in just a couple minutes, guys. Spam some hearts in chat for Pesty as well. He's the guy who puts it all together. You know, he's the mastermind behind the whole operation. So give him your time, give him your thoughts, your energy. We're going to be back after the break.
Guys, I see the viewers at 3,260, and I'm telling you now, if one more person leaves during my moment, Elite Classic is cancelled. How is everyone doing? Are you enjoying the show? I think this has been our best Elite Classic yet, but don't give me hearts in chat, because there's something more important than hearts in chat that is coming. Now, to keep you guys interested in the meantime, if you've got any special questions about EGC or AoE4 or what's coming, stick it in chat, I'll try and catch it. But first, I want to tell you about our sponsors for this event, Surfshark. Beastie, stop putting me on the spot like this, man. It's a very high pressure. I'm talking to you about Surfshark, guys, our sponsors for this event. They are unbelievable. The best VPN out there, I can tell you, because I use it and I truly believe it is the best. I have always found them to be massively reliable, very good value. I use it for all my VPN needs. If you're not already using a VPN, then I don't know what you're doing back in 2012, but you probably should be, for your online security and for lots of other reasons too. And thank you very much, by the way, Manny Kalevar 6. If anyone else wants to test out that the sub function is working, feel free during this 9-minute segment. It's really hard to know if it's working, so just click the button. But we're still talking about Surfshark in the meantime. Now, I want to tell you about how I use Surfshark, and I'm not just saying this for the shill, it's genuinely how I use Surfshark. So whenever I am traveling and I want to watch my favorite British shows, and they are usually blocked and I can't use them and it upsets me, my poor British soul weeps for my desire to watch my favorite British shows, I can just turn on my Surfshark and Bob's your uncle, I am watching whatever I want to be watching. It is unbelievable and such a great service. And also, it's just got such fast bandwidth. Sometimes I found elsewhere, before I found the beauty that is Surfshark, that it doesn't, that it's not quick enough to show me what I want to see. But on Surfshark, it's amazing. So if you're traveling and you want to watch your favorite shows, Surfshark's the best way to make sure that you can still do it. Also, You can escape price discrimination, guys. I know this is something a lot of people care about. I promise you, take a look. It actually does happen. So if you look for flights or hotels from one IP, it can be dramatically different from another IP. So a really, really good reason to get Surfshark 2. You can literally just click it to a different country. Kablam! Much cheaper, right? So, I mean, that is a pretty good reason to take Surfshark. Now, I know what you're thinking. All right, I need a VPN, but why Surfshark? And the reason is because you get unlimited devices. Unlimited devices! Not 1, not 3, not 7, not 12, not 15, not 21. Unlimited devices. You can use it on your TV, your microwave, your laptop, your computer. Use it on your router or router if you're in the United Kingdom. All of these devices. Your girlfriend goes, buys a new phone. Oh, I need to buy a new VPN subscription. No. You just add her phone. You can add every device to the same one. So whatever you're paying, that is it. You're all in. You have got a VPN for all of your VPNing pleasure. Now, I know you guys are getting really excited. Sassy, this is a real life story. Of course it's a real life story. I know you guys are getting excited, but you're thinking, but this is surely very, very expensive. Surely very, very expensive. Wrong. With our discount code, put an exclamation mark VPN in chat, just like that, and you see there our discount code, or you can find it in the panels below. Look at the price you're paying. It's ridiculous. You get it as low as €2.19 a month. It feels illegal to be getting a VPN this good for €2 a month. And you're getting 3 months for free. I mean, this is genuinely a ridiculous price. And everyone knows that's a ridiculous price. So don't just pretend it's not a ridiculous price. It is when you go through EGC TV. And for that, look at all the stuff you're getting. A VPN, your ad blocker, your all this other stuff that you're seeing here. You're getting all of that included for these prices. It is genuinely ridiculous. Yeah, look at chat. Chat is shocked by the cheapness. It's genuinely that cheap. I'm so proud to be shilling this product because of the prices. I'm proud. But look at these that I'm giving you. I wouldn't be shilling it if I thought it wasn't fair and wasn't good value. It is too cheap to be true, and you get it when you visit using our link, VPN. Oh, yes. And by the way, being serious, I'm being completely serious. I cannot tell you how much it helps EGC and future Age of Empires 4 esports event when you buy Surfshark. So you're actually getting a product that you genuinely need, and helping us. If you want more huge Age of Empires 4 esports events from EGC, a fantastic way to do that is to buy Surfshark for our link. And they're going to just be like, oh, Pesty, give us more events. We want LANs and Golden League 7 and Elite Classic 25. And you're getting a product you need. And I'm checking. The link is not working? Yes, it is. The link is working. I'm testing it right now. Don't troll me. Link works. That link works. All the links work. Kablam. But you get the deal with exclamation mark VPN. But I want to tell you about something else, guys. And by the way, thank you very much, Johan Back, for the 10 tier 1 subs. If anyone else wants to test out the sub button, feel free. Thank you, Chill Button 38. Keep testing out that button. I don't know if the subbing works. Maybe someone knows if bits work. Do bits work? I don't know. Someone might need to test it. Does the donation link work? Someone might need to test it. Anyway, I want to talk to you quickly about our Kickstarter. Now, our Kickstarter is exclusively for helping us run bigger and better events next year. Someone, Mad Boy Slim, someone time this guy. Go away, Mad Boy Slim. I'm just gonna time people out that are annoying me. I don't care. Right. This helps us add more production and better big events. Now, the amount that you're seeing is wrong because you guys have cracked in so much. I want to show you some of the stuff that we can make happen. Ad starts in 1 minute. Snooze. You only get ads during gameplay. Right. Now, if we get up to these amounts, I want you to see the kind of things we're going to be doing. Now, we've already got €2,500 in the first hour of this. And for that, we're going to give so much more prize money to players outside the top 16 next season. But if we can hit that 10,000 euro goal, we are going to elevate our production for the whole of the next esports season to places never seen before. We're talking split screen. We're talking highlights. We're talking a host. Did you enjoy us having a host during the Stormgate event? Imagine a host in every EGC event for the whole year. By the way, going to cost us a lot more than 10,000 euros. Let me tell you, a lot more than 10,000 euros. But if you guys can chip in that pesty, and EGC is going to chip in the rest to make sure you get that elevated production. If we can get to a ridiculous stretch figure of 25,000 euros, then we are going to put in the rest and do an extra, a bonus S-tier event beyond what we would otherwise do. A bonus S-tier event that is going to be chosen by the community. You're going to choose if it's a 1v1 event. You're going to choose if it's a 3v3 event. You know, you're going to get to choose all of that stuff. I'm timing. Oh, someone else already times up. How do I time out? Time out, time out. Oh, someone's already timed that person out. I want to time other people out. But guys, do just check. I don't need to tell you all about this Kickstarter. You can actually just go and check it out for yourself, right? You just go Kickstarter in chat, right? Check it out for yourself and see what we're going to do, right? It's for you. It's not for me. This isn't going towards our core costs. If anything, if you back these milestones, I'm going to have to fund our events even more because we're going to make the next season of Age of Empires 4 esports just absolutely epic beyond belief. You can check out some of the rewards here and see some of the stuff that we can do if we can do this, right? But I'm being completely serious, guys. I know you're loving the Elite Classic too. All we have to do is reach these goals, and we're just going to elevate the next year. And Age of Empires 4 esports next year is going to be whack-a-doodle time. Right. We've got a minute left. We've got a minute left. If anyone wants to ask anything in chat, this is your minute to do it. If anyone else wants to test out the sub button, last chance to do it. If anyone else wants to test out the donation button, last chance to do it. I'm looking right now. Has anyone given to the Kickstarter while I've been on air? Probably not. Disappointing. Oh, someone has. You're getting a call out, Tone 600, that contributed to the Kickstarter while we are live. Thank you very much. Tone 600. I see you. I see you, Tone 600. All right, guys, just 25 seconds left. I'm getting pinged in Discord saying we're ready to show you more games. We've got a Beastie game coming up next. Who's excited for the Beastie game? 20 seconds left to do. Guys, we appreciate you all. That's me done. You're going to only see me again next week. Let's see if you can get it to hype level 8 while I'm gone. But you are appreciated. Love you all. Some great games still to come. I am handing it back to you in the studio. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody. I mean, I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that up. It's supposed to be like a, an ad break or whatever you want to call it. I mean, to me, that's the real show right there.
All right, Dabson, really quick. You see this wall behind me? I'm ready to run through it for this man. You understand?
I mean, absolutely. Just give up anything. I saw Jiggly talking about now we need one of the donations to be a pesty white noise machine. I mean, I'm in. I'll throw some money in for that.
Oh my god. I don't think I'd be able to sleep. I'd be too hyped. I'd be torqued. I don't think I'd be able to.
Oh, but we got that behind us now. We've had a couple series behind us now and some exciting series to say the least, but there's still show on ahead of us. We have Beastie versus Wham, and Deli versus Chinese is going to be the first matchup on Gorge, which Gorge is always an interesting map. Sometimes decided by sheep, usually decided by food in the long run anyways, just because of how open and how kind of aggressive it makes you in a sense.
Yeah, it kind of you gotta play what the map gives you, and a lot of these, obviously, some of the best players in the world are going to have the ability to do that. But we'll see when we actually see the map and we introduce the players and all of that kind of stuff. In the beginning, you have your starter resource nodes, right? You have those, and they're a little bit more spread out. They're more spread out than most of the other maps that are here. And in the both sides of the gorge there, you have that little like pseudo mountain range there in the middle. But on the sides, that's where all the resources are. So yeah, you got to get out there and go get them, which means more raiding opportunities, which means just an utter sheer amount of chaos. This is one of my favorite maps on not only on the tournament pool that we have, but on the ranked ladder as well. I love this map.
Yeah, it's always fun. You usually have like that deer pack and the boar in like the direct corner of the map, which is usually where you'll see Roos picked quite often, or French even, or Joan, which no JD gonna be picked in this series, looks like. Wham does have Roos availability though, which kind of surprising always in the grander scheme of things. But that's where we've seen, I feel like, with the overall like with the civs getting expanded and now some of the weaker ones, Order of the Dragons and Byzantine specifically, being buffed up a few times. Now we've seen some players who really put some focus into practicing with those civs and actually making it to where you have to respect, the Byzantines on Wham, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've watched Wham's stream numerous times and him playing Byzantines, and I remember the first month or so with Byzantines coming out because of, they were a little bit slower to get going. In feudal age, they really had some trouble. It was a civ that I experimented with myself, and it just felt like, you couldn't get all of your things going by the time your opponent runs you over. Now, probably feudal age might be the weakest point of the Byzantines, but now it's a little bit easier to get going. So hopefully we could see the Byzantines, maybe obviously not in this series, but maybe in next series we have the ability to. There are some, I do think there are some civs that we are never going to see. Right now, Ottomans does not exist. There are 15 civilizations in this game, and we probably will not see Ottomans forever.
Yeah, they're just a little too strong, and not like you were just talking about, like, oh, like Byzantine kind of has like this weak point. It's like, pick a weak point for Ottomans. Like,
Right.
tell me one. No. Yep. Well, we'll be looking around here for a while.
Yeah, I'm looking for the weak point. I'm not finding it.
Yeah, they're strong at all points of the game. You can't match them in any sense. So we will consistently be seeing some auto bans. If we see anyone leave auto open, that is usually free win. I think I casted a few last week in the qualifying rounds, and every auto game I was surprised, and I think every auto game was a win. So that didn't surprise me though.
Go figure. Luck Farmer in chat says weak in ban phase. That's true. Yeah, they're pretty. They're 16 out of 16 when it comes to the ban phase. Absolutely, I'll give you that one.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. But I mean, that is where I'm still surprised to see a Byzantine ban being forced on out. The JD bans don't surprise me, even with the JD nerfs. That is still a civ that it's not fun to play against. Level 3 is level 3 JD OP. But now we're going to get to see Gorge. We're going to get to see Deli and China. And, it's not going to be the typical boom game that you see off of China, because you got to respect some Deli here. So I think we're starting to hear some game noise. We're going to get this set on up, and we are back after the break, back into the game and the excitement.
Oh, buddy. Series number 4. Let's get it. Our game is not... Wait a minute. Hold on. Everybody, relax. Hey, how are you? We fancy seeing you guys here in a place like this. We're gonna get to the game in just a second. A little bit of a pumping for you. There you go. See, just wanted to keep you on your toes, ladies and gentlemen. Just wanted to keep you on your toes.
All about the hype. So game number 1, Beastie versus Wham. Wham playing the Chinese in the color blue, spawning in the south side. Beastie in the color yellow, playing as the Deli in the north of Gorge.
Yeah, I think this one, I mean, just gotta talk about the matchup a little bit. It's kind of interesting because it feels like Deli can kind of get off the ground and able to get their sacred sites and all of that kind of stuff. But for China, obviously we do know from Zushi's legacy from China, they do have one of those units that are very, very powerful, and that's the Zug Nu. Are we going to see a lot of Zug Nu in this matchup, do you think?
I mean, the one of the weaknesses of the Zug Nu is kind of the immobility. You obviously want to get a big mass of them, and then they're kind of just good against everything. But one thing about the sacred sites on this map, it's very condensed. They're not like in corners of the map where you're really having to run across. They're in pretty central locations, pretty close to each other. So I could easily see that happening. It's just really how Wham wants to play the game. You can play it macro where you're kind of like, all right, Deli, I'll let you do your thing, but you're going to let me do China things. And you know, we'll see who kind of plays out better there, which the early castle timing from the Deli is usually really scary because that's when China is the weakest. And so that's really going to be the key is how Wham wants to play this.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. I noticed that sometimes, you know, where you're playing as a Deli, you get all the sacred sites, you're like, man, I'm in a pretty good spot. You know, I'm gonna hit Castle Age, feeling good about myself. And then China has been on 2 town centers, you know, for their future. They have 30 more villagers than you, and all of a sudden they just steamroll you over with a better economy because those sacred sites, yeah, they're really great to get, but there's still how many villagers of extra economy? It's not like China where a second town center it doesn't equal 30 for you, right?
Okay.
So we could see, you know, we'll see what China does because we know if you leave China to their own devices, it's it's gonna be trouble.
Sheep count didn't look too tilted towards either player, pretty even for the greater parts of the thing. Yeah, it looks like Wham has a few extra, but not by many. Which again, BC's not. Oh wow, okay, 15 to 11. I think I lied. BC is up a few, which good benefit for him. Oh, okay, that's he must have just snagged a few more in the center because when we saw that scout a second ago, he only had about 4 sheep on it. I feel like, but overall, this is where pretty even game. We're going into feudal age. Tower of Victory is exactly as expected from Beastie. You know, the dome is more for the weirder, like kind of castle age plays and some other things. Where Tower of Victory, you're gonna have that infantry attack speed just for the whole game.
Yeah, and I mean this is why I think it's one of the best landmarks out there because this building is going to give you that aura. It gives you it basically for the entirety of the game. Some of the best feudal age landmarks are ones that continue to help you throughout the duration of the game. Something like we just saw the Aachen Chapel with HRE, similar result. So hopefully with Beastie, he could use a decent mass, you know, of something like archers or something like foot soldiers, like men-at-arms. But again, you're sacrificing the mobility at the same time. So it's very, like, the Chinese is, we all know because Chinese has come out since day one. It's pretty reactive civ. You got to know what your opponent is doing in order to counteract it because the Chinese, they could do a little bit of everything. They just got to do the right thing.
Yep. Well, one of the things we noticed by the macro split over from Wham is he's got the second IO out. He is supervising food and wood, and his villagers are only on food and wood, which makes me think we're going feudal age. We're going military mass. It's almost exactly like how Marine Lord played it earlier as the Mongols, where it was like, hey, I know you want sacred sites. I'm just going to do my best job of counteracting you getting sacred sites.
Yeah, and for China, they might have the ability to do that. The first thing that they're making is spearmen, which we all know from the Delhi Sultanate. Usually one of the first military buildings that they end up getting is a stable, but Beastie going with blacksmith just because he has that little bit of time, right? He does have 3 scholars, so it's going to help him with his research, and then he'll be able to, probably in about a minute or two, you'll hear the bing bong bong of all 3 of those sacred sites going off at the same time, forcing Wham to make a choice.
Yeah, you say that though, but now Beastie, I feel like it's going to be hard for him to climb. Like, he has efficient production that he's going to be able to utilize to climb in numbers, but Wham's pumping already. He's got double spears, archers in production. He is nonstop producing units and will continue producing units for the probably entirety of feudal age. So game plan here, force some reaction out of Deli. Okay, I say that, and Wham might have stopped producing a little bit. We'll see.
Caster Curse strikes yet again, but one of the things that I was just
Barbican.
going to say, one of the things that the Chinese are good at, you might be able to stop one sacred site 100% from getting capped, and it's putting that Barbican right smack dab in the middle of a sacred site, and he's putting it not only on that middle sacred site, but right in the middle of that gorge.
Yeah, and has some deer that Beastie so nicely spread out to counteract any sort of nice gathering from it. So as he drops that mill, he might want to cancel that, and maybe I drop it over in between some more of the deer. It's okay. It's okay. He'll figure it out. We'll probably end up seeing like 3 mills get dropped over in that area because of the deer push by Beastie. But Barbican's going to be up. Military is out, and Wham's actually feeling somewhat good, and from here he's going to be Song Dynasty, so he'll slowly start climbing in the villager mass and moving back over to gold.
Yeah, it kind of begs the question. I mean, he added the second archery range, but you're right. He did stop producing for a little bit. So it begs the question if he, wants to just make a couple units, to make sure his Barbican gets up, and then he starts exactly what you said, making those Zugnu pop out once he hits Song Dynasty. As soon as he hits Song Dynasty, hit that Q for the Zoogs, baby.
Getting some, what is that, Imperial Examinations upgrade? Is that what it's called? I'm not really sure. It doubles attack skull. Yeah, Imperial. Oh, look at me. I'm good. I'm good at this game.
You passed the exam.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so now Wham gets to do the easy thing, and it's just mass all of one unit. Beastie is all archers right now. The Ghazi Raiders, they're very expensive, like comparative to a Chook mass, and just a few spears can really deter those on away. Oh, poor little buddy. Help step, bro.
I don't know if we're allowed to cut each other.
Oh, you can say what you want. So sacred sites are starting to be taken. There's not really a lot of mass here to defend both sacred sites. BC's starting to wall up the west one though. And Wham, it looks like he has a scout on the east one to potentially deny that one. Yeah, forces the east one away. So Beastie at least will start to get one captured for himself.
Yeah, and I mean just that little bit of time, right? That one scout just means that Scholar walks all the way back, right? There's nothing else to take that sacred site. That middle one obviously not there. So this is really, honestly, this barbecue position is so nice for Wham because, yeah, that one on the northwest or the western part of the map is gone, right? But the middle one obviously taken. The eastern one is the closest one to him. So it's going to be a little easier for him to defend. Again, continuing to contest that taker site. There's Zug News shooting those machine guns they got on him, and he's going to be able to wall this side as well. Beastie might be hindered to just one sacred site for the foreseeable future.
And this is one heck of a wall that Wham, I mean, Beastie's doing the same on the other side with his archers, but Wham, he does have those Chinese villagers. Ghazi Raiders are starting to be produced. Wham still has a few of those spears from earlier on, and that Chook mass is getting to the point where he can just move with it and kind of just kill anything and everything that they encounter.
Yeah, I mean, now he's got 17 of them. All he has to do is keep them together, He's talking about, we talked about in the beginning how you're trying to deny sacred sites. You get tunneled into the sacred sites and all of that kind of stuff. And I think that kind of falls into the Deli plan. That wall not going to be able to get built, though. Those archers going to take care of that villager. You could do something like use one of those Zuknu and go into Beastie's villager count, right? I mean, there's a lot of plays that you can make. And Beastie with that heads-up play, look at that perpendicular wall right there.
Yeah.
Just to make sure you can't get that wall going. It's good. Smart move.
Wham not sending a villager back over there yet. I was surprised that he pulled his military away. I thought he was going to have it sit there for a little bit longer to let that wall finish on up or get closer to at least. And now it looks like that's going to be his plan. Kind of just make sure the eastern sacred side isn't being capped. Just, yeah, he's given up one, but could be a lot worse.
Oh, yeah. It definitely can. And hopefully for Beastie, if and when he does try to get those sacred sites, the 2 sacred sites might be enough to propel him. But that one on the north side getting neutralized for just a little bit. So this is not Beastie's, this is not a walk in the park for him.
Looks like he is stepping up to take that sacred site, though, or not necessarily take the sacred site, as Scholar isn't there yet, but more importantly, wall on off, and Wham has not chosen to make any spears. He is opting for the just chooks and more chooks. The spears are just from that earlier on barracks that he produced the few with.
Yeah, and I mean, just based on how many archers Beastie has, maybe those spearmen aren't going to do anything. Ghazi Raider on the south side getting a little bit of flank. Oh, and there come his friends. There's about 6 or 7 of them, making Wham back up just a little bit. And I'm kind of surprised Beastie backed up a little bit as well. I mean, those Ghazi Raiders, Wham has 8 Jugnu in the count right now. We're starting to get more of them. I'm kind of wondering when that critical mass is for Wham, how many it actually takes to take down all these Ghazis.
You know what I'm worried about is Wham's wood line right now is those Ghazis. They're just going to run past that Chook mass. Very immobile. The Chook mass, yeah, they can take down the Ghazis when they're grouped and they're taking the fight, but they're not good at defending on the base. Speaking of, we hear the sirens. Good old surround. There's so many Ghazis there that they're easily able to take advantage of the pathing, take out 3-4 villagers, but Wham pushes up a little bit on the other side with his Chook mass, denies some berries, but no kills.
Yeah, it's a kind of a heads-up play for Wham, and he's starting to make a couple more spearmen. Gazi rated a lot went down.
That was a lot that ended up falling in return, which, yeah, Beastie got some damage on the Vills, but Wham's ahead in villagers typically. He's China, and yeah, it sucks to lose some, and they're basically even on villagers, but Wham has now denied the sacred site and has a pretty scary military lead.
Yeah, right now it's about 50 to 39, and a lot of them being that quote-unquote OP unit of the Zug Nu, so we'll be able to decap that sacred site there on the eastern side. And even with, again, you talked about Song Dynasty having that increase in villager lead. 7 villagers went down. He's still technically up, so it did kind of negate that Song Dynasty, that Song Dynasty positivity that Wham has, but still, it's not like he's completely, decimated.
Yeah, and I mean, what are these? Is Beastie walling off the berries in the west? Like on Wham's side? What?
Okay, dude.
All right. Oh, there's spears here. They spotted it out. Oh, and a good little raid, but there's some outposts. They are able to pick up a villager before jumping inside the tower, though.
And again, weak point of China, right? Trying to get those outside food resources. He's got to keep that tempo up, so he can't do things like make farms. He's got to go out here and get some of this stuff. Gazi Raiders, just because there's outposts there, Gazi Raiders are continuing to go back and forth. Don't see hand cannon slits on those things either. So it'll be a little bit difficult for him to actually take down the Gazis. But now Wham thinks he's got the mass for this. 47 Juke Nu to 36 regular archers for the Deli Tower Victory archers, I should say. I'm kind of curious if Wham actually wants to take the battle to him, or is decapping and making sure he doesn't have sacred sites, is that enough?
This is one where it looks like Beast. When I see Rams, like when you see Rams, you immediately, in my eyes, want to immediately fall back because your opponent's thinking to all in. They just spent 600 wood or whatever it is, 500 wood on Rams, where now you hopefully have more units, you hopefully have more mass than that. And not only that, Chooks can take out Rams pretty well. So I would just wait for this fight until where Beastie clearly wants to take out the Barbican or something of that sort.
Yeah, you're right. You're right on those Rams. Zug Nu, just because of how many crossbowmen bolts, we're seeing another raid here. Spearman actually going to help out, make sure that food is stabilized. But you're right about those Rams. There's enough Zug Nu here at Dabsim where those Rams are going to pop like balloons.
And Beastie, both of these players now are getting to the point where they're running lower on the food. I think those walls finished up. Maybe I'm not for sure around the berries, but that's pretty funny if it is finished. No, maybe, not sure. Even still, easy burn, but that's definitely frustrating to say the least over on Wham's side, having some annoying food delay.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, there still is, Beastie knows that food is the key. Right now, he sends even more Gazis. 2 Spearmen is not going to do anything against this big Gazi raid, so he will be able to take down those clock towers. Look at what Wham just did. The astronomical clock tower. He feels like he can't get through to the Deli base in Feudal Age, or Beastie feels like he can't get through the Chinese Barbican. So Wham's going to try to take the upper hole to get some technological advantage.
And Wham just needs to stall this for as long as possible, because look at what is about to show up on our screen here in just a second.
Oh.
It's that immobile mass. It's on the way. There's a little bit of some stealth forest there. And spears have arrived as well. So Beastie about to take down the outpost. The outpost does fall, but the villagers inside that one will not. And now Beastie hears the Castle Age finish, and he's like, oh no, I got to do something. So Ram's main army of Beastie is going to start moving forward. Good little cutoff by Wham to pick off a few more of those Gazi Raiders as they circle around. And here comes the main mass from Beastie.
But you're exactly right. Those Zug Nu are out of position, right? Look how far they are from that Barbican, and it's going to take a while to actually get there. Now, those Rams, there's nothing here to pop them. So they're going to be able to take down this Barbican. I think for Wham, he's got to take use of some of the Castle Age equipment that he is now getting. He can do things like get his Castle Age upgrades. You see he's getting Castle Age Zug Nu. He could do something like a Clock Tower Nest of Bees, which he might need against this big Archer mass. Wham, right now, this is put up or shut up time now. This might be the game.
Yeah, he needs food badly, as that's what BC's been focusing on. That is what he's constantly been denied off of, and the main Barbican at least provided a lot of delay time. The veteran Shooks, he still wouldn't even have wanted to take this fight now. He doesn't have vet Shooks in yet, so he wouldn't have taken it yet. The Barbican's just a delay. Just be patient. I like the fact that he didn't take the fight. Now he has an upgrade. Now he's good with taking whatever.
Yeah, no, it finally came in. It came in a little slower than I thought, but Beastie now, taking down that Barbican, is going to be able to go up for the compounded defender, and this is going to be an interesting time for him. You know, I mean, he does have military lead at 90 to 72, but the quality isn't exactly there. Wham is continuing to pump out those Zuku, so we'll see if he actually gets a front battle. More Ghazi raids on that south side. This has been a killer for Wham.
Yep, just continually been circled. He does have 4 barracks there to be able to pop some spearmen out quickly, but doesn't have any spears queued up. It was 1 palace guard, I think. And the vet Chooks are pushing. The big problem for Beastie, though, I saw this in some games yesterday, I think Lucifron took advantage of it, is it takes a ton of time for upgrades to come through. So those veteran archers, he puts it on, he's got 2 minutes. That's such a long time in an RTS game.
That's going to feel like the longest 2 minutes of his life. And he's continuing, I mean, he's continuing to deal with raids because these raids are just going to buy him a little bit of time, right? But now, these Zugnu are going to be coming in on the base. He sees the Castle Age button because you're exactly right, Dabs. And Deli, when they hit Castle Age, they're pretty much Castle Age in name only, right? All of these archers, these Ghazi raiders are still feudal. So now is your time to really take the strike. And we see that blue blob coming up here. That's going to be an issue. Maybe some dead villagers, maybe some raiding potential. A lot of these production buildings won't be able to get out Castle Age units. This could be huge.
Yeah, as we were leaving the base, it didn't seem like he was getting too much, but there's the main army. He wants to actually take this fight. He wins this fight heavily if he can take it. He just needs to continue stepping forward. There's tons of vulnerable villagers as well. Say that 10 times fast. Chooks just nonstop getting to fire this time, and Beastie is taking the fight. He's getting his town center fire to help on out as well. And that Chook mass is falling pretty quickly, though. They're doing some overkilling, and he doesn't have all the units there. So this is actually not looking as good as it could have been.
I think you actually hit the nail on the head when it came to this battle because these Zugnu are going to get wrapped up. I think initially because of defender's advantage, Meganel pops out. I don't think there's going to be much for it to shoot though. I mean, those 4 Zugnu get hit by it. Wham is like, my Zugnu mass is gone. So am I, dude. I'll see you game 2.
Yeah, I mean, those were vet Chooks, and they were basically killing like 3 archers per volley when they could have been killing like 40. Like, it was like, they were just overkilling way too hard. They were taking extra fire. It was just not a good fight, but Wham had so much stuff going on in his base. It was nonstop Ghazi raids, and I really think the big problem was walls. Wham had just, like, think about how many outposts Wham invested into. It was like, I want to say 4 or 5 different outposts. That's enough to full wall the whole map in the middle. Like, obviously you don't have to, but wall off one side like he was planning on doing early. Once you get one wall up, then you go bring your Chook mass over to another side, wall up, and then all of a sudden you have your whole side protected. And I think that was really what was the downfall for him, because he couldn't ever breathe from Ghazi raids.
Yeah, you know, as much as I hate to say it, walls are probably the answer in that situation. Yeah,
I hate to say it too. I'm not a wall guy, but
I know. We're both not very much on the walls. You know, I know that, but I think too, where the veteran Zugnu were for Wham, because it was sitting in that choke point, he couldn't get that line formation, right? So he wasn't able to deal with a lot of those archers or pepper them in. They ended up getting 1 or 2 getting killed at a time. And I think that's where the overkill kind of started. And it's a difficult place because Wham, I mean, like, I get why he did it. You know, he shipped all of those Zugnu in there, but it's just, they kind of just sat in that hallway.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good time to take the fight. It just wasn't a good place to take the fight.
Right.
And then also not a good executed fight either. But that's where, again, there's so many different things going on the map. Who knows? But now game number 2, we're going back to the OG classic map. This was like the first custom map utilized in tournaments. Always super fun to watch. Shoreline fish is in abundance. Sheep's in an abundance. So that's why HRE love to get picked. They got tons of food to just be able to sit under their town center safe and secure. Mongols, always another civ that's utilized on this map quite effectively. But the only downside I could see is I've seen some gold spawns on Frisian Marshes that are like untouchable. So we'll see how if Beastie can get what some people call the Marine Lord spawn.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he gets that lucky. And I mean, I know for HRE, I'd always thought Phrygian Marshes was probably and still is my favorite quote unquote custom map. This is a map I remember Adney made it a long, long time ago because he was a Roos fan and it was a very good Roos map. So that's probably why I love it as much as I do. But the ability for your civilization to actually there's kind of a meta here where you play something like maybe a French because you want to get into your opponent's base and you have the food economy and all that kind of stuff to do so, or you have something like an HRE that you have a lot of sheep, so I'm just going to sit here. I'll sit here until I'm good and ready to come out, and hopefully for the HRE he has the ability to do that. I know Beastie's HRE is quite scary. Wham's Mongolians though looks to be a somewhat decent matchup for him, so we'll see.
Well, if my memory serves correct, this map also has a nice corner market as well.
Mm.
Allows some nice trading. But for now, enough about the map in the match ahead of us. Let's check in on some Group B standings here from today. We casted the top left one over there. You saw Baltoon able to take down Anatan, who was at that point #1 in the group. Beastie took down Elyona. Anatan looked like he barely lost out to Lucifron as well. So 2-1s for Anatan today, or 1-2s, I guess I should say. B though, getting some revenge compared to yesterday, getting a 2-0 dub against Avely, getting a 2-0 dub against Zerton. We are waiting on the Beastie Zerton match. I think they're planning on playing after that, and you can see a bunch of the other updating scores and other series ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, this is the great part about the Elite Classic. You can see the standings now fully updated. We have Lucifron at 4-1, who's played more games. Obviously BC is in the series that we're casting right now, but absolutely for B, you said he got the 2-2-0s. He was due. He needed that one. He was down. He was down in that 7-8-9 kind of area. Now he's up to top 4. Again, there's a lot more games to be played, obviously, in Elite Classic. So these could shake up at a moment's notice. Anything could happen. All I know is that I'm here for it.
Well, one of the things that we didn't kind of mention about the 0-2 from B is who was against. He unfortunately lost to #1 and #2 on the list, and you can see both of those players have lost a game, and B was able to take games off of Lucifron and Beastie both in those series. So at least the 0-2, it wasn't nothing going with it. He was able to take games off of each of them and still has again taking a game off of the top 2 players in the group, not the worst. He can clean up the rest of the bracket and find himself in a nice old spot, nice old position. But back to the game ahead of us. We got Wham Beastie. We saw game #1 where Beastie was just able to kind of clean up Wham's army with the timing, and now we're going to be jumping into game #2 on Frisian Marshes.
Oh, I love this map. I can't wait to see it. I haven't seen it in such a long time. So I'm ready. Lobby screen, transitioning over to game screen. Here we go. Wham playing as the Mongols in the color blue, spawning on the north part of your map. His opponent as the Holy Roman Empire in the color yellow. It is Beastie and Dabston. What fresh hell is that? That's a barracks at Dark
He
Age.
didn't get the Marine Lord spawn, so he has to do this. He wants to. Well, he doesn't have to do this, but he wants to make sure to counteract any sort of tower rush. Make sure he can kind of protect up his gold. The big problem here is if you lose this early fight, all you did was make this a lot harder for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, not even just make it a lot harder. You just kind of delayed yourself. I mean, part of what I talk about with Mongol tower rushes is, it delays your feudal age, because you're doing things like getting a tower, getting a barracks, getting spearmen out, all that kind of stuff. But if you cause more delay to your opponent than you do to yourself, obviously it's a win, right? And because of how effective tower rushes has been in the lifespan of Age of Empires 4, we know that a lot of times that ends up happening. It was really interesting from Beastie, however, it looks like based on the military count here, went for a second scout. So he wants the most amount of sheep that he can get. What do you think about that choice?
I mean, on this map, I'm totally fine with it, especially with the game that he's playing. This is kind of where, like, if you get a ton of the sheep, you kind of play the game where, okay, we're going to continue to play this in the Dark Age a little bit, and if you have spent a lot more. Your sheep count, I win this game in the long run, and you can already see how that has paid off for Beastie, as he has about 30 sheep compared to 10, it felt like. And as the HRE, that is massive, because that is just constant, well, 22, 25, we'll see, maybe go up to 30 on the circle back around, but that's constantly inspired economy. The only key downfall here is every spear Beastie produced, like you said, it's full price, and Wham, he's not having to pay full price for those.
Oh no, those spearmen are coming out 2 at a time. Absolutely. So those gold and that stone mine, rather forward. So obviously I understand the tower rush. And when you see, you know, because I asked you a question about a second scout, it's easy to see how well it paid off when you see greater than 10 sheep following both scouts. You're like, yeah, okay, that's probably a good idea.
It's this map and it's Prairie are the two maps where second scout are like, it's like, yeah, why not? Like, sure, go on ahead. Like, you know, I won't complain about it. If you know, I can see the argument for one scout as well. And look at Wham. He just sends the villager home and goes, all right, fine. You produce some spears. I would like to see Wham just cancel this next spear even, and just kind of force this reaction from Beastie. Because I will say, if Beastie sees that he has the spear number, he'll go end up trying to burn the Uvu. I'm not sure if the TC's close enough. I don't think it is.
Let's see.
Nope, just out of range of the Uvu. But so that's where Beastie will go try to burn this Uvu. Wham can just double produce is what I want. I don't want him to pay for any single spears, kind of.
Yeah, and I can understand why, you know, because it delays your field age. But I guess, you know, if he continues to have a spearman, you know, he makes one at a time, and then once he gets the 80 stone he needs to double produce, he will end up with more spearmen. You know, I guess it's just, what goal are you trying to get with those more spearmen? You know, are you trying to delay something like gold? You might not be able to with how many spearmen Beastie has. So just the end goal, the why of what we're watching, I'm kind of interested in seeing that pan out.
Yep. Khan, though, constantly peppering these spears as they go across with the little bit of damage that he does in the Dark Age. And Wham does actually have the spear number. He can easily push back up, go and try to force Beastie off of that gold. He himself actually has enough to age up throughout all of this. So this is kind of what we were talking about. And Khan utilizes the maneuver arrow, is in good position, has the spear numbers, and this is a really big fight for Wham, considering he's taken this fight that's a winning fight, and he's aging up with the silver tree behind this. Beastie's just going over to the gold too.
I think the biggest part of this was the stealth forest, right? Wham had the con, and Beastie didn't have a scout over there, so he couldn't really see anything about what was going on. Now we've got some spearman reinforcements. Scout from HRE actually ends up almost going down. What's nice about the con is when you're able to micro like this, you get yourself in a bad way, or just like how the con did with its first arrow, if you want to catch up, you're going to be able to do it.
Look at the prelate, though. This is not only used to inspire, but also used to sit here and heal up all those spears, heal up the damage that was done earlier on. Meanwhile, Wham doesn't have any way to do that. His benefit, though, he can immediately get this veterancy hardened upgrade and go back in on it if he desires.
Yeah, and Beastie hasn't hit the button yet. You know, I mean, there might be some Akka Chapel spots maybe in the back of his base. Maybe he wants to make a lumber camp out of it, and it looks like that's what he's choosing to do. But you're exactly right with the silver tree. You get the hardened upgrade, right? And then we see where those trading posts are. One's on the eastern tip, one's on the southern tip. So if Wham can continue to keep fights around the HRE base, trade behind this could be an issue for the Holy Roman Empire.
New age begins. Spearman numbers still favoring Wham. Hardened upgrades on the way, and remember, this is just a hardened upgrade, so it comes in the blink of an eye, and Beastie should be forced off of gold after that. So has he gotten enough gold for the upgrades that he wants for you know, all of this fighting? About to go into play. One of the spears gets cut off from the pathing, so at least one spear will, I lied, not fall.
Almost, right? That spearman's hanging on to dear life and might exsanguinate out near that town center, depending. But Wham is the first one because he's feudal age. We saw that archery range come up, right? He's going to be the first one to have that technology available to him. He's producing archers 2 at a time now instead of spearmen. So it's a little bit of archers going to be able to help him out. While on the flip side, the Beastie trying to get the wood, to get his own archery range. So he's just doing everything just a little bit slower than Wham.
Looks like Beastie got enough gold for wheelbarrow and double broad axe, which would be my guesses that he's going to use that for. Wham's starting to trade though, and this is where this can really get out of hand. It's the delayed tower rush. Once Wham got the map control, I love the scouting too. Like even though Beastie has 2 scouts, it really feels like he hasn't had the scouts in the correct positioning a lot of the times, because these 2 villagers came out of nowhere to end up building this outpost. Never got spotted until now. Hardened upgrade goes in. Fight's going down, but there's archers here now for Wham. The 2 archers are here.
Yeah, those archers might turn the tide too. As long as those spearmen, I mean, the only thing those spearmen need to do is to make a front line, and obviously Beastie's got more of them, but he doesn't have any archers yet, right? Wham is going to continue to make more. Looks like a couple archers are on the way, so he's got 4 total, and probably trading behind this.
Yep. He has been trading behind it, although I don't know. I think the first route is about to drop off now. Yep, just hit the, yeah, woo, 65 gold into the bank though, but that will start adding up fast, especially as you get more traders. They start taking more trips, but the Silk Road, it gets upgraded for how many traders you get, and double range is being dropped. That outpost though, it's going to be denying gold, and not having gold right now for BC, he's 1 gold away from a blacksmith upgrade.
Yeah, and that's that's quite the issue, isn't it? I mean, getting something like Steeled Arrow or Iron Undermesh when you know your opponent is making a decent amount of archers, and Wham doing a good job with the map control that he has and exploiting the resources around it, as Vodka's showing, taking some shoreline fishes, which is going to help him in the food economy. May not necessarily be an inspired sheep gatherer, but at least is going to tighten up that gain that Beastie's having in food. And now he feels like he has the ability to push out. He's got some spears, got some archers. There's a gold mine that's rather in front. The second and tertiary golds are rather difficult for Beastie to get through. He feels like this is his time. If he's going to try to get gold, it's going to be now.
I mean, all he really needs is 1, but he can't take the fight. Archers trading off with the spears on either side. It says Wham has more archers. I don't know if they're all here though, as it doesn't seem like it. He's having to fall back with those archers now. And now he doesn't have a front line with it either. He is producing some Keshiks though, which will be a great raiding unit.
I mean, the Keshiks are going to help him out, you know, try to make sure that maybe this gold mine isn't exactly the safest thing in the world, but BC brought 5 villagers specifically because he's probably going to make an outpost in that particular area, so it keeps them safe, at least from things like Keshik raids and the like. This is a part of the time where we're 9 minutes into this game. I did not think BC was going to be able to get out here and get room to breathe, but it looks like he's doing it perfect.
Yeah, this is where it felt like if Wham just full sent into archers more instead of swapping onto the Keshiks. I thought it was double range when he dropped it earlier, but it was double range. I guess he just put a stables over onto the Uvu as well, but I really felt like he could have potentially denied gold for the long haul, but he's fine with for making the transition. The Keshik mass, very, very scary. BC though, making his own men-at-arms now.
Yeah, I really like, I mean, obviously because Wham has the majority of his army is archers, right? So the men-at-arms are a pretty good play. Give you a little bit extra armor. You know, maybe you can add a couple, you know, you do have spearmen in your composition, so you can deal with Keshiks as well. And it depends on how much Keshiks are even going to be made. It feels like for BC though, he's good militarily, you know, militarily 32 to 22. He's taking some good fights. There's still that background of trade, as you see some of the archers getting hits. Khan getting his arrow out there. It looks like one of those villagers might go down for Beastie, but ends up staying alive. The men-at-arms though, quite the tanky unit. He's gonna run up to those archers. He doesn't care at all.
The key here though is when BC's transitioned in the men-at-arms, every fight Wham has been picking off the spears. If you focused on this, every single spear has now fallen, and the Keshiks do a great job at denying the men-at-arms, and they can run rampant on the archers too. They can go hit the wood line and do whatever they want when there's no spears there.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like I just blinked and BC had 12 spearmen. Now he has 5, pretty much 0 out in front where that army is. It looks like he does have some scattered military units try to take down that trade, boosted up from 65 to 72, so that's going to help him out. And it kind of puts BC on the clock.
Oh, his other scout's down now too. But yeah, 3 spears have been on that trade line for a while. I think Wham sent some archers over there now to deal with it. but those traders have been getting taken down and definitely getting annoyed. And there's the archer finally arriving, and it looks like just one.
Yeah, and I think. Oh no, I think
Oh,
I
there's a
saw a
second.
second
Here
one.
we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
over there on the eastern side there. But I mean, if he doesn't make a concerted effort to try to deal with all of these traders, yeah, Wham did lose a couple donkeys, and I appreciate that. But you know, it's still a clock. You know, if he gets a lot of these traders going before you know it, we have 10 to 15 traders. All this gold economy is kind of situated. Now we see BC as being the Holy Roman Empire, not somebody who necessarily goes with a lot of military on one TC. He feels like he has to. If he lets this trade go, he's doomed.
Yeah, he is starting to step up. He wants to resecure that gold, resecure, you know, some more upgrades, some more ability to make men-at-arms or whatever he really wants to. And over on the other side, Wham, dropping another production building. He is doubling down into feudal age because the longer in feudal age, the better for him right now with the trade he's got and the map control.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you have things like trade, you have things like map control throughout the duration of the game. It just gets exponentially better for you. And then Beastie, those sheep finally start to go away. It looks he probably had about 30 there, so now he's going to start to do a farm transition. It's going to cost him a little bit of tempo too.
Yep. Meanwhile, Wham on the other side grabbing some shoreline fish. He's making sure to deny the shoreline fish from Beastie with that one outpost. And, you know, this is kind of feeling like Wham's in control of this one for the time being.
Yeah, there's a little bit of 13 minutes into the game. We kind of have our first little bit of a ceasefire. You know, it seems like Beastie's able to lick his wounds from what happened in Dark Age. And as soon as I say ceasefire, both of these armies are coming right at each other again.
Yep, spears aren't on the front side, and if they step up, they're immediately going to get focused down by that archer mass. Con arrow gets utilized. Archers trading for archers. Spears, though, being chokeholded. BC doing such a good job of not stepping up with the spears to make sure that they don't get taken out, and the Keshiks haven't been able to do anything, which are the high-value unit on Wham's side.
This was a micro masterclass from Beastie, and this is something that, you know, I usually just say when I'm casting all the time, is your spears, I mean, yeah, they're a DPS unit against those horsemen, but they are to make sure your archers stay alive. And that's how Beastie played it. He made sure his archers stayed alive. He took a good trade against Wham, still surviving, doing fine.
Yep. Silk Road, though, is starting to slowly get upgraded further and further. We're starting to see outposts get dropped along the trade line, which means those traders get the Yamara. They move a little bit faster, and they get a little bit safer as well.
Yeah, I think for people think about those outposts kind of for the speed.
It's not in the outpost range, the traders.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, well, it's the thought that counts. Some of them are.
It's, yeah, flip a coin. You know, some of them might go through, some of them won't. But a lot of it, you're exactly right. I mean, yeah, the speed, but security. Security's so important. You can just pop those traders in to an outpost, and all of a sudden they get angry and start shooting arrows at you. So the Mongolian trade, once those outposts start coming up, it's very dangerous to deal with. Both of these players continuing to spend as much resources as they possibly can, taking a fight into the Uvu depths.
Oh, spears, though, this time are on the front line. They're melee with the archers. I don't know what. BC must be looking away. He doesn't. All his spears just got taken down. He should not have. Oh no. He had to be looking away. That absolutely looks like it's game over now. He just got his spear mass cleaned on up. The Keshiks get to chase down the archer mass, and every single time BC turns to try to kite, he takes an extra volley from the archers on the side of Wham. So Wham is just going to continue this snowball so heavily now. The reinforcing units don't even have any spears there. There's no spears on the field, it feels like, for Beastie at all.
No, I mean, there's 4 on the map, but I don't know where they are. 3 of them finally getting there, but archers are going to make quick work of them. That's the easiest target practice they've ever had. The Keshiks might be able to charge into those archers as well, but trying to preserve the health, keeping them alive just a little bit. Got to remember their vampiristic qualities. Getting that +3 every time they get an attack is really going to help them out against those archers. And I think, honestly, Dabs, I think a little bit was the stealth force. Maybe he didn't see what was happening.
I mean, both of his scouts got taken out early. It must have been he was leading the path with his spears, which makes it feels good, but it wasn't good because the spears went melee range with archers. Every time the villagers try to step back up for the gold, Wham's just continuing to take the onslaught, continuing to take the fight. Silk Road is probably at its max behind this. I'm assuming Wham's up 15 traders now, so they are starting to bring in a ton more extra resources.
Yeah, and I think that's what
Oh,
the
he's one away.
Oh, but I mean, hey, in about 10 seconds, he is going to be on tier 3 for that Silk Road. You're absolutely right. That plus 10% for everything is really going to help you out, where if BC had to make farms, right? Now he's putting some stables in the back, and I think this is something, I mean, Lamb's making archers and is going to continue to make archers for the foreseeable future because nothing's going to happen. Oh my God, you can't send those villagers up there. Come on now.
You just completely got wrecked in that fight. You cannot take that location. BC was not able to do it. Wham pays, makes him pay for it, takes down 3 villagers. He does not scout the stables transition, but the good thing for Wham is if BC's making horsemen, he's not making spears. It looks like he's making men-at-arms, and he's now maxing horsemen, but if Wham just sticks on the Keshiks, he's still fine with that trade. Keshiks will wreck the horsemen, or will just be able to run past and dive the backline of the of BC's archers, and Wham has almost double the numbers.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Keshiks, again, just because of how much armor they have, how much the horsemen can do, being the fact that they're 100 food, you're absolutely right. Because we're seeing him actually, instead of spears, BC's going more into men-at-arms. I think he's just trying to get something that's tanky against the archer mass. And the other Keshiks that are there, the 5 or 6 Keshiks, he's like, you know what? We'll deal with them. But the archers are the main DPS right now. And you can see because Wham's got 50 of them. The ability for this trade and how amazing trade is for the Mongolians as he hit tier 3. He has 50 archers right now. And he's macroing the castle at the same time.
Yep. Just continuing to get to produce archers because they're very, very low in their food costs. He's got enough for castle now. Outpost finally being burnt down by those men-at-arms. So BC, he says, all right, if you're not going to let me get gold over there, I'm going to retake my original gold. And Wham says, yeah, for now. I love that BC, actually, he only has 2 horsemen. I was about to say he's not shown his horseman play yet. He doesn't have the resources to make this horseman play yet.
Oh, no, absolutely. You think you think 3 or 4 horsemen is going to make a surround on 57 archers? I beg to differ, my friend. And Kurultai now coming up at about 18.5 minutes. Obviously, I mean, Wham's been taking good fights throughout the duration of this game. You see where the Kurultai's going to go. See that blueprint. Getting the veteran upgrades, as Vodka's pointing out. For Beastie, I mean, this is such a difficult place for him because he knows that Wham has more military units, so he's like, I gotta make more military, you know, or I feel like I'm gonna get run over. But if you don't go to castle, you're probably gonna get run over too. So you're kind of in a lose-lose spot here.
Yeah, and the big problem is once the veterancy comes in. We saw how Wham dove the TC with the Chooks. Well, this game he can dive the TC if he wants when he's castle with this mass, I believe. And even still, Beast is trying to reinforce this gold location. Wham's already here. Wham, I actually like that Wham's not taking the fight yet. Just wait until your upgrades come through. Just wait a little bit longer. Uses, I believe, the attack speed arrow there.
Yeah, I believe he did too. Just a little bit of kiting. You know, we're waiting for that archer to come in, and then as soon as it pops, we're gonna see it.
And here we go. Veterancy is in, and now is when the fight's over. Men-at-arms aren't going to be able to do anything. One outpost does finish. Second outpost will finish, but Beastie has to fall back now. Immediately he's housed inside. Kurultai is about to unpack if the units don't get in the way. It's a little buggy sometimes. It's a little buggy sometimes.
Well,
Come on now.
Wait a minute. Let's see if it unpacks. Come on. Anybody?
Okay,
Hello?
there we go.
Okay.
Now it unpacks, and this is where it just kind of feels like game over. Wham's just going to sit here. He masses up a few more Keshiks. The archers are going to be able to take out anything in the path. And Beastie, he throws it in. Wham takes game number 2, and we are extending this series on out.
Man, what a good play by Wham. Wham was, it felt like Wham was in control for the duration of this game. And that's what Mongolians do to you, right? We talked about that a little bit before. He didn't, Wham, as the Mongolians, he didn't do anything, right? Second one, Beastie put a barracks down. You already disrupted the HRE, just the fact that you existed. And that's what makes the Mongols such an interesting civ, such a unique civ, and such a fun civ to watch and cast.
Yeah, I loved casting it too because there were like a couple times where it felt like I would like question some of Wham's play. I'm like, oh, you can like outmass him with the spears in Dark Age. Why not like still send the villager forward and outpost rush? It was like, no, let that villager continue to gather resources, you know, play this the slow game. Then when he won the spear war, then when he had a couple archers forward, that's when he pulled the villagers forward for the outpost rush. It was, you know, making sure to do it at the timing where he didn't get punished for it and made sure to punish Beastie more for it. And then play it slow, make sure to extend out that feudal age, and that's where Mongols wants to play the game, which he did to perfection there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's if you want to learn how to play Mongols, that's the game you're gonna watch. We have Rus. Let's go. Let's go. All right.
Oh, I could just hear how happy you just got. You gave that little gasp there. But we do have Roos. However, on the other side's a Ubits, and we all know what Roos loves to do. It's 2TC. It's oh, I have the safe eco because I have the Kremlin. I have my gremlins with the Kremlin as well. But a Ubits can punish that heavily. I've seen some. I think yesterday we saw a TC get dropped forward with the Rus against an Ubits, and then it was just a Gulam mass that you couldn't deal with anymore, and their castle got delayed. They got punished for it pretty heavily. So I'm wondering if that's going to happen. Obviously, it does matter kind of where that second TC drop is happening, if that is going to be the play by Wham. And Beastie, we all know the Ubits military wing into Castle Age after.
Yeah, and I mean, there's really that special window for the Iubids against the Rus because Rus is, they're going to get their second town center as they always do, and they're very, very good at it, obviously. But for the Iubids, I mean, obviously they're not doing that, right? So you're going to be able to get to Castle Age very, very quickly. It's, depending on if you go economic wing or culture wing for that decrease, and for you to get up and increase. But it depends on, one, making Gulams or Camel Lancers, and two, like you said, where that second town center is, because if it's a point where heavily armored units can torch it down, Rus will be down to one town center and licking their wounds. Kremlin Gremlins are otherwise, but I'm so excited for this one. It's game 3. We're seeing Beastie playing as the Iubids. Pivotal game 3 in the color yellow spawning in the south. And as the Rus, the very first time we are seeing Rus today. Wham! Color blue. Rus. North side. I'm pumped.
Very, very hyped to see this matchup. And I mean, this is the game decider in this huge series here between Wham and Beastie. Beastie was very quickly able to find his deer pack, and there's a second one near, but Wham sends a scout right on across, and we're going to see a little bit of some micro battle right off of the gate.
This is the Rus minigame at their finest, and they make you play it. We're all just watching and concentrating to see who gets the bounty and who doesn't. We are gonna check the bounty probably when the Kremlin does come up, like when we get to like feudal age time, something like that. We'll get close to it. But the deer packs, obviously, for Rus, we know how Rus plays, right? It's pretty important. You gotta make sure you're finding all of them. For Wham, his are pretty spread out. But when we are talking about the Rus, we gotta be talking about the lovely, delectable pork products that are on your screen. We got a boar on the eastern side near that trading post, another boar on the western side near the western trading post. Look at that little guy. Hopefully for Wham, if he does put a second town center somewhere, however, that boar, that's pretty far out there. I think that's danger territory.
Yeah, you lose too much walking time. It's not even worth it at that point. Right. The good benefit, I will say, Wham, he spotted a couple wolves on the way over to that initial deer pack. He's killing up a wolf now. And he still hasn't found his deer, I don't think. He hasn't? Oh, no. Beastie's counteracting the deer on his side. He just found his other deer pack. So really not a good feeling as far as the start goes for Wham. And oh, no.
And that's part of the Rus game. You win some, you lose some. Sometimes you find those deer packs and you have a lot of pelts. You're able to push those pelts 10 gold pop. Sometimes you don't. And Wham is just in one of those situations where 2 of them were contested that he found. The one ended up being safe. Not sure how many wolves, but his bounty can't be looking too great to the point where we know now, looking at from Wham's economic, he's going. He can't
Golden
have
Gate?
the ability to go to wheelbarrow.
Golden
There's a
Gate?
golden gate. Oh my god, this game's insane already.
I mean, I am loving to see the Golden Gate. This is one where, like, Kremlin's always talked about with how good it is, how defensive it is, but if you don't need it early, use the Golden Gate for a more efficient eco behind this. You know what your opponent's going to be doing. There's another wolf here that BC just spotted on out, but maybe just spotted it out for Wham. We just heard another wolf start to be picked up, and BC actually is the one who has 2 scouts here, so will secure that wolf for himself.
With this Golden Gate, I don't know what's going to happen, okay? Because usually we see a Kremlin for everything, but if you remember the Golden Gate builds of old, you know, Dabs, that we've talked about it off camera on your stream multiple times. The Fast Castle into Horse Archer build is something that I miss dearly. And against the IU bids, maybe, because you know they're going to Fast Castle, are you going to Fast Castle with them also?
You're not
or,
going Horse Archers.
Well, not with that attitude. Or what about what about Pro Scouts?
I mean, Pro Scouts is something I wouldn't complain about. That's always, I feel like that's something that always makes games interesting. I would be more inclined to say it's Pro Scouts if this were 3DB playing compared to Wham. But he's heavy onto the wood still. I'm not sure if it's still going to be a secondary TC play or if he's maybe looking for a little bit of some earlier aggression.
Yeah, that could be.
Being dropped.
So weird seeing a wooden fortress on a wood line nowadays, you know, just because of the Kremlin. You know, it makes it so difficult. But he will go with the lumber camp as well. He probably needs that wood just to make sure he does that and gets pretty much the entire Rus province in order to build that wooden fortress. However, I think, you know, when it comes to any kind of feudal aggression for the Rus, we don't see it too often. But, you know, it's not like it doesn't have merit. You know, they can still produce a lot of archers for you to deal with.
And double broad axe is on its way. I love this. 3 scouts, like, yeah, they might do like 1 damage a pop, but they don't have anything else to do right now. Go be annoying.
Oh, absolutely. This is some of the best Rus players do this, especially even if you're playing against, you know, when you're playing against IU bids, you know they're not going to make units yet. First Desert Raider finally pops out, so they're going to have to back the other way. But stuff like, you know, like Malians burning down houses and stuff like that. The 3 scouts, I mean, yeah, they help you in the Rus minigame, but don't forget, they still have merit. And
it's feudal.
The feudal push. Let's go. Oh my God, I'm so I've
This
never
is
been
like
more
the
excited
old,
casting
like,
a game
this is
in my
like
life.
the old take the boar, drop 4 archery range play, except he hadn't taken the boar yet, but he is definitely planning on some feudal age aggression. Or maybe it's just an archery range to deal with the Desert Raider, some knights to get the leg on up, and then, I mean, that's just way too many on wood. That has to be mass archers.
I would think so too. I mean, you could sprinkle in a little bit of archers, or a little bit of knights, excuse me, to help you out. And I know nobody in chat could see this because we're watching the game. My hands are fully up in the air right now. I'm that excited. The archery ranges now with his ability to build it, the wood economy that he has, he'll be able to do things like get all of his archery ranges, get all of the archers that he's pumping out, get the blacksmith, get all of the technologies. And because your wood economy is so good, if he wanted to go rams, he'll have the ability to do it.
BC dropping 2 outposts on his gold. He spotted it out. We saw the scout circle twice around the base of Wham, and so that just means he knows how much he needs to invest into this defense. He has to protect up his gold. It's going to be the main focus point if Wham's going to have this aggression, and Wham's already going with blacksmith techs, which aggression is coming.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. I just don't know if he's going to have the time for it. Dabs, look at what BC he already has for his macro. He has about 700-ish food. He's got about 500 gold. He might go for that super fast age up to try to save himself.
But BC's being greedy. He's saving the berries. He's going growth wing, so he's eating the sheep right now. This could end up biting him because Wham, if he continues the aggression, yeah, you might not want to aggress the double outpost gold vein, but you know what you can start denying? All of the food that's directly to the north, and then yeah, there's one other berry bush all the way to the south side, but that's so far away, that's going to be so hard to secure, and Wham's already scouting it. Oh, siege engineering on the way too. Oh my gosh.
Let's go. We're gonna take him to Ram Ranch. All right, sorry, I gotta be unbiased. The deer pack over there on the north side, just like you said. So maybe BC will go to Castle Age, right? BC might go to Castle Age, but if he can't make the units once he gets to Castle Age, the only thing he did was put a fancy wing on his House of Wisdom, right? I think that's what Wham's really going for.
I mean, we're all about some aggression here. He just used the Golden Gate, buys some extra wood, and he almost has enough for another ram as well with these next villager drop-offs. So is he just going to go up with 1 ram, or is he going to go double ram and just clean through this gold spot? I love this too. He's circling with his knight. Just making sure there's no like vulnerable villagers that are, you know, out there from Beastie, and Beastie has clicked up.
This is such a tense situation right now. We're talking about with the Iobits because he did go for the economic wing, if I saw correctly, right? He's going to go for those 8 villagers. So It's a minute 45 seconds, whether you like it or not. And this
Rams
minute 45 seconds, this might be rough. Let's see it. Is he going to take
Rams
up the Wham Ranch?
Does BC even have a production building drop?
I don't think so.
I mean, this is the crazy part, is if that knight just constantly annoys the wood line while the Rams and the main army hits the gold, there's not much. Wham, hello?
Anybody? Okay, there we go. Building the ramp now. Okay, that's fine. Because that could have fell apart. If he wasn't paying attention, that could have fell apart pretty quick.
Second barracks is on the way as well. Villagers moving up to the deer. I think Wham needs to go sooner than later though. Jumps inside the ram.
Look at this. We got a Trojan horse of a battering ram. We're going to try to take down those arrow slit towers. Those knights and some horsemen are on the back line. They all pop out. How you doing? Keep it moving. Put yourself back in that ram. Try to take them down. Villagers getting their torches out.
Spears jump on out. First camel gets taken down. Outpost goes down in the blink of an eye. Villagers having to run on away. And Wham just jumps right inside and says, hey, I know there's a second outpost. I know there's a second set of villagers here as well. BC jumps back out yet again and just says, all right, I'm headed home. You can have the gold. I'm out. One villager falls.
Oh, man.
Where are the Rams going now? Like, where's the production from BC? I see double stables. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Wham already dropped double barracks. This is awful for BC now. He's got double stables into double barracks. All Wham needs to focus on is just massing up spears, and more spears.
Yeah, he's making those camel lancers, but
how many sheep does BC have left?
Oh, let's take a look, Vodka. Let's see where that town center is. It looks like those sheep, it looks like maybe 1 or 2 haven't been beaten to death yet, but he's going to start to run dry. Maybe, oh, looks like 4. Okay. So he's got a decent amount of food there. However, the gold, not there.
And he's housed. He's housed, and Rams are going to head to the production. Not only Rams, the whole military of Wham's headed towards the production. Look at this. The camel lasers can't pop out. BC's got nothing right now. Villagers being pulled. So much raid villagers right now. If you're going to start losing a ton of those, Ram gets taken down pretty low, but it is still alive. Production, stables almost on fire. BC is in trouble. Villagers pulled yet again. He jumps back inside though. One Ram falls, but so does the stables.
Man, the value that those Rams are getting right now. This one being at pretty much almost full health. Camel Lancers are going to try to take the shots at it, but good backup from Wham to villagers in that town center as well. This is just creating so much idle time for him. Looks like archery range is on the south side as well. What is he making out of them? Probably just some normal archers is what's going to help him out against those spearmen because that's what he needs.
Time left on food. Villagers are starting to go idle under the TC. He's running out of sheep. He doesn't have any more sheep. This is the point. He's going back to the backside berries, but Wham has a scout there. He's going to be ready for it.
That's, I mean, and honestly, that's just power of the roost, right? You have 3 scouts. You know exactly what's going on with the map. That Ram's going to go down.
Ram! Oh! He leaves his Ram out to dry, but he has a huge mass here. He needs to just split off 1 or 2 knights, go back to that backside berries, because now he knows BC is out of food. This is a wild game. BC's been castled for a good bit of time, but nothing really to show for himself. He's still only got a few units out on the map. He's having to start building archers, but those are just going to be feudal age archers with, you know, normal feudal stuff. Camel Lancer does go deny some of the boar. Scout, though, it's being walled. It's being blocked on in. Wham might go for the dive. Oh,
I think he'll win.
BC a little bit out of position with the military mass. Wham circles around with the knights going for the dive and circling around with his main military. BC feels like he has to take it. Wall gets deleted. It sounded like behind this, but multiple camel lancers going down, and it doesn't feel like. This is over. The villagers, they have nowhere to go. The knights circled, the horsemen circled. They got to re-wall quick, and they're not able to do so. Wham is closing the gap. Main military as well, still taking huge wins, huge beneficial fights, and it feels like there's nothing that BC can do. But we've seen him crawl from the depths before. We've seen him come out of games where he's been in worse off positions than this, but it does not seem like it is getting any better. Villagers are still running, still circling, and look at his food income. 286 food per minute, and I don't know if that's going to be there for long.
That's going to start dropping. Absolutely. I mean, I know BC has textiles, but a change of clothes isn't going to help those villagers. Economic count right now, 43 to 41. We have BC's archer mass. Looks like on the north side, You know, he tried to get those south berries, but again, this is the question. There's food out there. He can't get to it.
Yeah, and I mean, Wham seeing Beastie go archers, he's probably happy about it. Those are still just normal archers. He's got triple the amount. Beastie's back onto the berries in the front side. More vills are about to start fall. Oh. Okay, maybe not. There we go. One or two more vills fall, and we now see the villager count basically even. Beastie has been raiding this whole time with camel lancers. Like one or two camel lancers have been circling, raiding, denying Wham onto the boar. But Wham's still not yet able to close out the game. I'm wondering if Rams are going to be dropped. He can take berries.
But they're just going to ship it right past those berries. It looks like he's going for more of a carnivorous diet, as I would say. And those camel lancer raids, though, from Beastie, I really feel like they're really keeping him into the game. You know, getting a couple of those villager kills, making Wham split his mental bandwidth in a couple different directions, right? Just make sure he's not getting the boar. But he probably has something like survival techniques, or he has something like an increased bounty, so the boar is really going to help him. Not so much now. He's going to rely on the Golden Gate a little bit. More night raids over there on those south berries, man. Those Iapid villagers are getting their steps in, Dabs.
Yeah, but one camel lancer and a little bit of a vil surround able to take down the rest of the knights that were there, but BC's numbers are still quite low. He is getting a wall up to prevent this constant harassment on those backside berries, but looks like there was another couple knights that arrived, villager being denied on the wall as well. And the villagers, they're having to head home, and Beastie, yet again, he's at 119 food per minute. I have no idea how he is keeping himself in the game, but there is a mangonel in the way. If Wham spots it out, he can just dive the mangonel. Has to get canceled, actually.
Wow.
Archer's taking the fight. Wham is diving past this, and I think it's a good fight for him. Even though it's under TC fire, there's no real melee mass for Beastie. It's just archers versus archers. And Wham's just continuing to step up, thin out the mass to Beastie.
Yeah, and just like you said, all those archers, they're feudal age. The one pivotal reinforcement is that knight coming in from the northeast side. Get that charge. Beastie don't want to deal with it anymore. Golden Gate, Roos in feudal, taking down that Iapid fast castle.
I mean, wow. This is unbelievable to see. The OG Roos, this is what I have always loved to watch the Roos play as. It's just, you know, mass in that feudal age. It's so hard to kind of stop that eco mass that they're able to do. And Wham just never let up the pressure, continued the onslaught. And yeah, BC had some good return raids. He got himself a little bit breathing room, but just not enough. And Wham takes the series.
Watching that old school Golden Gate, Roos, feudal age, aggression. I'm happy now. I don't care what happens. For the rest of the cast, I'm content. I'm good.
Oh, I know you're happy seeing that. And I know there's a lot of viewers out there that are happy there. If you put some points onto Wham, you had some good odds. You might have won yourself enough to make Pesty play another game that we haven't gotten to see yet.
That's exactly. I mean, honestly, like it feels like with a lot of these fast castle builds, because we talk about the Iapid's fast castle, we're going to see it again in this next series with Marine Lord and Poppy Paw. You should have feudal aggression punish it, right? That's what makes a good meta, you know? So even though the Iapids, they had a couple Desert Raiders and they're able to defend themselves just a little bit, if you do that all in and shove it right to the Iapids, you might be able to stop a fast castle like Wham was able to do. However, we are going to be talking about his Canadian brethren, literally. Puppy Paw, going to be going up against Marine Lord in our best of 3 this last series of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And this one is between two probably favorites to take this whole thing down. This is a good one to end on.
Oh yeah, this is the hype, but I don't know if we will be ending on this one, as might have just another series behind it if we're running a little bit quick. So don't just think like this might be the end. Make sure to stick on around, as we might just keep it going here, depending on how long this takes us. But let's go ahead and check and see some of the stand-ins. Let's check and see some of the updates, how people have been doing, everything of that sort. And that's where we now have some good updates here in front of us. Trying to see if there's any big upsets. Looks like Numadon able to 2-1 recon over there. CSO gets taken down by Magic. looks like some of the Canadians playing pretty well here today. Except Puppy Paw taking one of the Canadian battles over there, beating Magic.
Ooh, practice partners at their finest. I think if you have watched a Puppy Pot or Wham stream, you will see a Magic is a frequent guest doing customs pretty much on a daily basis. And usually now I'm at the point where I watch their streams so much, I'm at the point where I don't know who to root for because I love all three of them almost equally. I don't pick favorites. Looking at Group A, we got Marine Lord at that 4-0, Puppy Paw at that 4-0, and Dabs, isn't that who we're going to see play? That's kind of a big deal.
I think that's the exact series we're about to cast. So yes, there is some big implications on the line. Obviously, Puppy Paw has lost one single game, and Marine Lord has not yet. So even taking a game off him will at least be a benefit. But this is a series that Puppy Paw gets the dub here. He takes that #1 spot and has some good tiebreakers for himself as well.
Yeah, I think the tiebreakers are huge, isn't it? Because you get to a point where, I mean, it's round robin, so if you do lose a couple series, God forbid, something like that could happen, you have the tiebreakers where maybe you can claw yourself back in. This is more so insurance than anything else. So.
I mean, you could see Louis sitting in spot 3 instead of 4 because of his tiebreakers. He's got one extra game that he has not lost, and Vortex has. So, just a little bit of some difference there. Demu not sitting too far behind though, as just another series or so would have leapt him up into that top 4 spot. But what an exciting matchup we have ahead of us, as both the 4-0 players in this group and Puppy Paw and Marine Lord have played in plenty of tournaments time and time again. I don't have the exact stats or numbers on me as far as how they've done previously, what the matchup is between them. I'm just assuming it's a little Marine Lord tilted, but that's just because it's Marine Lord. But I would not be surprised if someone said no. Actually, Puppy has taken him down a few times.
Yeah, I appreciate your prediction and respect for Marine Lord. Right, he definitely. I think if you were going to say Puppy Paw has the lead, he might say "un moment, s'il vous plaît." Maybe I have more. I don't have a French accent. That's the only French I know. Dive it into game 1 here, ladies and gentlemen. Marine Lord playing as the Ayubids, color red, spawning down the south side of Rocky Canyon. His opponent, Puppy Paw, playing in the color blue as the Malians on the north side of the map. Already got that pit mine going out, and I'm curious to hear how you feel about this matchup, Dabston, because these are both civilizations that they want to have things like Marine Lord go up to castle and get a fast castle, but the Malians don't want to be bothered either. Is the Malian boom better than something like the Ayubid fast castle? What are you thinking?
I mean, I feel like the key is how can first is, does the camel or does the Desert Raider is it actually able to do anything compared to the side of Mali? I feel like 1 or 2 jabs come out and it kind of just pushes that away. I don't know if it can actually, dive on and through under town center fire or anything like that, which I know it can't. And so I feel like the javelins will deter that away pretty well. And then it's just playing the Mali game. And as long as Puppy Paw can get some time to get up to castle to, not have a huge Gulam mass on his pit mines really early on, I think it'll be fine. But that's really one where this kind of early to mid game will do a lot with the Desert Raiders versus javelin throwers and trading there.
Yeah, I do like your opinion. I mean, the javelin throwers really, those javelin throwers decimate Desert Raiders, don't they? Whether they have their swords out or their bows, I guess they're treated as a ranged unit, which was news to me. I noticed when I first started to play Ayubids, then a couple horsemen took down my Desert Raider. I got really upset and started raging, and then I realized that they were ranged units. But anyway, the Valiants do have, now think about, I mean, for the Ayubids in Castle, they want to make 2 different units. They either make Gulams or they make Camel Lancers, because that's what's available to them in Castle Age, right? Malians, I mean, against Gulams, they still have Musafati. Might it be worth having some Musafati come out?
Yeah, I think that Puppy Paw doesn't rush castle. I think he still plays the cow game. Like you do, like we talked about it in a Mali game we were casting earlier, where we're like, you get to this point where with the cows, you're like producing military, but you're also banking some resources to castle to where you're able to match it. And then if you start idling for even just 15 seconds or so, as far as military production goes, it's like, oh, and now I'm dropping the Grand Fulani Corral. but we will get to that a little bit later on. First, we already see the military wing coming in. We already see the Mansa Quarry on the way up. So passive resources is what this is all about. You know, people always talk about the military wing. I think about it as essentially 90 free resources a minute. I think is how much a Desert Raider costs. It's 180, and then you know they get one every 2 minutes. So that's where Mansa Quarry and military wing kind of on somewhat equal footing in a sense.
Yeah, it's kind of comparable, isn't it? I mean, for the Desert Raider, the 90 resources do get locked in a Desert Raider production. I think that's the only difference. But otherwise, I mean, from an economic standpoint, they're pretty comparable. And I mean, the Mansa Quarry, I mean, shout out Mansa Musa, the richest man of his time. Dedicate that quarry to him. That extra gold per minute and that passive income, I mean, it just fits with the Malians so synergistically. And it's so, again, we talk about the Malians because we're seeing them over and over again today. It's very frustrating to play against them, and you almost have to think about it a little bit differently because you don't necessarily worry about killing their villagers. You worry about killing their buildings.
Yeah. It feels so weird, especially when casting games. You're like, oh, and Molly loses another villager. It's like, whatever.
Who cares?
Like all of a sudden, like Molly's down 20, or like I think it's very apparent against one of the matchups we saw today where it was the 2TC Song Dynasty versus Molly. And it's like, yeah, China's up 35 villagers. And it's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Molly has full cow boom and has a lot more resources per minute because they're denying and forcing, you know, villagers to run around in different spots, reallocating all these different things. So it's really one where cows can kind of make up for a little bit of that villager difference.
Right. Absolutely. And because of those cows, I guess they're technically passive income, even though they're alive. The income from those, we see that from Malians once they hit like that 10 or 11 mark. They're like, yeah, I'm ready for late game. I don't know if you guys are, but I got all my stuff kind of built and I got all my stuff going on. So we're just going to go ahead and throw 100 military units into your face. And hopefully, Marine Lord has the speed to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, Puppy Paw already dropping a wall onto the backside, not allowing that Desert Raider to constantly circle, constantly be annoying. Looks like Marine Lord's going for a little bit of a block off, but there should be a javelin thrower right on over there in a second. And if not, it's super easy to wall around them actually. And actually, it's just a scout that pushes it on away.
Yeah, that's kind of all of it takes. That javelin thrower will be able to help it out. Rather, I mean, honestly, for a javelin thrower, it's a very difficult unit to face because, you know, I've seen situations where javelin throwers start raiding, you know, because they have a lot of ranged armor, they can take a lot of TC fire. The only thing about them, as you're watching them try to trail the scout, pretty slow.
Yeah, you know, that's the big problem with immobile units in general, and now we are seeing a little bit of some extra investment into Feudal Age. And now this actually reminds me of a Magic game I casted last week. He did not play the typical fast castle build against Mali because he said, no, I can't let Mali play their game. I'm going to play all in Feudal. And that is what it looks like Marine Lord is about to do.
And, you know, this goes to show how much you respect the Malian boom, right? I mean, for the Ayabids, he's using all of his resources. He allocated them and has his macro spectacularly to making things like archers and horsemen and all that kind of stuff. You know, he is not thinking about Castle Age at all. Because if both these civilizations do go to Castle Age, Marine Lord has assessed that he will lose. So that's why that Malian boom in Castle Age is just so devastating. So Marine Lord's just trying to make sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's one of those that it's not necessarily even like knowing that you'll lose. It's making the smarter decision. Like he's almost betting on himself because rather than going fast castle is much more of like an all-in type thing where it's like, oh, if I'm all in, like if you don't get damage done with your timing, then he will lose. Well, now playing this game, it's like, oh, I can trust in my micro, I can trust in my trading, my scouting, a little bit more of the map control, and not just rely on this key timing push.
Yeah, and I mean, it can get finicky, that timing push, right? You got to do it absolutely perfectly. You got to make sure you have the right units, not only with the right time. So I understand why he's going for that. And for Puppy Paw being the Malians, again, you're just shored up defensively. He's got a wall going on that backside just to make sure he doesn't have any raids, which is great. He's making some javelin throws just to make sure he doesn't get overrun. He sees Marine Lord has a decent amount of archers. I mean, heads up, solid play by Puppy Paw. He's just staying alive.
Yep. Sending villagers on out. I think this might be headed on towards the deer, though. And so he will have to start reinforcing this location further and further. It is the deer that he is taking and needs to get this mass going quick. The good thing for Puppy Paw, though, is like Marine Lord has that composition, though, that it feels like you have to like take the fight. Like with Horsemen, you have to go all in to the javelins or else they're not going to be doing anything. And with Mali, both of their units just have a long range base damage from the, well, not necessarily long range, but base damage from the javelins. And then you also have that spear throw from the Danzo. So anytime that those units are stepping on up, they could not have the best trade, but Villager gets taken down. One Villager goes down for Puppy Paw, and Woodline gets delayed for at least a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that one Villager is really good. I mean, this is the time of the game where the Malian villagers do matter, because you got to get all of your wood and your gold to get your cattle ranches and then put some cows in them, right? So having the villagers there on that wood line is very, very important. Now, Marine Lord, he made a decent amount of units. You see military count 21 to 17. Kind of put a halt on it a little bit. Look at his macro right now, Dabs. He's got 800 food, almost 900 food, on almost 600 gold. So he just made a little bit of units just to make sure that Puppy Paw had to make something and couldn't just do his boom and couldn't just do his cow thing. So his castle age is going to be a little bit delayed. So Marine Lord feels like he's got the upper hand to be like, okay, now I kind of guaranteed myself that I'm going to hit castle first.
Yeah, and even still, their unit mass is somewhat equivalent, even though Marine Lord, like you said, has a huge amount of resources in the bank built on up. He's about to be able to click up that age up. I think Puppy Paw had a scout circling around the backside, but it might have just been forced away right then. And Pit Mine is starting to be burnt.
Yeah, this is really important for Marine Lord too. You know, he's got enough, at least he has enough units where he can do some torches. He's going to make Puppy Paw react, some javelin throws in that nice line formation, making sure there's no overkill, right? For those javelin throws, it's very, very important. Makes Marine Lord back up. And this is one of the problems with the pit mine. They have 1,500 health, so you try to burn that down. It gives the Malians enough time to get over there. That pit mine is still churning out gold.
Scout got taken down, so Puppy Paw can no longer see what Marine Lord has planned on up. Looks like javelin throwers have been able to close the gap, have been able to pick off 1-2 archers here and there, and Marine Lord's headed on home, but he's headed home knowing that he is aging up behind this and not worried at all.
Oh yeah, stalled out Puppy Paw a decent amount. Going with economic wing to get those extra 8 villagers. You can see what he did with the berries, right?
Beautiful.
Look at
two.
Oh my, he's a micro genius. 2 berries.
See, this is where we saw Beastie in last game. He was just off the berries completely. Marine Lord, he's like, no. I still want the berries. I still want to gather from them. Oh, he missed one of them. Maybe a little oversight on the bottom side, but this is where this is allowing him to just, you know, save that food resource in the long term and still use that gathering rate that you want.
Oh yeah, I mean, then that extra 100, this is very important for the IBIDs too, because it just means, you know, you are getting those south berries, which are pretty safe, right? But a lot of those other berries are near, you know, the middle of that canyon where some of that water is, that he's got deer packs a little bit to the east side. So those are going to be difficult for him to gather, right? Those plus 100, just gonna give him a little bit of time, get that map control, get some camel lancers out, stuff like that.
Corral.
Uh-oh.
I mean,
We're
Puppy
going
Paw,
for-
though, he was not too far behind on the timing. He only has 13 cows, though, out. Not the full 18 to 20 that you usually will see. Sometimes I say 18 because sometimes people like to eat some of those cows on up and use that gathering rate and then, you know, make it 20 a little bit later on. But walls are really the key here for Puppy Paw. He saw what happened on his wood line earlier. He said, no, I'm not going to let you step on in that close again. But the walls aren't going to be doing enough.
Oh, that's the worst.
And the villager falls.
Yeah, I mean, hindsight's 2020, of course, but in that wall a little bit more forward might have helped him just to make sure that archer range wasn't there. But Corral's going to be at about 70%. Marine Lord particularly angry against that palisade wall in particular, so Puppy Paw's got to be able to come in where that original town center is and be able to Donzo's throwing their spears. You know what I've noticed about the Malian dabs as this fight goes on? There's just so many spears and they're chucking them.
That's what it always is, and that's why, like I said, you always feel like you have to dive and take the fight with them. You can't always like play this range mask, because if you're playing range, you're losing against jabs.
Yeah, and then, I mean, it's kind of what Marine Lord has in terms of his army composition, right? I mean, most of it, 17 of his 27 right now are archers, and they probably will continue to be archers. But now Marine Lord's starting to get into that heavy armored units, so stuff like the Ghulams, stuff like the Camel Lancers, because he has a little bit of time in order to do that. On the flip side, Puppy Paw going to his own kind of heavy units. We see this with the Malians over and over again. They go to Castle Age, they start getting sofas, right? They start importing that armor. Takes a while, but it'll get here once it's imported. And then moving to Musafadis as well.
Right when those Ghulams touched the deer villager, he immediately queued up 5 Musafati. It was like, oh no, okay, I need to start making Musafati now. And so unit composition, like, yeah, both have the arsenal to deal with whatever. Marine Lord just feels like he's just being the aggressor, though. He's taking the relics behind this as well. With the first Camel Lance we just saw bringing one back. He's starting to try to pressure that secondary pit mine, and Puppy Paw has not been able to move out to take a third either.
No, but I'll tell you what, though, Dabs, even with the 2 pit mines, 700 gold per minute. That's nothing to sniff at. You know, he's got so much, and compared to what Marine Lord has in terms of economy right now, 1,400 food per minute. The corral helped put him out. Obviously, it's not Puppy Paw's first rodeo with that corral, and then the pit mine's going to be helping him out as well. I think this is the time, 14 minutes in, this is the time where the Mali starts, you end up having, 80, 90 military units, and you're like, how do I even deal with this?
Good little picks off a couple of those archers. Looks like he's going to be able to pick off a Camel Lancer as well. So Puppy Paw is taking a couple decent trades. Marine Lord's knocking on his doorstep on the wood line again. If it works once, if it works twice, why not just head back there again?
Yeah, I mean, if not much is not much is going on with it, you might as well take hits, because for the Malians, that's probably the only place their villagers are going to be. Right? Because they have passive income and all the other ones. So those wood lines are going to be really, really important. Now Puppy Paw using those veteran Sofa, trying to get a raid of his own. Now Ayubid villagers, killing those Ayubid villagers is very, very important.
Yes, it is. They are not like the Abbasid, where they'll boom up with 4 TCs and villagers cost half as much. They definitely need to keep their villagers a little bit safer. Sometimes you'll see them drop TCs later on, but they're paying full cost for it all. I'll just check a couple of the food spots, though. Deer, though, haven't been taken yet. It's been all berries so far for Marine Lord because of the growth wing. And that's what, it's wild to think about how much the growth wing, especially in Castle Age, saves as far as food.
Oh, yeah, heads up play, from making sure he has enough villagers. And he could get a little bit of time. He doesn't necessarily need that town center immediately, like a delayed second town center, a lot of things that the Ivids like to do. But don't look now, as I talk about a delayed town center, as the Sofas are trying to get a raid. He's got a third one, too.
Yeah, and this is what we saw him do against Demu as well, where he all of a sudden was like, oh, I took a decent trade, or I was, showing a lot of aggression, and now all of a sudden I'm booming up behind this as well.
I think the difference is, though, in this particular matchup, is Puppy Paw's got 60 military units and the ability to reproduce them. So with these town centers, it's going to cost a lot of food for you to do it. Might slow down your production a little bit. Puppy Paw might just be able to beat his head against the wall and take him down.
Might slow down your production. It will definitely slow down your production, especially if Puppy Paw continues to focus on the food like he was doing. If he's able to circle around the sofa, hit the deer, hit the other deer, I think Marine Lord is on his last set of berries, and that's going to be it that's safe behind the walls, other than the deer, like I just mentioned.
Right, and then it's either, do you go for that deer and risk it, or do you farm transition and give up your tempo? It feels like farm transition is the play with those villagers on those berries. Looks like about 5 of them not gonna go for the outpost. The Marine Lord sending in his reinforcements. I'm wondering if he's going to take this fight, Dabs. This could be huge.
Oh, looks like he was about to, thinking about it. Instead, he sends in a little bit of a raid on the wood line. Wham should have that outpost cleared on up at this point. Might lose another couple villagers for this, but this is Mali. They don't care. It's villagers.
Yeah, they're cool with it. You can see Puppy Paw not batting an eye to that wood line. All of those sofas are going to be trying to go in, and as soon as I say that, they're going to back up just a little bit. They're looking for a good place to attack. That wood line on the north side gets vacated as well. This is idle time Marine Lord can't afford right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Marine Lord's up 25 villagers, but Puppy Paw's up 25 military, and that military is scary, scary. He should be able to constantly keep producing it because even though some villagers might be idled, he has cows. Tons of passive food and starts to burn down that secondary TC. Not the easiest thing to do, especially with the big mass here, and it looks like Puppy Paw might just have to take this fight.
I'll tell you what I really like is composition as they're coming in here. I think they're
unique on the backside though. Sofa are going to want to try to dive past this, but the choke point's just too stuck into that location. Hasn't been able to cut through it yet, and just now gets past it on top of the Manjanique. Manjanique trying to fall back in between the crossbows. Puppy Paw still taking the fight. And looks like he is still winning the fight, but Manjanique is still alive, getting healed up by some villagers. Great micro by Marine Lord. Range units still attacking the best they can, but will have to fall back as I don't know where the Sofa mass is anymore.
No, the Sofa tried to dive in on the Manjanique and they failed their mission. So it means the range mass for Puppy Paw needs to back up. He did a good job getting the splits going.
It was getting rallied into the wood line.
Oh, man.
It was getting rallied to the wood line. It just now is moving down. Oh, no. Oh, and that's what a small little raid could do. That raid that was on the wood line, Puppy Paw, yeah, he didn't, garrison all the villagers because he just rallied units over there and was like, they'll go deal with them. Well, now that messed up the fight because he needed some of those rallying Sofa there. If he had 5-10 extra Sofa, that ranged mass, that Mustafadi mass wouldn't have had to fall back away.
Yeah, that really could change the tide, right? Look at all these. I think there's 8 that I'm counting. Have an extra 8 Sofas there. That's down Manjanique. Take it down some of those archers, right? Imported armor. These Sofas probably have about, based on how many, if you got iron undermesh and all of the other black characteristics, probably have something like 7 ranged armor. So they're going to be able to sit under those town center and deal with it. Man, that's just super rough. But it's not like Puppy Paw can't make
up. He just needs to keep the aggression up, though. Look at the food per minute. Marine Lord just now making that huge farm transition. And so if he's able to delay this food income from kind of being built on up, then that is what will still allow him to keep this military mass advantage that he has.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's tempo, right? Doing things like the farm economy. You're losing tempo doing that. That's why Puppy Paw is able to continue to churn out because his economy's done. He has the pit mines. He has, he made his 3rd pit mine, if I can see that correctly, because he got map control, so it's near that secondary sacred site. So he's still going to get that increase in gold. While Marine Lord on the other side, he's just trying to make farms, man. It's going to be difficult. Maybe he can make some archers because he has a decent amount of wood, but the food's not going to be there. Another raid on the south side, some of that 3 town center, not paying off as well when a lot of them end up becoming fertilizer.
Yeah, and we're finally starting to see the point where Puppy is finding some damage at certain places, and this is what happens with multi-town center when you start to run out of resources. But Manjanique gets a huge fire off on that range mass, and it's about to get another one. All the units are clumped up together. Oh my god!
Man, that choke point with the wood line and some of those Ibid buildings, that house right there was devastating for Puppy Paw. But still, I mean, he's dealing with expensive units. He's got Sofas, military count 93 to 73. He could basically pop cap himself and take it if he wants to, but keeping that aggression up is going to make sure Marine Lord continues to be off the back foot, continues to not have map control. Look at this. He's zerging all of these units out. He has a group of 25 of them over on the eastern side with a raid.
Yeah, and it looks like Marine Lord's having to pull his army back over to that eastern side, having to pull his army back over to the southern side. He doesn't know where to go, and that's just the Mali onslaught. 106 units. More villagers being taken down, at least for a second or two.
And this
is having a kite on back. He's starting to burn down the wall on the southern side, and he's still attacking on the center yet again.
Look at, I mean, Puppy Paw's acting like a masterclass general because this is a 3-pronged attack. East, west, north side. of Marine Lord's base. So he can split up his units in all those different areas. Spearmen have no idea where to go. Over on the eastern side, they have some sofas to deal with. Now they have other units to deal with. Manjanique trying to get repaired on the middle side. Looks like this eastern side's going to get cleaned up, however.
The
But
Sofa
western
broke
side
through the
looked all
spout.
these
This was
Sofas.
really the key. Now the farming eco gets hit. Marine Lord hasn't yet reacted, just now reacting, but military units are starting to get cleared up from Puppy Paw's side, and his mass is starting to get thinned out a little bit. He was up at 100 and something, now he's down in the 80s.
But he's queuing units. Dabs, look at that queue on the top part of your screen.
And look
He's
at
got
Marine
archers
Lord's
coming
queue,
in
he's
too.
got nothing. He's just not able to remass back up as fast. I feel like Puppy Paw just needs like 1 or 2 rams or just something to deal with buildings. If he's able to start taking down buildings, start taking down production, that's hard. That's the hardest thing for Marine Lord to kind of do because he just doesn't have space on the front side.
No, he really doesn't. And honestly, I really like Puppy Paw's army composition change. While he's continuing to put on pressure, villagers are even getting in there with some of these spearmen, but Musafati are going to have some trouble in that particular department. He's getting archers now. He's going to go with an archer mass. He's going to get poison arrows, and those spearmen are not going to be long to this world if he continues to make.
Oh, he got baited by the wall. There was actually still the hole, never was rebuilt, and he's still fully diving the eco yet again and again and again. Marine Lord, though, he's at almost double the villager count. If there's one civ that can do this, though, it is Molly with cow booms. And this villager count, he might not be doubled for too much longer. If villagers start falling, there's tons of low-health villagers everywhere, but Puppy Paw is starting to lose his mass.
He is starting to lose it. I just don't know how much Marine Lord can continue to make mass because those villagers, yeah, he's got 101 of them, but most of the time they're running around for their lives.
Yeah, I mean, he still has that farm transition behind this. The walls are slowly finishing. Springled, he's added more and more and more springled towers throughout. And Puppy Paw, it just seems like Puppy Paw's throwing too much military away now. He hasn't actually gotten a lot to show for except for idle time and more delay. I say that he's killed 37 villagers. It just doesn't feel like it.
And that's the power of the third town center, right? I mean, Sofa's continuing to raid down that south side, going to create a little bit of idle time. Now we're seeing a little bit of a slowing, and you're right. I mean, it wasn't necessarily quote-unquote throwing away units, but I think more units were getting lost to the point where Puppy Paw couldn't reproduce them quick enough. And that's what lets Marine Lord come out of his base. He finally gets to breathe. Puppy Paw continuing to try to get some Sofa raids, but he knows he can't, with the Ibid mass, he can't take it straight up, or all of those archers are going to go down, those Sofas are going to go down. It felt like those Musafati didn't really do much of anything.
Yeah, I mean, he had his timing for it, but it looks like the timing is going away. Marine Lord has 2,500 gold in the bank. He still had a market up front, so whenever he runs low on food, he can just buy up more and make up for the difference. But he's still losing out military, still losing out villagers, but I don't think it's going to be enough for Puppy Paw as he has just lost that timing potentially. Sofa diving in yet again. There's still spears though on this front line. There isn't a ton of other units here from Puppy Paw yet.
Yeah, and you can see how the archers for the Malians are tickling those Ghulams for the Ayubids. I mean, yeah, they're getting poisoned, but the Ghulams have a decent amount of health where they're going to need so much more archers to deal with this, and then you're at the point where why make anything else at all? You just have a ranged mass that proves to be an issue for him as well. This is now Puppy Paw, I think, is on the back foot here. He tried to get aggressive, but it didn't do that game-ending damage that we needed from him.
Yeah, I feel like the first Manjanique that came out that wasn't ever able to be taken down for a while, that got a couple huge shots off, was solid, and then Puppy Paw never really like regrouped. He was split pronging, which was really cool to watch, but it wasn't really fully effective as he just lost a ton of the military.
Yeah, so you're kind of thinking if he just shipped everything down the middle or like picked an avenue or something like that, it probably would have been better off for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he takes the head-on engagements instead of getting a bunch of idle time and it forces Marine Lord to take the fight, I think he would have won it. But instead, he took fight, like Marine Lord took fights 60-20 in 3 different spots. It just took a little while, and Marine Lord was throwing away villagers for it, which he's fine with because he had 3 TCs and, you know, other villagers were still working elsewhere.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I mean, Defender's advantage definitely came in play too, right? I mean, Marine Lord was able to stockpile a lot of these units to try to help you out. Now we got a lot of spears, a lot of crossbowmen, which these archers are going to do well against. Those spearmen are going to get poisoned along with some of that bonus damage. Sofa trying to get into that charge. Man, there's only about 3 or 4 of them, and it looks like Marine Lord's making every counter in the book for him too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, at least Puppy Paw, he somehow just, I mean, it's Molly. He somehow is continually equal in the military count. It's just over and over again, and even has the higher value units of the sofa there that Marine Lord doesn't have cavalry units out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these are foot soldiers, which really helps them. I think it seems like Marine Lord kind of strayed away from the Ghulams and now starting to add them because we see how many archers are in play. And the poison is really showing its strength here. There are a lot of these crossbowmen that end up going down. They get tickled by some of those arrows, and then they realize how poisonous those arrows are. So good engagement from Puppy Paw, making Marine Lord back up a little bit. We're seeing it's the constant army composition changes that I am just falling in love with this game. They're realizing what unit the opponent is making, and they're just making the counter something within the grand scheme of things. When your head is on a swivel, you're on 4 different places, something that you might not necessarily think about. Oh my god.
And that's the huge differing factor. It's just main Janique in the back side. The high ground, just utilize that, utilize your front side mass. Your spears are running on up, and your Mangonel, your Manjanique just gets to chill on the backside. And we've seen how good Marine Lord has been at pulling bills to heal it up to when it gets dove by the sofa from Puppy Paw.
Yeah, I mean, especially that first Manjanique, right? It was able to get repaired while Puppy Paw was in that chokehold and had some sofas trying to get around. I think that was a really pivotal fight for him. And now you can see economic count here, 126 to 69. For Puppy Paw. And now Marine Lord, look at how much food per minute he's got. Dabs is at about 2,500. This is late game for him.
Yeah, the farm transition has fully come through, and
okay. See, walls aren't that good, guys. Walls aren't that good.
That's good to know. That's good to know. Okay. So things are there. I think Marine Lord's confused. He's like, what? How? Anyways, Marine Lord is max population. He's about to probably go up to Imp soon. And his farm transition has boomed up. He's at the point too where we're probably seeing like, 65, 70 buildings. Maybe not up to the 5th golden age, but probably sitting there at the 4th.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be close to it. And now at this point, I mean, with Marine Lord in Imperial Age, he's going to continue to stay pop capped for the foreseeable future. He got through that Malian death push of Castle Age. And now Malians, they hit that huge power spike like we see, and a lot of the times they end up winning the game because of it. But afterward, if they don't, now what do you do?
Imperial Age, Fort of the Huntress. Woohoo!
Sure. Yeah, let's put 26 of them bad boys on there. Let's get the build in that thing. I haven't seen a Musafati gun
right next to the wood line. It's only halfway up. This thing might get canceled. Marine Lord's gonna be there.
Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh. And yes, villagers don't matter as much for Molly. They do matter a little bit, especially when there's this many villagers. Hello, Puppy Paw?
Oh, he's trying to stick it, and he's not going to stick it.
Finish it. There's 6 villagers left. He loses. It's done.
He's not sticking.
GG, game number 1 goes over to Marine Lord.
Wow. Unbelievable. I mean, this was just constant aggression from Puppy Paw over and over again. Like we said, beating his head into that Ayubit base. And he just couldn't beat those walls down. Marine Lord was able to hold, had a good villager count at the end, got to Imperial, got rid of that Malian death ball that we worry about so much. And I'm sure all of you in chat have played against over and over again, but able to get through it. Marine Lord with that 1-0 lead heading in the second game of this series. Man, that was some back and forth.
Yeah, I felt like looking at the map from God view, it felt like Puppy Paw was in such a good position when Marine Lord dropped those couple TCs. It felt like, Marine Lord didn't have a lot of food to go with. He was going to struggle with military production. He was going to struggle with, villager production if he's making military. But farm transition came through just in time. Puppy Paw wasn't able to do enough damage with the massive dive that he had with over 100 military units. And unbelievable job by Marine Lord, because I think if that had been almost any other player, it would have been a whole different story as far as villagers getting taken down. He was so reactive to all the raids, rebuilding walls, building additional walls, making sure villagers aren't falling. And that really is the reason why he was able to stabilize, was able to win.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Marine Lord did. This is something that when Age of Empires 4 first came out, this is something that I noticed that someone like the Viper did all the time, where he was able to be as greedy as humanly possible without losing the game. And then it ends up paying off. Marine Lord did that spectacularly, like to perfection, against the Malians, where that's the civilization that is supposed to steamroll you. And he made sure that he did not get steamrolled. Take a look at what we got, Dabs. Game number 2. Huh?
Oh,
We got Sean Dark. Let's
I
go.
know, we're luckily enough. We're getting to see your 2 favorite civs today. I didn't think we'd get to see much, if any, of JD, but we get to see some JD versus Japan. So, what do you think about this matchup being a good old JD lover?
Yeah, so this is something that if everybody in chat is enjoying my cast for the first 4 or 5 hours, now you're gonna hate me because I love Jeanne d'Arc. I love her so much. You know that? She's just so much fun to play. She's for at least in the meta that I play in, she's ultra aggressive. You know, you make a bunch of knights, you get yourself some holy wrath, do a little whirly deuce from Jeanne d'Arc, right? Trying to take down some spearmen. But I think in this matchup too, being aggressive as Jeanne d'Arc seems like a pretty good idea because for Japan, it takes a little while for them to get going, right? It takes them a little bit. They got to get their barracks down if they want to get feudally aggressive. If they want to go fast castle, they try to do that as fast as possible. So getting aggressive as Jeanne d'Arc, you know I'm going to say this. You've watched my stream. You've watched the way I use knights and Jeanne d'Arc. Just make a bunch of knights and go beat them down.
Well, people are calling you some choice words over here, but
I don't care.
Let's see how this game number 2 goes. We will get the score flipped and swapped on up as Marine Lord is up 1-0, spawning in the south side in the color red as Japan, and in the north we got Puppy Paws JD in the color blue.
Yeah, you love to see it. Now with Japan, pretty typical build. I mean, out of them, but like we kind of talked about a little bit before, it's really nice for Japan when they get up to feudal because they get things like the Cura storehouse is going to help them with their farm economy and all that kind of stuff. But a lot of times, like when you build the Cura storehouse, it's not necessarily it's not like there's no counterplay to it. It's not like a Malian pit mine or like the cow boom or something like that. You could still go in there and torch some farms. You can go in there and take down some villagers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what we have in store for us. I do not think it's going to be quite like what you were mentioning here with the all night feudal play.
Yeah, probably
I want to say these players or Puppy in general, especially with JD when I've seen him. I want to say obviously like you'll still do knights here and there. You might do the old what I call like the old divine build where you go like 1 or 2 knights into 2 TCs and it like forces your opponent, like it kind of feels like you put your opponent on the clock, but how does Japanese react? Are they going to go TCs themselves as they love their TC booming as well? Or are they just going to go fast castle, which has been the meta build for Japan for a good little bit now?
Yeah, and I mean, there's a reason why that fast castle from Japan is the meta build. 1, it's a lot of fun to pull off, you know, and number 2, you get that floating gate, you get the Urshirer in either an archery range or a stable, and then you're able to harass your opponent, get map control, get relics, and all of that kind of stuff. And I think, honestly, just because Jeanne d'Arc, you're worried about, you know, you're playing against, this is the child civilization of the parent French, right? So you're going to be seeing some Royal Knights. School of Cavalry is going down by Jeanne d'Arc, and she's going to be the only one building it. Got to remember, if we take a look at Jeanne d'Arc, she has the ability to construct the kingdom a little bit faster. Those buildings are getting built 33% faster with just her. She works at 33% strength, or extra strength, I should say, of a normal villager, and she'll be able to get to level 2 in that regard. But anyway, for the Castle Age, for Marine Lord, you can do things like make Onimusha spam a bunch out, Mounted Samurai spam a bunch out. We saw that in one of our first series of the day. We'll see if Marine Lord wants to do that.
Yeah, I mean, Onimusha, it's unbelievable when you actually see them go up against knights. You're like, oh, okay, Onimusha, here we go. And then you're like, oh my gosh, knights are just getting shredded. It's like they are just like the perfect counter unit to them, utilizing that mobility, utilizing that to the fullest effect. But we got a good bit of ways from Castle Age, as it's just now going up to feudal with the Cura storehouse, which usually is dropped right on touching the wood line. Save yourself that lumber camp and, you know, give yourself some safe spots for your initial couple farms.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being by the wood line, although it's right next to the town center, it's not necessarily going to be, right next to it. But we know from the Cura storehouse, if you didn't know this, when you do build it, your first farm always spawns to the northwest of the Cura storehouse. So you could position yourself in an area where the first 3 or 4 farms end up being safe, and it looks like Marine Lord did that so perfectly. And he saves just a little bit of wood on that lumber camp, so love the spot.
Yep. He's actually, all the farms around that are going to be nice and safe until the wood line's depleted, and at that point, Marine Lord's not going to care. Sheep's looking pretty even at this point in the game. Favoring Puppy just a little bit, which he is the one who needs it a little more, wants it a little more, so good for him. And there's the first knight already in queue, and oh my gosh, it's a tower rush.
I think, oh my gosh, yeah, because
and immediately reacted though, Marine Lord, he's ready.
Wow. Heads up play. Jeanne d'Arc, even though she's still a peasant, by the time she does get her journey down to the south end, she will be leveled up in the level 2. And honestly, what I've been seeing in the highest forms of play, in that Conk 3 play with Jeanne d'Arc, I've been seeing more Archer.
Yeah, we have been seeing it a little bit more often here as of recent. A lot of times you can use her Divine Arrow, get a villager pick early on or so. But from here, Marine Lord, Cura Storehouse is about to finish. He's immediately going to get arrow slits upgraded, I bet, with one of these. Probably that exact outpost. Question is, which one will finish first? Arrow slits is on the way. Outpost is on the way, and it's going to be the outpost.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. I mean, Jeanne d'Arc's obviously going to help a little bit too, building that outpost pretty quick. And this is something like when you're building towers against the tower rush, this is something that you need to do, right? You need to put towers in both areas, because if you put a tower on one side of the gold, they just outpost to the other side, right? So getting those second towers, or that second tower, I should say, just means that Puppy Paw has to put his directly up front and center.
And it finishes just in time. Villager goes down to like 1 health. But this is where Puppy Paw, he's moved over to the stone. He's probably going to not only get arrow slits here real quick, but also just do a 2 TC behind this, as this, once arrow slits finishes up, this should delay Marine Lord's Castle Age play.
Yeah, and that's all you got to do when you're playing against the Japanese. Just make sure that Castle Age doesn't get that big. Villager at 3 health specifically. Going to be wandering in the opposite
And it is
direction.
Archer.
We got a hunter, Jeanne d'Arc, ladies and gentlemen.
If only the wolves still gave XP, Puppy Paw would be licking his chops over here.
Yeah, that play. Remember what it used to be +12? Oh, the good old days.
Yeah, he would have gotten a free 36 XP over there, but instead he's just circling around, going to try to find somewhere to aggro some villagers, and Marine Lord proactively pulls off the berries. Oh, or are the berries gone? I couldn't even tell. Oh, there's one berry left. Oh my gosh, what a snipe! Unbelievable.
Oh, Jeanne d'Arc.
I mean, it's not Archer, John. She had a freaking Barrett 50 cal up in the sniper crow's nest and just popped.
360 no scoped with the intervention. You remember those days?
Oh yeah, I was a COD 4 gamer for sure.
I know you were.
Modern Warfare 2 gamer. That was my bread and butter. But Marine Lord has now been fully denied off of the gold. He doesn't have a good secondary gold to take either. And on the other side, Puppy Paw, he's moving out with 8 villagers. He's about to drop a second TC on the deer. So this is feeling pretty good for Puppy Paw in this game, it feels like.
Yeah, because I mean, doing that little bit of tower shenanigans, picking off that one villager, actually fortifying that outpost as well, it means Marine Lord might have to move, try to get gold somewhere else, might need to get a military production building that he doesn't want to get, and does with a barracks, and has a couple spearmen coming out just to make sure he's safe back home, and it's going to be adding a second barracks. So Marine Lord has to kind of derive a different plan here.
Oh, knights, hello. Oh, okay. Oh, they went for different villagers. Puppy Paw just wanted a quick in and out there. He saw the spears and he was like, I can get one and get out without taking too much damage. But they split focus, and instead, just villagers took a nice old lance in the back and then walked on away.
Well, I'll tell you what, now that Jeanne d'Arc is in play right now, you're going to be able to, if he leaves those villagers that are damaged, we'll be able to get a divine arrow right in their dome.
Villager stays alive, jumps out the other side at 1 health.
All right. Now, is that a shinobi? What are we doing here?
What? You can't build shinobi.
No, I mean, because it was ninja. It was stealthy.
Oh, okay. was like, what are you talking about here? House, though, hey, Puppy Paw's like, hey, at least I'm doing something over here. Yeah, he's stuck in a corner, and there's so many spears, so I'm kind of scared for these knights and for JD, as there is now a horseman out as well. Puppy Paw's getting cut off. JD could just say goodnight. She uses a divine arrow. One of the knights falls as well, and a good little pickup from Marine Lord, but JD will end up spawning back. What's Marine Lord going to do now? Is it time to try to burn this fortified outpost?
Yeah, I think it might be a due time. I mean, he's got a decent amount of spearmen to kind of help him out. You know, Puppy Paw going to be adding some barracks of his own with a couple spearmen. And I know for French and Jeanne d'Arc alike, they really don't like to make spearmen if they don't have to. You know, they like making knights, they like making archers, and that's the usual composition that they try to get into. So it might be a little difficult for him, and Jeanne d'Arc, with that second town center, is going to need a little bit more time for that town center to actually pay off.
I mean, what this makes me think of is like with JD in a spear versus spear war, it makes me think of like when Ottomans get, like, you're in a Dark Age Otto versus Mongol matchup, and then Ottoman all of a sudden get their get their two little free monks from their vizier point. It's like, yeah, you're gonna have extra healing, you're gonna have extra damage, and you're gonna win the spear on spear war.
Yeah, and that's what it feels like. And it's just because the divine arrow, right, is really going to help you out. The spearmen will be able to tickle each other. You know, one spearman will be down to like 30 some health, then Jeanne d'Arc can go in and get that final kill for the extra XP. Those spearmen still in the Dark Age, but we'll get to feudal age exactly as I finish that sentence and make it a point. So now with Puppy Paw going to town center, he's continuing to push some units. He really, really wants to make sure he wants to take fight.
And there it is, the fortified pressure. There's knights here, but there's so many spears, and I thought he was actually going to stay in the outpost just to kind of continually redirect it, have a little bit of extra arrow fire, but instead he just jumps out and just kind of doing this back and forth game. But JD arrives. The spears arrive as well, but I think Marine Lord has done his job. He has accomplished his goal, but I think the outpost did as well. It delayed Marine Lord from the castle edge play that he clearly wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, because if he didn't have that outpost, right, he's continuing to get that gold. There hasn't been too much pressure from him. He was doing a good job of walling. He walled off his food resources over on the western side. He probably would have been castled 2 minutes ago, to be honest.
Oh, I think even before that, but yeah. I'm kind of shocked that Puppy Paw didn't like have units inside of that still, or kind of know that was coming soon, but accomplished his goal. He's up in Vills. He's been kind of playing this nice aggressive game. He's circling around now to where walls have been built, and Marine Lord is not in the greatest position as far as military goes. He's mass spears, but mass spears against Puppy Paws is going to be not as good with Divine Restoration and Divine Arrow.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And that Divine Restoration, healing everything around you, essentially, for how wide of a radius it is by 30% could really make or break this. But now we have spear on spear action. There is a Royal Knight in there that might end up going down. You're seeing +8s on your screen over and over again.
Juicy XP coming in, but TC fire was just close enough, so a lot of those spears were actually getting taken down by TC fire, which is not where you want to be. Knights arrived just a little too late, and JD gets surrounded.
And yeah, she's got nowhere to go. She's
now
trying to.
That's not. I thought this was supposed to be a PG broadcast over here. That's not something that we're supposed to be showing.
Yeah, we're probably gonna get banned over here. She was quite.
We'll edit that out of the YouTube video.
Oh my God! Now I mean, this is the version 3 of Jeanne d'Arc now. 500 gold went into purchasing Jeanne d'Arc. So. Quite the issue, you know, if Jeanne d'Arc doesn't go down those 2 times, maybe Puppy Paw might be able to get up to castle with the amount of units that he has. It's at the opposite side. Marine Lord is going to go up to castle 11 on the floating gate. Puppy Paw still needs to get a little bit of gold to do so, and I think his time to do some damage against the Japanese might be starting to come to a halt. I think we're going to be experiencing a longer showdown now.
Yeah, I mean, the good benefit for Puppy is that he at least is ahead in that villager count. But Floating Gate is about to finish, and Japanese is going to be in their sweet spot. They're going to be castle age. Oh, good little bait there. And it's still so much XP going over to JD.
Yeah, and you know what's... Look at what Puppy Paw's doing to microing these knights. He has the knights on a specific control group, so those spearmen When they back up, they take down the Jeanne d'Arc Spearman instead of the Knights. So those healthy units continue to stay alive. They might be able to get a charge off, and they do. Those 3+8s, that's plus 24 you probably wouldn't have had before. Jeanne d'Arc obviously has X-ray vision, able to see through that forest, going to be able to take hits on those areas. I think she might be close to level 3.
I'm pretty sure after this fight, gotta be, but I think if you're Puppy Paw, you pull back with your Knights or you pull back with JD and you regroup because now upgrades have come through and JD's down again.
Oh my God, my heart can't take much more. Watching her go down over and over. I mean, at least it's 250 gold. It's not the 500, right? And so if she was level 3, it would take 500. Even if he wants to buy her back in the first place, which I would probably recommend because it means all of those recharge rates of consecration, that economic bonus that you need, is actually ticking. So buying her back ends up becoming a good idea to do. But again, 3 times, Dabs, 3 times.
Look at how close the guild hall though is to finishing. Puppy Paw's about to match up this timing and match up the timing with a better eco behind it. Spears are starting to dive. Puppy Paw taking the fight for now just because he knows he needs to defend this guild hall for a little bit longer. He's not quite there yet. Reallocating the vills to the backside. He had to just put the vills. Guild hall finishes, needs to run. Jump on inside. Head on home.
I don't care where you go. You just can't stay here. You gotta get out of there.
Just get out of here.
Spears,
spear upgrade is on the way, so you don't want to take this fight. You want to keep the masses as much as you can. Villagers are running on over to some berries next to his original TC and some Knight raiding on the backside. So a great job by Puppy Paw to give himself a little bit of breathing room, as that is now what 3 or 4 vills that were taken down. TC's been left though, and that's what 20 spears now, just burning the secondary TC.
And I mean, that TC will go down if nothing is done about it. I'm curious to see what Puppy Paw tries to do in terms of army composition, because we're seeing our first Onabugisha. You're seeing trying to take hits on that guild hall, those Knights from Jeanne d'Arc on the south side, basically worth their weight in gold for how many villagers ended up going down. But economic lead isn't going to progress as far. Marine Lord's going to stop that bleeding, get the second town center, so that's going to be huge for him.
Yep, Puppy Paw is up 20 vills still. He's starting to mass up some arbs. Still has a little bit of some spear front line, not a massive one, and some men-at-arms in queue. I feel like this is just now where if you're Puppy Paw, you're like, just stop the bleeding, stop the hemorrhaging over here, delay. But those barracks that got consecrated getting taken down is so sad for him.
Yeah, I mean, because the first thing that it stops is food. You know, it gives you that little bit of food reduction. But then, once you get the upgrade from the blacksmith, also the wood and gold ends up being a little bit cheaper. So making and essentially wasting those consecration charges are so very important, especially because Jeanne probably doesn't have that many in terms of charges because of how much she had to get resurrected over and over again. Those Onabugisha, though, gonna make quick work of those spearmen. Not so much against the Arbaletria. I did see the Gambeson's upgrade come in, so he does have +5 melee armor. But it looks like for the 4th time, somebody, God help me, is she gonna go down? Okay, she's fine.
Puppy Paw just didn't have the numbers again. He's taken fight after fight where he's just like, it's a losing fight. And this is usually where I feel like these top players are so good about like seeing like, oh, he has 12 spears, I have 10. I'm gonna back away with my 10. But instead he's been like, I'll just take it for now. My other spears are on the way. It's like, nah, that's not how this game works.
No, and I mean, honestly, it feels like when you're gonna fight against Jeanne d'Arc, and I think one of the reasons why people don't like it as much is when you're taking fights, you have to win it convincingly and overwhelmingly, and even kill Jeanne d'Arc in the process, because that XP is basically positive EV for her. And now she hits level 3, she spawns a horse out of the blue somehow, gets Jeanne's champion, so they're going to be able to do that extra damage to the spearmen. So now that there's a level 3, maybe we're going to see a little bit of stabilization. Remember, Puppy Paw has +20 villagers. I feel like all he needs to do is just right the ship.
Yeah, and I mean, Boar gets taken. Puppy Paw going on over to... Is he about to go for another TC? It's like, why is he grabbing stone right now? It's going to be a keep? Only 4 villagers? I think it's another TC.
Yeah, because the keep doesn't really give you the...
And Marine Lord spots the boar getting killed, getting pulled, and immediately sends his reinforcements on over there. And it's not just a few units that he has. He has 44 units on the field compared to half that for Puppy.
Yeah, and I mean, John Dark's best unit, which is the Royal Knight at this part, ends up becoming null and void, and it's very expensive. A lot of them are going to end up going down. Arbaletier is basically making up the majority of the force now. Not really much of a front line. They're only John's champions, which are good against Spearmen, but there are just way too many Spearmen. That Divine Restoration coming in clutch. John Dark! Oh my god, I can't take this anymore.
At, what is that, sixth time she's gone down? Villagers are headed back there to try to build another outpost, but Puppy Paw just lost that fight. The villagers can't go back out there, and he's starting to lose more and more of this mass. Immediately buys back JD, but I'm not sure if this is going to be enough. We're seeing it's just one little horseman, but we've seen how much those invisible horseman raid can end up doing over time if not reacted to.
And I'm curious if he does. I mean, there's been a lot of work kills here. You know, Marine Lord's at about 12. You're looking at the economic count out of both sides. Now that there's only one town center, every worker kill count is very, very important. 67 to 59. And what? Oh no. The one thing we didn't see from Marine Lord, though, is he does have a second town center on the south part of his base. So he might be able to overwhelm.
Oh, easily will be able to outmatch the eco at this point, as he's going to be producing more villagers and he's taking down more villagers. Farm transition was attempted, and JD not able to take the dub. So Marine Lord looking to keep that win streak going, not drop any games so far, and he did it in a very convincing fashion, as it did not look good for him at a good point in time this game.
No, because I mean, I think this just shows how proficient Marine Lord is adapting to his initial plan. You know, because he was trying to get that fast castle and he was macroing there, and then JD came over and said, "Not so fast, my friend," puts an outpost down in feudal age. So he switched it up a little bit, made some military, made sure he was able to defend himself, took down Jean d'Arc a couple times. All of a sudden, Marine Lord gets to castle age, gets that initiative that he really needs to snowball the game.
Yeah, I mean, just really, really clean series. And that is with the timing that we finished up today, we are going to be going into another one. And look at this. It's already updated. It's already ready to go. This is not the last series of the day, or that was not the last series of the day. This might be. We got Beastie versus Zerton. Game number 1 is on Gorge, and it's going to be Mongols versus Ayubids.
Man, I was I was saying, man, this is a good last series. This is a good last series. Guess what? I'm living rent free right in here, baby. I knew it wasn't the last series. I bamboozled all of you. All 3,300 here in this chat. Beastie versus Zerton, Mongols versus Ayubids. We're going to see another knockdown, drag out, best of 3. Some bonus content for you guys. I'm excited.
Absolutely. And if y'all been enjoying it, make sure to support the channel. I see some subs coming on in. You can always support in any way you want, whether it's watching, which we appreciate all y'all, whether it's subbing, whether it's jumping on into the Kickstarter to support the bonus goals. But for now, we're going to give you some updates. Group A is completely finished on up for the day, so we're gonna kind of give y'all the updates there. Group B is still going on. We're casting the next game. We're gonna see how that one goes on. But Marine Lord 5-0. Louis now technically is up at that top spot there, as he has better tiebreakers comparative to Puppy Paw.
Yeah. Which is kind of wild to me too, because Puppy Paw, I mean, we just saw his only loss, and it was against a Marine Lord who is number 1. So even though, you know, I mean, third place obviously still good. It looks like a pretty top heavy bracket. You know, all 5, the top 5, 6 of these guys at 2 and 3 up to 5-0. Any of them obviously have a shot. You have people like Nubadon, CSO, Cat, Recon could make a run for themselves. There's a lot of the group stage left to play.
And look at that, Captain the Real One coming in with 10 gifted, much appreciated. I'm sure all the gifted people are happy. They're not going to have to watch any ads, anything of the sort for the next month or so, and hopefully can maybe gift it on along. But Group A, I mean, both of these groups, just wild to see all the names, wild to see some of these outcomes, some of these kind of placements with these. And we did see Beastie get taken down today by Wham. So the big question is going to be is how much of a flurry, whatever you want to call it, is he going to come back in this series against Zerton?
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look if we have Group B updated. I'm really curious to see if, wherever Wham is in the standings, he might have destiny in his hands. I mean, it could be a situation where as long as he just wins his games, he might end up in the playoffs. We see the Group B plays from today. We see Beastie took down Eliona and did have that game against the Wham, that 2-1 that we saw. B coming in pretty clutch, got a couple wins. You love to see it. Anatan, we watched that one series against Baltoon. Baltoon ended up taking a 2-1, a rather up knockdown, drag out kind of series. Then Anatan getting a 2-1 over Zertan, who we're going to see today. It's going to be wild.
And look at Balton cleaning up another series, took down Kiljardi, who I think B is about to face off against. Anatan was able, like you said, 2-1 Zertan and lost to Lucifron. So this kind of top side of the bracket is I feel like it's weird seeing B in the bottom 5, but he obviously only 2 losses are against these top 2, and so maybe we'll be rising the ranks coming here soon. But overall, we're about to jump on into BC versus Zertan. I'm sure the timer is now getting a little bit closer to fruition here for this first game, the first series, and oh my, it is close. It is. We're in it essentially.
Oh no, we don't got time to breathe. I'm hearing game sounds. Scouts are running around trying to find sheep. Beastie, Mongols playing as the color red, spawning on the western side of the gorge. And ooh, look at that spawn. That is a tasty Mongolian spawn, ladies and gentlemen. His opponent playing as the Ivids in the color blue. It is Zertan with a spawn not as good. However, Mongols, we talked about this. We saw a matchup similar to this. If we haven't seen this exact one, I can't quite remember. But Mongols can take it to you in Dark Age, that's for sure.
Yes, they can, and I love it. So Beastie, he's sending that villager out. He's like, you're going to be building the barracks, and you don't want to waste any time, so you always want to just find any resource that's nearest to the Uvu and grab it. Usually food's your biggest priority. Yeah, I get he didn't spot the deer near enough to it, so just grabbing a tree for the time being until those other 5 villagers drop off so he can get the barracks in production, get that tower rush going.
Yep, and good call. Barracks coming down. He's going to start it. I'll tell you what. Some of the civilizations that I love to watch from BC. One being HRE, which we saw in the prior series. Second being Mongols, and especially against a civilization that tries to get to Castle Age as quickly as possible, like the Ivids. For the Mongols, this is a matchup and a civilization they probably love to face because they can do some damage to them as early as possible. Again, as Mongols from second 1, you're trying to get your opponent under duress.
Oh, and we see Beastie scout out the scout and the con kind of just merge pass and go off on their other directions. But where Beastie can take advantage of is where the 2 locations are as far as the primary resources for Zertan. He's going to be able to drop an outpost, most likely deny gold as well as the berries in the center. And that's what Ayubids love to be on early on. Like, yeah, you have sheep to fall back to, but you want to be on the berries.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if you have a choice, no doubt. And now with the spawn that he has, you're right. He can put a tower right in the center. Spearman going to be able to help him out, create a little bit of an escort. Zertan looks like he did get the gold he needed because he's sitting at about 1 and will go up to the field age. But this is just going to make sure that he's going to need another 600 to get to Castle Age, right? So that's what this tower is going to do for him.
Yep, and spears, they're just going to go force those villagers off of the berries. Huh? Zertan just reacted, moved them on over to the other berry patch. But I was about to say, I think they're still not quite in TC range. So does pull back, goes on over to the sheep, and Beastie, he's gonna get this outpost up and deny that gold. Really delay what a Ayubids wants to do, which is gather a lot of gold early and get to Castle Age.
And this is pretty interesting too because Beastie is making more spearmen than I expected. Usually for the Mongols, you make 2 sets of 2. Right, you get those 4 spearmen, and then you're going to be able to escort that villager to make a tower. He's making 5, and also queued his 6th. So he's going to continue to pack on a little bit of pressure in Dark Age. And, this forces if you're a Zertan, this is going to force you to do things that you didn't want to do. You're going to go up with the military wing, and, You know, get a Desert Raider. Desert Raider is all well and good, but it's not necessarily going to take down a tower or take down all those spearmen. It might force Zertan to get some units in feudal age.
Yep, and let's see if BC is just going to head on home with that villager, or if he wants to like circle around, maybe drop an outpost on the wood line is my thought. Because on this map specifically, that initial wood line is like your heart and soul. Like if notice, we see Beastie on like the smaller wood line in the center. You can't use that for the whole like length of the game. But oh, he's just doubling up. He says, "All right, you're gonna want this gold at some point, right?"
This is like when we watched Recon before. Maybe he'll add a third one. We'll see. But having those couple towers, I mean, and this is really important about doing something on Gorge, because look at where all those resource nodes are. That other gold all the way in the back. Zertan has to go all the way to the northern tip of the map almost to get some more gold. And I think for Beastie, as all good aggressive players usually are, you got to be thinking, okay, I stopped the first node. Now, where is my opponent going to go? And you want to find some of those other gold mines. You want to make sure you wreak havoc on those as well.
Yep, well, Deerstones is on its way, and Zertan has now safely gone over to the other gold, at least for the time being. He's dropping, is that double stables from Zertan?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that, but okay.
Yeah, I think he might have his mind set on Castle Age before he's anywhere near hitting the button, because I'm thinking like, yeah, you might be able to do Camel Lancers or whatever, but it looks like, I mean, I do see, Dabson, I do see one in the queue for the Desert Raiders. He's not making those willingly, right?
I think he is.
Oh God, help me. I don't know. I don't know how good that's gonna be.
And we're able to get a little bit of damage. Khan spots out those villagers on the gold, and Zertan just says, "All right, you found me. All right, I'm leaving." Oh, maybe not. Oh, smack that sheep. Smack that sheep. Yeah. He doesn't quite have enough for an outpost. I think his plan now is just to wait for one little drop off, get an outpost on over there as well. And there, what a weird location for an outpost.
Hey, as long as it's there. You know, look at this cheeky play with the boar. He's pulling the pork over, and it looks like, yeah, those villagers are gonna get hit by it.
Oh no. Oh no. Don't do it. Oh, he takes it down. That thing, I mean, that boar was on a mission.
And you know the worst part of it, Iubids can't even gather from it. That's haram. You can't harvest from that boar. So there's nothing you can do. Villager going down means one less on gold. Trying to get that outpost up. This has been just this is one of those things. It's just so like, even to watch it, you have to feel for Zertan. He's probably annoyed to all hell.
Yeah, this is pretty disastrous going on here early on. It looks like BC's sending some spears on over to that location. I believe outposts will be up, and not only outposts, we have 5 Desert Raiders out. So usually you're like, oh, he's only gonna have a few Desert Raiders. Oh, don't step into spears! I guess he wants the Khan that bad, but the Khan used maneuver error should be able to outrun those at least for a good little bit, and this is just not feeling too great.
I mean, I do understand the Desert Raiders because BC's making predominantly spearmen, right? So you're going to be able to kite them and you're going to be able to do that kind of stuff. But, I mean, it's not like BC isn't going to make a different unit.
And there's the archer.
Right. So, like, these Desert Raiders, we talked about, you know, how you get free ones from the military wing. They're 180 total resources a pop. Like, if you're making Desert Raiders consistently, you're sitting in feudal for a while.
Yes, you are, but maybe he's making more Desert Raiders, as it looks like another one's in queue.
Yeah, and he's going to continue to. I mean, that one gold mine, the thing that's not great for Zertan is, yeah, exactly that. No. That's exactly what I was going to talk about. If he wants more villagers on gold, if he wants to change his macro, that means they're going to have to do a pilgrimage.
BC, though, looks like he's getting his Uvu denied. He will spot out the 6 more villagers moving over to that gold location, but I don't know what he can actually do about it at this point, because he's making Spear Archer, and he's not going to be able to really move out with a mass against Desert Raiders. So as much as we've kind of talked some smack, like, oh my gosh, here's another village. Okay, well, he's able to get another villager with some spear raiding. But as much as we've talked smack about the Desert Raider play, it kind of denies what Beastie's doing at this point in time. And Zertan can still go up to castle here at this point in the near future.
Oh yeah, there is an opportunity for him to. You know, I mean, he definitely can't take a battle straight up, right? I mean, he's gonna have to try to kite some of those archers, kite some of those spearmen, but I mean, certain. It seems like based on the way he's macroing, the way he's saved up that much food, you know, he's got about 750. He's using those desert raiders as a means to an end, right?
I mean,
so he's just making like maybe 1 or 2 more, if any, more to try to get him up there. But man, this gold, this is just this.
He's finally done with those spears, and BC's about to send his next little grouping of a mass. Now that there's 8 archers, though, the Desert Raiders actually can't step up to snipe the spears. Oh, did he just miss? Oh no, he just checked that Uvu and barely missed it right as the villagers go out.
That's just lucky. You know, make it. I mean, sometimes you win. I mean, you win some, you lose some. You know, and now Zertan, he's probably never going to check that stone mine again, so he's going to continue to get some of that stone production while Beastie on the back end, Deerstone's helping him out with a little bit of speed, right? Making sure he can get there. Zertan, look at that wall, Dabs, on the northern side. Look at all that.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I know.
He better hurry up on that wall as the main massive Beastie is headed that way. And if he doesn't finish the wall before Beastie gets there, he's losing 3 to 5 vills minimum.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this goes to show, we talked about the Iobids before in past series. Yeah, you got the Castle Age, or you hit the button to get the Castle Age, but if you're continuing to get your resources denied, you just made a fancy wing on your House of Wisdom. You didn't actually do anything.
And that is now where at least some of the Desert Raiders spot out some of the reinforcing units, but villagers, they get spotted. There's 2 outposts, though. I thought there was only one. He did invest into a second one. And the wall looked like it was somewhat close to finishing, so maybe Zertan can breathe. I don't think he's going to be able to.
No, there's still a big hole on the eastern side of that wall, and a wall is only as strong as your biggest hole in it. So that's going to be a rather weak wall. Those outposts are going to be able to help, you know, take down a couple of these spearmen.
I don't
he's still
think
going
this
to
is good
camp
by
it.
Beastie. There's only like 4 spears there.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to torch that in time. But Zertan did hit the button. You know, he did go up to Castle Age, so we're going to see if he can actually do something. He's trying to get his way back into the game economically by getting some raids over there with some Desert Raiders. It looks like he might take down 1-ish villager. Economic count surprisingly stable.
Yeah, he's on top of the Uvu again, so delaying Beastie. But what I'm more scared of for Beastie is that he started on that front wood line. Look at his back wood line. I don't know if there's any outposts on it.
There's none.
Oh my gosh, that could just be devastation.
Yeah, honestly, if anything, that's more ballsy than trying to pick that off. Now, Desert Raider is going to find these berries, and all he needs to do, all Zertan needs to do is to work his way back there, because all of the wood that Beastie's getting, he's using to continue to be aggressive with. He's got an outpost over here on this front side. It's going to help him out, second outpost as well. But he spent a decent amount of resources on a ram trying to take down those outposts. If he does take down those outposts and a lot of those villagers on the northern side, this could spell doom.
Yeah, it looks like Zertan's coming back with the Desert Raiders to try to clear up these rams. There's just so many archers there. The Desert Raiders aren't going to do too much, and this is right as he's going up to castle. He just needs to be able to delay, wait a little bit for Camel Lancers to be able to come out, but Beastie, with this timing, it's just too much, and there's 1 villager down, there's 2 villagers down, there's almost a third that's going to fall.
Oh man, those Desert Raiders finally get there in time. I hope they get their swords out to try to take down this ram, but they're going to see the Trojan horse that's there. Oh, all of them pop out. Desert Raider ends up going down. See, the thing of it is, these Desert Raiders, they can kite things like the spearmen and the archers, but the point of interest is a stationary point. So you can't really kite anymore.
Yeah, and the Rams now able to attack. Zertan just sends the villagers back onto the gold. Some villagers are sitting there rebuilding the outpost while the archers are just firing on it, and Zertan is just bleeding vill after vill after vill. All of a sudden, the growth wing of the 8 villagers doesn't matter. He's still down 2.
Yeah, that's the wildest thing about this, right? Is Zertan just got 8 villagers handed to him, and he's still behind. So you showed how good Beastie was at being aggressive. You know, that first tower set the tone, and then where is he going to go next? Right to this gold mine. He made that a point of interest for basically the past, I want to say 6 or 7 minutes, maybe even more. And now BC has a villager lead, obviously 41-38. Military lead by impressive numbers, 16-10. Zertan's trying to make camel lancers. In Castle Age, BC already has 10 spearmen.
Zertan has 3 military units out, and not a great feeling. BC's almost going up to Castle Age himself, and he's got so much invested in the outposts already that 2 camel lancers can't even dive that, can't really do any actual economic damage. So it feels like this is just kind of a ticking time bomb, and that's just testament to how well BC played this early game with aggression.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of... See, the thing of it is, people talk about civs like the Deli Sultanate being so linear. The Ayabids feel pretty linear right now as well. We kind of knew what they were going to do before they even got there. Zertan sending more villagers over to that North Gold Mine because he's going to need to make these gold-heavy units. They're going to need to make things like Camel Lancers. If he wants to make more Desert Raiders, he might have the opportunity to do that. So this has just been Zertan from second one, again, not being able to get his feet out from under him. Beastie is going to be able to get to Castle Age pretty smoothly without any kind of worker kills or economic destruction. Is going to go up with the step readout.
Yeah, and he's not even on that vulnerable wood line anymore. He's just basically going to be sitting all onto food and gold, and that's all he needs to win and close out this game now.
Yeah, as long as he gets Castle Age units, right? As long as he gets upgrades on them. Because Zertan, like, the thing that's keeping him in the game is the age discrepancy, right? The fact that he has one age up and he's going to be making Castle Age units. Beastie now with the ability to do so. He's never going to be able to take a straight up fight. He already has spearmen. He could do things like add crossbowmen. It's going to be tough.
Yep. Stepward out, almost finishing. BC getting textiles too, so knows that, hey, if there's one way for Zertan to come back into this game, it is going to be picking off some villagers in different spots of the map, and got to make it that much harder.
Yeah, I mean, Zertan definitely has an uphill road. I mean, he's trying to do some kind of raids to get back in too, but I mean, look at in the beginning, that Mongolian spawn, right? You had the gold right next to that front wood line, so he was able to park his town center there. So just in terms of trying to get any kills at all, it wasn't there.
Yeah, I felt like there were a couple times where Zertan had some opportunities. If he had a scout with that Desert Raider mask, when we saw the Uvu barely, be able to get built back up, and we saw a ton of villagers going over to the wood that Zertan never spotted when he was roaming the base with camels and whatnot. But ultimately, still comes back, circles around, and wants to end up taking down that Uvu, starting to try to burn down that barracks. And Beastie, he's got 8 crossbows to deal with the Camel Lancer masses. The spears, I'm sure Zertan won't ever try to take a head-on engagement into those.
No, because I mean, there's no way for you to. There's no possibility for you to. And it looks like Zertan's making an army composition change as well, and going with a couple archers. And now, at 16.5 minutes in the game, he's been Castle Age for a decent amount of time. Now, finally starting to get some dervishes out and starting to get some of these relics. But I mean, they're right for the taking for Beastie too. I can see a couple shaman that's in his queue.
Yeah, I mean, somehow, some way, BC's up 2 villagers in this course of the game. It feels like he should be up like 10, and that's just because of the growth wing, some other things that kind of were involved. But Zertan has somewhat stabilized and has been able to breathe for the last minute, 2 minutes, and just like you said, grabbing relics and kind of starting to play this longer game now.
Yeah, it's been kind of nice for him, isn't it? I mean, his military count's starting to go up. He's able to use his resources pretty effectively. What's really nice is he still has the mobility of those camel lancers. There are so many camels out there. Some archers and crossbowmen might be able to take hits on them. One goes down, but he's still able to move. He's still able to move to make sure he's not taking that fight. But we all know from the Mongols, especially when you get to Castle Age, they get this death ball. Right? A lot of ranged units. They get a lot of things like spearmen, men-at-arms. They could do things like build siege on the battlefield if they get advanced siege engineering. And it's just not a fight that Zertan can take, and I don't know if he ever will be able to take it.
Yeah, and that's just the eco difference there, because you can't forget BC. He's getting, essentially all of his gold villagers are better, just because of the step out. He's had a lot more time with all these techs, as we've just now seen Zertan get the eco techs in, getting his wheelbarrow, getting his food upgrade. Whereas Beastie, he's got double broad axe and lumber preservation. He's got wheelbarrow in for a significant period of time, getting all the blacksmith upgrades too.
And you know, I will say, let's not forget about the economic prowess that actually Deerstones has. Like, yeah, it makes your military units move faster, but it makes your villagers move faster too. It's almost like a pseudo wheelbarrow. So those Mongolian villagers, they aren't just normal villagers. They move a little bit quicker next to the Deerstones, and with the step readout, they're able to gather more. But it looks like Zertan finally trying to take down these outpost spearmen, are trying to take down some camel lancers. And honestly, those spears, even though that outpost is going down, they got pretty good value.
That was a huge win for Beastie. He took down 2 camel lancers for this. Like, that's massive, and he might even taken down more. Good spotting by Zertan to take down the shaman, moving out to try to take the sacred site for Beastie, and somehow Beastie has continually just been able to spot out villager after villager, and just like all these little spots that Zertan's tried to expand on out to. He's had a good eye of it, but I say that until now, Zertan's going all the way for Beastie's deer.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad he's got an outpost there. At least, you know, probably gonna help him out and probably see where the step readout is. But those villagers, they can't be too long for this world. Look at the range mass that Zertan actually has. Spearman, crossbowman, able to take down a couple camel lancers. Those are rather expensive units, but Zertan's got 20-some archers.
No.
Oh, yeah, they can't even get the outpost. Yeah,
And those were not the only vills headed that way. I think there was another 10 or so upright. Oh, 5 more. Just no. And Beastie's moving forward with his main military mass. There's not enough archers here for Zertan. He is kiting. He's doing a great job doing it, but right now they're hitting the con, and every time they turn to hit the con, they get hit. Beastie doing the, I'm going to do a couple Wololos to get your attention. I believe Zertan has a camel lance in the woodline.
Oh, looks like it.
I said it though, and right as I said it, Beastie heard me say it and reacted to it, but it wouldn't have been enough to make a difference here. Villagers just circle on around, and Camel Lancer falls. Beastie has a huge military mass, and Zertan basically has nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, he's trying to get a bigger military mass, but his villagers are traversing the entire diameter of the map. So it's very difficult for you to get any kind of resources or any kind of, you know, just about anything, just based on what Zertan is trying to do with his economy. Beastie, as you can see, he's got the Q. He's continuing to make units over and over again. Zertan continuing to struggle.
You know what's hilarious is Zertan has literally gone to every single gold vein on his side of the map. He's been on every one. And Beastie has denied him off of everyone, as now he's going over to this 8K one on the east, and once he finds that one, I think Zertan might just throw in the towel after this onslaught that Beastie has just never let up with after the first 2 outposts went up.
Yeah, and I mean, Beastie does the great thing, you know? I mean, he knows that Zertan's got to be going out to get the gold somewhere. It's got to be somewhere. Might as well check all of them. You know, he just sends a couple units in that particular direction, and I think I do see a battle icon over there on the eastern side. Yep, found that one as well. Man, just all you got to do is send 1 or 2 units to cause that much duress. It's massive.
Yep. And just Beastie doing all the right things, just splitting off 1, 2, 5 units here and there while his main mass stays healthy, stays together, and takes the good trades, while all the other ones, yeah, they might be dying, but they're taking economic trades. They're taking down villagers. They're pulling Zertan's army away from this mid-map to where Beastie gets just to continue to take more and more and more control.
And then even, you know, pulling the deer stones all the way up too is really going to help him out, just to make sure those units, he has a lot of units, actually all of his units are on foot, probably besides the con, so he needs that extra mobility, and deer stones is going to give him the opportunity to do that. Now food is becoming an issue for Zertan. I mean, he didn't necessarily have the best in the way of food because he was trying to get those deer over the way on the western side. Now he's trying to get his friendly deer. BC has to be able to see it just because of those deer going down, and that might be his next move.
Yep. And now, I mean, this is just where we're waiting, watching, being patient for Beastie to close out this game, but he is being patient. He's not overstepping. He's not, you know, diving too far under TC fire, taking bad trades. He's just playing the slow, playing the smart game here.
Yeah, because, I mean, there is such a thing as overextension. I think there was that fight where there were some camel lancers, and if he walks into that manganique, that could be an issue. That ranged mass does take a pretty good hit, but they're overall going to stay survive. There's a lot of shaman in the background for the Mongolians. Not something that we're really used to. Those villagers are getting caught right, traversing right next to that Mongolian army. Oh, Jesus. This is devastating.
Yep, and there is finally where Zerton closes out the game. He says, all right, you got me on this one. Let's just move past this game. And I'm sure I would want to move past this one too if I were him, as that was not fun. He had to just deal with pings all over the map. And I think it might have even just started from the first boar kill would have tilted me from the start. So just think that is where this all began. It was the boar kill, and then it was just over from there. That's definitely, I'm blaming it on that.
Yeah, that that really sets the tone, doesn't it? You know, for a minute 3, you get that, and again, shout out to Vodka because we had units in all different directions from BC. He does that so very well, and Vodka was able to click on and touch on each individual one of them. So big shout out to him. We see the military count graph and the villager count. Military, I mean, Zerton was just never able to mess up. Yeah, he got to Castle Age early, but wasn't able to get all the Lancers, wasn't able to get all that Castle Age equipment for actually taking the battle to Beastie. So good job by him. 1-0 in favor of Beastie, and we're going to be heading on to game 2.
Yep. It looks like the rest of the groups have kind of played on out. This is the last series of the day that we are waiting to complete, and Coastal Cliffs will be game number 2. There could be a game 3. We don't know yet, but Coastal Cliffs, we have Deli, which I have seen picked quite a bit on Coastal Cliffs. And on the other side, Zushi, which I have not seen as often on this map.
And you understand the Deli pick, right? Because the map is smaller, right? You can get to your sacred sites pretty quickly. You can do things like raid. Mobility is a big deal for you, and Ghazi Raiders are going to be a mainstay for Beastie in this matchup. Zerton, on the other hand, as Zushi, this is something that we watched the Deli versus China matchup. I don't think we've seen Deli versus Zushi yet. When it comes to Zushi, you get those Zug Nu as soon as you hit feudal age, which means your tempo is a little bit better than the Chinese counterpart.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those that technically, if you want, you can just continue to mass up unit after unit after unit. And the good thing about Coastal Cliffs that on other maps would be a downfall for Zushi is they don't have to worry as much about their lack of mobility. You don't have these sacred sites in opposite corners of the map that you have to take a minute and a half, moving from one to the other. It's a little bit more centralized. It's a little bit more condensed. You remember, a third of this map's inaccessible by that water. Beautiful view, beautiful look, but all it's doing is making a little bit of a smaller battlefield.
Yeah, and raising the property value, right? Being
of course.
being that beachfront property. So 30 seconds going into this game. I mean, we watched Beastie play Deli and actually deal with, if I remember correctly, dealing with Wham's Chinese pretty well in one of our prior series. Let's see if he can do the same thing against Zushi's Legacy. Now, again, these resources might be a little bit more closer together. We might see a little bit better of a meditation gardens. We'll see if Beastie's able to disturb that piece as our time starts ticking down. I'm ready to go. This is match point for Beastie.
It is indeed match point, potentially last game of the day, although we might not want it to be. We have Beastie spawning in the southwest side as the Deli in the color red. Zerton in the northeast as Zushi's Legacy in the color blue, and we are on Coastal Cliffs.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing, we're going to take a look at those beautiful snapshots that Vodka's showing us of these cliffs. Nice beachfront property if you decide to build your houses over there, but both these players will be not doing that, as we see that typical Deli build, going to be able to get things like their efficient production, going to be able to get their wheelbarrow very quickly. Zushi on the other side, typical Chinese start. Chinese or Zushi is going to want to put that mill there. So we talked about this matchup a little bit, but I think one of the things for Deli that might prove to be a little difficult is only 2 sacred sites here.
Yes and no. Like the way I look at Deli is if you're securing the sacred sites, you're securing 2 of them and you're happy. Like, and you kind of have like the third usually on bigger maps. It's like harder to control anyways. Well, these are 2 central sacred sites. They're pretty close proximity to each other. So if you have a military mass, if you have like the advantage as far as that goes, you can easily secure those, and having the lack of gold of the third one isn't a big deal. It's you're still starting a timer earlier and kind of making sure your opponent has to react to those as well.
You know, you're absolutely right. I mean, less points of interest, and I think for the Deli too, if you're able to get those sacred sites, it might be a little bit easier to wall. You know, you could do things like get a sacred site victory with 2 sacred sites. You know, I remember seeing those age old. This is like season 0, season 1, when King of the Hill was the meta, or was part of the ranked ladder. And I remember people that would cheese and play Deli, just get that 1 sacred site and then stonewall. Up until that point, I don't know if you've ever had an experience of playing one of those games, but it was not fun.
I definitely remember those games. They're not enjoyable by any means. I've also remembered playing them in team games where one person would be Deli and the other one's like Mongol, Deli in China, and it's like Mongol Dark Age outpost in the middle with spears, and then China drops a barbican, and then Deli's capturing it, and you're like, "Are you kidding me?" You're like, "What do we do?"
So
with this?
miserable.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're playing threes, don't take that strat. It's not fun to play or against. But anyways, now looking into this game, we're about to start seeing feudal ages dropped in a second. We see the meditation gardens dropped on the southern side. I think it's getting double gold and the massive wood line.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty solid location there. As nothing to complain about by any means. And Beastie is going with the Tower of Victory exactly as we would be expecting.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely need to. I mean, we talked about how Dome has fallen out of favor just because, you know, scholars don't heal as much as they used to. You know, the acting as a mosque isn't really that big of a deal and all that kind of stuff. But Tower of Victory, especially when you're up against a civ that statistically has better archers than you need to make your archers somewhat viable. So Tower of Victory is going to help you.
Exactly. It not only makes the archers viable, it makes spears better. It makes every one of those infantry units a little bit better. But Zertan's dropping early walls in between the 2 wood lines, which I like a lot. It makes it much harder to kind of get into that base. And if he drops a wall on the east side, there's so many resources behind all of that. I mean, whether he moves up and does it on the wood line or if he drops it in front of where his meditation gardens is, he's got double deer, he's got the berries, and just a ton of resources for the long haul.
Yeah, man, everything he needs is packed on that east side. This is such a weird map spawn because on the western side there's like nothing. And Beastie, I know his scout, as you can see it on the minimap, is going on that western side of Zertan's base, and he's going to be like, this is the emptiest cliff I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty barren over there. Not too many resources except for stone. There's that one stone vein that's quite far off, and he's gonna be like, okay, well, I need to focus that east. And Zertan, he does indeed go for the walls right in front of the meditation gardens and getting those built early on as well.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of have to. I mean, BC going with the blacksmith first, and we've watched him play the Deli Sultanate, and you know he goes for that blacksmith first, but next one, I mean, in terms of military production building, probably your first one might end up being the stable because you're going to want Ghazi Raiders. You're expecting things like Zuknu. You can get mobility. You can get villager kills, that kind of stuff. So him walling early, just make sure that he stays preserved.
And not only is it one blacksmith, he's going for the double blacksmith as he knows there's not, a bunch to worry about. He doesn't need to get units out. And once he needs to get units out, he can start building them quite quickly as he will have efficient production.
Yeah, and this is the one thing that Deli players are so good at doing. You know, they can bounce their scholars back and forth to the production buildings whenever they choose to make them. And it's nice with Beastie having another scholar because he'll still have one if he wants to get all of those technologies like Sanctity, all of those blacksmith technologies, make it count, while also being able to produce at the same time. That meditation gardens, as Vodka is so graciously pointing out to us, 50 gold per minute. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's nothing to joke around about by any means. You can get some extra eco techs. You can get, with the amount of gold Zertan has in the bank, I'd love to see him queue up wheelbarrow and double broadaxe. Oh, he already has double broadaxe. Wheelbarrow right now. And then just all the gold you can just utilize to help your troop production. Your one shoot that already popped out has pushed the scout into your base, and scout should just circle and get his way on out because you do not want to get cornered. You want to continually, having vision, continually be able to circle and scout your opponent, and that's where Zertan, he's trying to cut off that scout, but hasn't been able to do so.
Yeah, and I think this is really important for Beastie because at least he knows where all the resources are, right? I mean, he can kind of deduce it because that left side was pretty much barren, but at least he has an idea of what's going on because for Zushi, again, they are the child of Chinese, right? So food economy is going to be something that's going to be important to them later in the game. He has those deer spots that are really, really safe behind those walls. I think as long as Zertan is able to take good fights against this feudal age Deli, he could be in a good spot.
Look, he's just continually trying to circle, trying to cut off that scout. He got close to doing it, but just wasn't quite in the perfect position. Beastie has started to go with Ghazi Raiders, has started to go with his own archers, and Zertan is just a step ahead as far as the military mass goes, while also having a lot of his economy protected over the course of the next steps of the game.
Yeah, that kind of gives him free reign, right? He doesn't need to have spearmen to be defensive, you know? I mean, obviously not around the mill or the gold mine, but when he starts moving, you know, he won't have to worry about it too much. You know, those walls are going to give him time, so his quote-unquote immobile army is going to be able to get there to the eastern side. But now this little part, this quote-unquote no man's land between both of these players, where both of these sacred sites are, these are where these big battles are going to happen. And I'm excited to see the first one. Zertan doing a pretty good job of getting those blacksmith upgrades first before he takes a fight, gets that steeled arrow. So important for those Zug new devs.
Oh, it is crucial. One of the villagers, though, that was a little bit off the beaten path, almost gets taken out, but BC knows that if he ended up taking another swing, those Ghazi Raiders and Scout would probably end up falling.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely would. I think one of the things about Zushi, too, because we talk about the Zug news over and over again, even though the Ghazi Raiders do exist for the Deli Sultanate, I don't think Palace Guards are anything to sniff at. I think if you integrated them with Spearmen, they could end up being okay, or at least give you that little bit of damage reduction against those Spearmen, because you got to focus on the Spearmen instead. So first Sacred Site ended up getting capped on the eastern side. Looks like Zertan's army is not going to be able to get there, but I think if he does take a fight, when it does get here, he might be pretty good shape.
And BC already having to move off of his original berries, has to go all the way to that southern side to the other berries. So we're going to start seeing some vulnerability in BC's food eco. Zertan doesn't have like mobility to go raiding. So the only way you really see any damage there is if he just splits off a couple chooks and you know, sends them to some different locations, which we have seen some players do. I think of like Baltoon earlier today against Anatam with English, where he like split off 3 or 4 longbows. While you don't think of them as a raiding unit, he was able to get a good amount of damage done, and you could see the same here potentially.
Yeah, especially if you put them in a couple different areas. You know, if you go on the wood line, if you go on that kind of stuff, villager actually going to end up taking down. I think he ends up getting stuck, and it looks like those Ghazi Raiders are going to be able to escape. 2 of them going to be able to go out. But yeah, exactly. With those Zug new, you just send 2 or 3, the wood line, you know, maybe the gold mine, maybe a berry patch or something like that. It could be devastating.
Yep. Scout got taken out though, so Beastie will no longer have some knowledge and information of what Zertan is doing on the side behind the walls. Unless the Ghazi Raiders can provide that information, but I wouldn't be surprised to see those get cleaned up. And nope, Beastie made another scout, so that he should be able to get that into the mix, give himself that vision that he needs with his main army.
Yeah, definitely heads up play to make that scout, because you got to know from when you're facing against a unit like Zugnu that are as damage provoking as they are, you gotta take count of how many are there. You know, you can't go into fights blind. And it looks like Zertan's looking to take a fight. Beastie doesn't want it. He's trying to back up just a little bit, and you know, I don't blame him.
Yeah, I mean, Zertan has a huge mass here to basically counteract everything. Beastie would have to dive that Chook backline with the Ghazi Raiders, but by the time they try to circle, by the time they would get enough damage done, they'd probably be gone. And that's not even talking about the spears. I'm just talking about some Chook trades. Beastie trying to get some walls up, actually giving himself some bad positioning. Archers had to walk around the half-built walls, and a few more went down than needed.
Yeah, that was pretty good for Zertan. Just trying to limit that Deli Archer mass as much as he possibly can. And we're looking at Archer on both sides, obviously 20 favor of Beastie and 32 for Zertan. And he was able to decap that eastern sacred side as well, so that gold trickle isn't there. Beastie is pretty much committed to feudal, as all Deli are. Zushi, though, he's able to kind of stockpile a little bit of resources.
Yeah, it looks like Zertan's thinking about a Castle Age play while also having a bigger mass than Beastie. Bigger isn't always better, as Beastie does have the higher value units of Ghazi Raiders. seeing them burn down this wall in the east. So that quote-unquote safe food eco that I was saying for Zerton is no longer, as the 2 deer packs, the berries over here are completely free for raiding from Beastie's Ghazi Raiders, which we've seen how much damage he does with those with the matchups earlier today.
Yeah, and at least they could do a little bit of disturbing the peace out of that meditation gardens on the eastern side if they continue to be there. But it looks like that wall is continuing to be difficult to actually get up. And I know there's a good berry patch there that he really wants. There's some gold mines that are over there. Zerton just hitting at just the right spots to make sure that hole is there.
Oh, there's the Chook raid. This is what I was talking about. It's so the key importance here. So Zerton knew that Beastie wasn't on those front berries that he kept aggressing. So he knows Beastie's somewhere on food, and that's why he splits off a few Chooks to go over to this location. They will get cleaned on up, but this is where the knowledge, the information that he just gathered. He's like, all right, Beastie, he's spread a little bit thin onto these food resources. Zerton does need to deal with a little bit of some Ghazi Raider raiding at home, but a few of the spears not taking the worst trades, even though they all died. And the Shaolin Monastery's on its way. 7 villagers on it. And he rebuilt the walls.
Wow. Those villagers are quite annoying to deal with too, because they just create that little bit of defensive attitude where you're able to pop into those villages whenever something else is going on. But with that Shaolin Monastery going up, Beastie, he had to continue to make units over and over and over again to try to get some map control, to try to get something like Sacred Sites. It didn't feel like it developed very well for him, Zerton. Didn't need to make that much. And then the Meditation Gardens is helping him with that little bit of passive income, right? So Zerton hitting that Castle Age. He'll be first crack at relics. Maybe he can get the Sacred Sites by himself. He gets the Castle Age Zug new technology. It's all going downhill.
The biggest thing for me, we saw, I think Wham was the one who overstepped in the game against Deli earlier, where we're like, there's this timing now that Beastie, even if he matches Castle Age, it's going to take him a while to get the techs he needs. Oh, Imperial Official jumps on in as well. It's going to take him a while to get techs he needs. So that is where Zerton jumped out a little bit early there. That is where Deli has a lot of vulnerability into this early Castle Age play. Like, they're strong in early Castle Age when they get their techs in, when they're the ones castling first. But Zerton still doesn't have a lot to show for his Castle Age yet. He's waiting for the techs. He's waiting for Steeled Arrow. He's getting forced off of the deer that he just had moved on over to, and the immobile army is not really in the greatest positioning point.
No, it's right near the original town center. And yeah, it will make its way over, but a lot of villagers get some idle time. There's some Ghazi Raiders that were previously raiding over there on the north side, trying to take down some of those villagers. BC finally has that map control just because all of that immobile army, like you talked about, is all the way up at the top, and he's trying to get some quick walls. Not quick enough, though.
Not quick enough, as he can't commit to those walls because the Chooks would absolutely shred the archers, trying to burn the mill, trying to do some sort of damage on the way out. But anytime he stops, this allows this Chook mass to get an extra volley in, and they do so much damage. He does not want to overkill though, so he wants to spread this out, and I think this is a fine fight. He has veterancy, I believe.
Yeah, I think he does. I think his spearmen are also of the Castle Age variety, so if he wants to take this fight, he can. BC's trying to macro at the same time. It looks like a decent amount of those spearmen end up going down. Those Tower of Victory archers actually helping him out. He does have the military count lead. This is an age-old quality over quantity at this particular juncture. It looks like those spearmen trying to get those Ghazi Raiders some reinforcements up on the south side. BC doing a good job microing against those spearmen. And I think, even though this is technically a hold for Zerton, I think this was a very good fight by BC.
Yeah, I think this could have gone a lot worse for Beastie looking back at it. He's still taking decent trades here. There's not a huge Chook mass, and that's really where the Chooks are scary. It's not when there's 10, 15 of them. It's when there's 40, 50, and Zerton does not have food. This is where what I kept saying, like, he needed to keep this location secured, and he hasn't been able to do so. Villagers pulling out the shivs. Villagers are going for the archers as well. There's nothing to defend up the Chooks here anymore, and there's 17 food per minute for Zerton. This is game over.
Yeah, this is not going to happen. He's got nothing. Oh my God. Unbelievable.
I mean, again, that's twice where I felt like Beastie, like, with the Deli timing, he wasn't castle. His opponent got castle age upgrades, but BC just took good fights. Tower of Victory archers, was able to take out all the spears and use the Ghazi Raiders to just their fullest effect. So really, really nice game there by Beastie, as I did not think he was going to be able to, well, especially close it out as quick as he did. I thought that if that game extended any longer, that Zerton could have been in a fine opportunity. But look at that flat line from Zerton right before castle. It's because he ran out of food. He had nothing.
Yeah.
He literally had nowhere to gather from anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that spawn in Dark Age. We were like, yeah, you just wall up, and things are safe or whatever. Beastie's like, nah, I got another thing coming. We're gonna take down these walls. We're gonna take down all these villagers trying to get these deer and all this good stuff. And then it ended up suffocating China as a result. 2-0. Beastie takes the win, kind of licks his wounds after that series from Wham and able to take it to Zerton in rather overwhelming fashion, I want to say. And Dabs, I think that's the last one that we got. That's the last series we got here.
Yeah. So to kind of wrap it up the day, obviously, we just saw the Kickstarter link get pinned there. It's the best way to support some of the future stuff. I'm hyped. We better hit the 10K goal because I am hyped for some the next level production improvements. It makes our life a little bit better, makes everyone's life a little bit better watching the stream and everything. And I know we're not too far away from that goal already, just after I would say 2 weeks, but it's really technically only 1 week that the Kickstarter has been active for, as it was announced, I want to say last Sunday. So best way to support there, obviously sub, watching, we won't complain about as well. But for now, that does seem like the conclusion of today, the conclusion of the weekend. But the greatest thing about the EGC tournaments is they're not just one weekend. There's a lot of them.
Oh yeah, we got another 3 weeks of this bad boy. Elite Classic 2 is undoubtedly one of my favorite tournaments, and it was an absolute blessing to be able to cast it for you guys. So seriously, thank you so much for us as casters and me especially for having to be here, Dabson. It is always a pleasure to cast with you, my friend. We have such a good time. I love it.
Yeah, and I think we're figuring out who we're rating in the meantime. So we will show you some standings, show you the updates from today, as that was the final series. Both of the groups have been concluded for today, all of the games. So some crazy good ones. And it looks like I just saw the at the very glimpse there, Baltoon, after taking down some of his harder opponents, it looks like Avely, who I'm not saying isn't easy by any means, but I would say is wouldn't be the favorite in compared to some of the games that Baltoon took today. So Avely 2-0s Baltoon to conclude the day and drops Baltoon down to 6th, and now B has been able to reclaim a spot in the top 5.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the 3D clan in general making a good showing, right? You got B up in 4th, Anatan up in 5, taking a look at our other group. Obviously, Marine Lord making the top, Louis being 2nd, tiebreakers helping him out at 4-1, Puppy Paw, Vortex, Demu. Man, Group A feels stacked, doesn't it? There's so many good players.
Unbelievable. Both groups, I mean, we saw the games today, the 6 series that we were able to cast. There was a lot of back and forth. It wasn't just a bunch of 2-0s, although there were a few of them. And even on some of the 2-0s, it was a lot of opportunities for the loser to close out the game, to potentially get that dub there. So good old update of both of the groups there today. Good casting, always fun to be on, always fun to see some of the highest levels of play as far as AoE4 goes.
Yeah, I mean, especially when casting EGC, it's always a big shout out to not only you, Davston, but Vodka for observing, making us look the best that we possibly can, for chat, for being here, and giving us very good input, obviously, because Twitch chat is always Conqueror7, and never forget it. And also for Pesty for giving us the opportunity to be here. And I hope to see you guys again. Also, thank you to the players, because when I cast a lot of these really top players, they help me learn something, so it's educational for me, and it's also hopefully a good experience for you guys on EGC group stage. And we got 3 more weeks of this thing.
It's weird. This is the group stage. This is not even,
Mhm.
we're not even in the quarters. We're not in the semis. We're not in the finals. Although some of these matchups we saw today could be finals matchups or semifinals matchups with how it's been going.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, everyone's got to play everybody, right? For round robin. So eventually, the two players that are going to be in semifinals of their group or whatever, or two players that might end up being in the finals later down the road, they might have already played at this point. So you see some great matchups. Some really, I mean, obviously every matchup is a good one, but it looks like we did hit the raid button, so you can join us in raiding Jesseology as well. She's a fantastic streamer. She's a fantastic person, and hopefully you can give her some love as well.
Yep. Thanks for all the kind words, everyone. Continue that love on to the next stream and supporting the AoE4 scene, and we will catch y'all next time.